And we are live. Welcome back to the Walky Talky podcast. Join with me. We have myself. Hey, I'm me. We have Camcam. Say hi, Camcam.
Hey.
And we have this third other person here. Who are you?
What's going on, everyone? First of all, thanks to to the Walky Talky crew for having me on. I'm Jay the Great. Just another, I would say, Naruto content creator in the space, and yeah, I really like Naruto, and I appreciate you guys having me on.
Yeah, and it'd be really cool if like you had like a YouTube channel or something for people to reach out. Man, wouldn't that be like crazy?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So everyone go check out Jay the Great's channel. I'll put it in the comments, the live chat, the description, the title, the everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So what type of content do you upload, Mr. J?
So I have like several forms. Mostly, lately I've been doing like rants. I'm sure most people have seen them. It's a concept that came out of nowhere where I just scale like basically with just face cam and just like basic editing. But I do like like swag type videos or TG type videos where it's like heavy editing, actual scripting. Like the rants I don't even script. I actually script for those. So I try to have like a variation, and I also have my own podcast as well. And I've had some goats on 6 TG as well. Um, Mostly Naruto content, obviously. If you guys, for the guys that have been on my channel or seen my stuff, but I'm a big combat sports fan as well. I'm trying to do more like IRL power scaling, I guess you could say, if you want to call it that, with combat sports as well. But right now, mostly just Naruto. Yeah, just rants, reactions, top podcasts where we discuss, and yeah. So that's about it.
All right, pretty cool. Yeah, no, I've definitely been watching channel for a little bit now, and I've especially enjoyed the rants recently because it just feels like the most no-nonsense Naruto, I guess, like guides on YouTube. Like it's essentially an intro to power scaling in a genuine way, is what it feels like.
Yeah, it was weird because I just randomly thought about it one day. I was like, let me try it out, and seeing people enjoyed it, so I've continued. With characters that they asked me, I want to keep it controversial because if it's just like a simple, easy scale like Hashirama, it's kind of like I'm speaking to people that I already know about him. But when it's like a more controversial character like Kakuzu, we all know the Kakuzu noodles and Tobirama, which is stuff like that. So I'm trying to keep it controversial. My next one, I guess, is like before release footage. I'm gonna do Shishui next. A lot of people have been asking me to scale him to the best of my ability. So the rants, I enjoy it, and it seems that people do, thankfully. So yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Thunder God recently made like a 50-minute Shisui video, and I'm just sitting here laughing because like everyone jokes that, oh man, he's the feetless fodder filler character that no one cares about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, WTG for that. He needed his own video. Shisui needs some respect, to be honest.
Yeah, he's cool. He's just not really in any canon material, it feels like, kind of. But like, I mean, we talked off the pod about that. And it's obviously he exists and all that. And
yeah,
it's just like the disingenuous arguments, but it's still funny just to even consider them. Like people say all the time. Probably shouldn't say this at the beginning of the podcast, but like people say that like, oh, Sasuke's emo, and yeah, obviously not, or like Sakura is useless, or whatever else. But like, as wrong as it is, or especially like Neji is right, or like Obito's a simp, like these ideas,
disingenuous. Yeah.
it's just, but it's so ridiculous that it's funny. Or even like some more community driven ones, like oh, Kakuzu's raw durability. Like obviously no, but it's just funny to say, or to even like, it's like a joke almost.
I agree. Like, yeah, the Kakuzu one is just like the pivotal epitome of the like trolling, in my opinion. It's just part of the worst I've ever heard is Kakuzu versus Pain, in my opinion. But yeah, you're definitely right about like Obito being a simp or Sakura being useless. It's just mostly people that are kind of like, whether it's intentional or unintentional, they disregard like the thematic aspects behind these characters, their actual progression as characters, and just like superficially like dissect them and come to these like more so unfair conclusions. Like, oh, Obito's just a simp. That's why he did all this and almost ended the world. Like, no, it's not that simple, So, but yeah, I definitely agree with you. That's mostly what it is. It's just funny. To be honest.
I mean, like, the first thing Obito tells Kakashi is why would he care about this meaningless world? Like, he's not gonna blame Kakashi for Rin's death. I still think, to this day, a cooler line, they could have at least done in the dub, is instead of you let Rin die, I understand it completely changed, like, Obito's character or the story, just Kakashi be like, why did you do it? Obito be like, because you killed Rin. Like, that just would have hit so hard.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It would have been perfectly timed. Yeah, the Obito thing. He definitely gets disrespected for the whole ring thing. I think what mostly led to his, I guess, 180 in philosophy or ideology was Madara influencing him. With, the famous dialogue he gave him, like the trying to strive for peace is just it's pointless. Where we live in this cyclical natured shinobi world where a peace and hate are always kind of like rotating, and then the emphasis is always rotating within the shinobi world. That's what really began to manipulate Obito as a character. And to me, the Rin incident was kind of like the event that broke the camel's back. It wasn't the only catalyst for him. It was probably the last straw in his own head. But yeah, I definitely would agree that just purely just triangulating that as the only reason is definitely like either just disingenuous or like lack of knowledge on the narrative, to be honest. So I agree.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
To my understanding, the way these arguments get so popular in the first place, first of all, because they're easy to say and just funny to think about, like it's almost like a surface level basic take, except it's like still just wrong.
Media literacy
But
is dead.
media literacy,
Yeah.
that's the real answer. So, from what I understand, this is just completely my theory. But I think how this starts, all these different types of arguments, is someone with knowledge makes it in a disingenuous, funny way, like we're talking about right now. Like if I came out tomorrow and was like, "Oh, Sasuke's emo," and like no one ever said that before, I don't actually think that, obviously. But someone who has never seen Naruto before, if they hear me say that and then they start watching Naruto, going into it with that like flawed perspective, it's like a different scope.
Right.
They're it's almost like I've poisoned their mind, like contaminated their idea of this character. So going into it, they're like, huh. And so they're going to take that take with them because they've never seen the series before and they understand, well, maybe not understand, but like they like, oh man, why would he claim this if it's not true? Like they're just giving me the benefit of the doubt in that case. And this, it's almost like the filter bubble effect, but like before the fact. Like I'm forming
Right.
their opinion for them and they don't even realize it.
Right. Yeah, that's a good point. I agree, and I think what the reason why that is, why people that have knowledge have these disingenuous takes like Obito's a simp, is because shock value. Shock value presents, attention. It gives people attention, especially on social media, even on YouTube. You see like a crazy title like, "Oh, Itachi beats Madara" or something like that. It's mostly for the shock value, and I think a knowledgeable Naruto creator knows that ahead of time. They're like, "Hey, this might be crazy, but hey, the shock value will cause people to tune in." And some people come to the conclusion that any attention is good attention. I don't agree with that, but there's some people out there that definitely look at it that way, and that's how we have these crazy takes like Kakashi versus Pain and Obito's a simp, and Madara would lose to Itachi or whatever it may be. Shock value is a huge sort of incentive for that kind of thing. So I agree, definitely.
I can definitely think of at least one person in the community who thinks that any attention is good attention. Camcam knows who I'm talking about.
Dragonite.
Yeah, I gotta give my props to Daigo. He's in his bag, and I respect it.
You know what?
He knows how to play the game well.
Me too.
Yeah, definitely.
No, I saw Diagonized. I'm like, man, he uploads a lot of videos, and these are all interesting videos. Like, sure, I'll watch some of these. So he went from like one of my favorite creators to immediately my least favorite creator. Then I had him on my podcast, and then it's like, man, he's one of my favorite creators again. I know what he's doing.
Yeah, he seems really cool. He seems very he's very creative. He seems very very aware of what he's doing, and he's like, hey, this method's working. I'm making bag, and hey, I'm gonna do what I have to do, and I respect that. I think he's very talented, entertaining. He definitely knows what he's doing. So yeah, shout out to him for sure.
Low-key genius. Almost like the other end of the coin from NC Hammer. Not to start drama or anything, but it feels like he's just the opposite of that.
His business model is pretty genius. Yeah, it really is. There's a reason why he's doing so well. He's very intelligent, to be honest.
Okay, so I guess going back a little bit, going back to Kakuzu, because there's a lot of disingenuous takes here. So you have your own ways of countering these takes. I have my own. Something that I've actually never heard anyone else say. The video's not out, but I was talking to someone named Mr. Spiraling. I don't know if you know him. He's like into like the debate community as well. He does like very few videos. Not very known, but it doesn't matter. I was doing a collab with him. The video was what was it, to Hidan and Kakuzu versus, get this, Kisame and Itachi. So it's
Oh,
not
geez.
not much of a discussion there, but at least we can talk about it. So in that video, the argument I use for Kakuzu not being as strong as people say is because, well, no, he wasn't off-guarded, because that doesn't make sense based on the consistency of the narrative. We know even outside of a fight, Kakuzu is on edge. He is on guard. When Ino uses his mind transfer on the bird to like do what is it? Renaissance? Recon.
Yeah, like
Recon. Yeah, it does recon. Let's go with that.
Reconnaissance?
Sure. Yeah, that one. Yeah, and then Kakuzu, even out of a fight, is just in his normal day-to-day, turns around, chokes out the bird from like 70 meters behind him, and just continues on his merry way. So if he's able to do that to like a bird, just normally, like it's not loud, it's not big, it's not in the way, it's like he couldn't tell that it's possessed as far as I'm aware. But he couldn't hear or perceive or tell that Naruto was behind him if he's seemingly faster than Pain and all these other things.
Yeah, it's so disingenuous when that's utilized, and certain someone made that claim. But yeah, the Kakuzu thing with him getting off guarded, it's observably shown that he's aware, and logically when you deduce how that situation went, his physical reaction time wasn't sufficient to react to it, which is why he was hit by it. And on top of that, Naruto was fatigued as well. He even says you're disheveled, and observably you kind of see like the skid marks that are illustrated on fatigued characters. So it wasn't like Naruto full power versus fatigued Kakuzu. They were both fatigued, and all that just allows you to come to the conclusion that no, he's not KCM1 Naruto level. He's around Kakashi's level at this point in time, not KCM1. It's truly disingenuous, and yeah, I think it's intuitively dishonest to claim like, oh, he was off guarded, and Yugito is relative to the Yugito in the war arc, so yeah, he scales to Yugito who pressed KCM1 Naruto. Like, nah, that's not. You don't come to that conclusion when you actually genuinely dissect the narrative very like carefully. That's not the case at all, So.
Yeah. And even going on, okay, so obviously like he reacted, not reacted, but like he knew Naruto was behind him. He even started turning around. So
Yeah,
I mean, clearly he's not off guard just based on that. If he's KCM1 speed, it doesn't
Yeah,
matter if he's like
exactly.
a millimeter away from his face. He's easily blocking it at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Just the fact that people can like make these ridiculous claims, especially when Kakuzu's in a fight, not only just in a fight, but in a fight that he's taking seriously. At this point, he's acknowledged Naruto's strength. He knows how dangerous that jutsu is, or at least he has the idea that it's dangerous. It's just so ridiculous to me. It makes me wonder, what do you think is the most ridiculous or goofy or strange claim, just the most far from reality, that's absurd, that people genuinely make?
Genuinely make.
Yeah, something that's not a joke or troll, but something that people are actually arguing with, and even maybe if they win an argument with it.
Yeah, so that's a good question, actually. Honestly, probably that Tobirama. I think some people actually believe that Tobirama is faster than Jubito because of the event that happened when with the paper
The
bombs
tandem
and
paper bombs, yeah.
and the marking to teleport him behind him with the flying Raijin. I think people actually believe that, and you could actually win that if you're going against someone who's not very good rhetorically. You could win, or logically. I did a rant on that as well, dissecting why that's not the case, why Tobirama doesn't scale to Jubito whatsoever, and that the paper bombs were simply just sort of dissipated amongst his body after he hit Tobirama, rather than Tobirama being so fast that he touched him 6 times before even getting touched. It's like, come on, man.
Easily. I think you said, because I watched that rant video you did on Tobirama recently, I think you said in that video that he has to throw the tandem paper bombs. He doesn't even just place them.
Yeah, it essentially, he even states after that, like, I've had this ancillary jutsu ahead of time. It was actually meant to be used for other Edos, but obviously I'm an Edo, so it was used here today, implying that when it seems that when an Edo's hit, that paper bombs dissipate after getting attacked or getting hit by an attack. So it makes sense why they were in random locations. I even went with a physics argument. Like, I was comparing the trajectory of Hashirama and Tobirama when they were blitzed. They were both kind of being sent off in a similar trajectory. And as we know, Tobirama was on his right side, yet the paper bombs were all on his left. So why would he be going in that trajectory? You'd have to prove that he has insane levels of speed, which is literally negated by his very life. Kenningen almost killed him. Jubito later on blitzed him. It just doesn't make sense, rationally speaking. And as far as the marking, which is physically based, my theory for that is what simply happened is his hand was already around that location. If you kind of like draw what his arm would be, it would be around Jubito's armpit anyway. So simply put, when he blitzed into Tobirama, his hand was there already, and all he simply had to do was perceive that and put the marking rather than physically move his hand there. So it all explains, in my opinion, why those markings are there and the paper bombs, and it also coincides with the narrative that's told where he's obviously inferior to his brother and Madara, who are inferior to Jubito because Hashirama admits he's inferior to Jubito. So trying to imply that he's so much faster than Jubito that he could touch him 6 times prior to even being blitzed is definitely dishonest, I have to say. So yeah, but some people believe it. So
Something that I like that you said in your video was by using this argument, despite the fact that it happened, you're having to completely ignore the rest of the series that would contradict this. It's just inconsistent.
Exactly. Yeah. The way I put it was like what people do, whether it's intentionally or not, they extract substratas of the entire set of empirical evidence and just emphasize on that and that alone to create this, whether it's dishonest or just incorrect claim, such as with Tobirama. They just extract that small event, disregard his inferiority to Hashirama and Madara, disregard his Kid and Gid, attack near death experience, and just come to the conclusion, oh, he touched him 6 times prior to even being hit, yet he was blown in half. That just doesn't make sense. Even that claim alone doesn't make sense. It's oxymoronic that he'd be blown in half, but still be fast enough to touch Obito 6 times before even being hit. So it's just truly, most of the time it's dishonest, but there is some guys that actually believe he's, Jubito's speed. So yeah, it's pretty crazy.
So obviously this is like not even stable Jubito, I believe. This is unstable Jubito at this point. Yeah,
Unstable.
so that makes it even more ridiculous.
Yeah, it's ridiculous. Like another argument I made was the volatility in Obito's power from the very initiation of the war. Because what I always say is Naruto is a parallel of what Obito would have became if he was never mentally manipulated by Madara and didn't go through the Rin death experience. Naruto represents what he would have become. It's kind of like implied narratively, and he's trying to break Naruto, and we see this multiple times from White Mask to Jubito. He's trying to break his spirit to kind of justify what he's done, because I think deep down he felt guilty of the things that he's done, like the evil things he's done, like just literally starting a world war. And he was trying to break Naruto to justify that behavior. But when he saw he couldn't break him, that's when he got obviously talk no jutsu, that Jubito was no more, right? The 10 tails came out of him, Madara, and absorbed it, and there we go. So basically what that implies is volatility in his power level as well, because we see mental nerfs throughout Naruto, and it's very clear, even observably, that Jubito had a volatile power level as well. So it just makes the Tobirama claim just that much more ridiculous. So
yeah, I was watching this reading while watching a video of, okay, it's weird. This guy did a Madara fan manga, and what I really love about that fan manga is so obviously in the fan manga Madara comes back to life or whatever. He's like in this like research scientific thing, like imagine like Orochimaru's lair, except Orochimaru wasn't there, it was just some random lair. And he has to essentially warm up his body because it's all stiff or whatever. So he just starts fighting basically, and then he eventually like unlocks the Tomoe again, and then he gets to like Mangekyo abilities, and just getting stronger and stronger over time. He eventually uses the rib cage Susanoo, a little bit more than that. Just not the full Susanoo, but he uses that to eventually leave, and then he goes on to, in this manga, fight Ishiki using his Rinnegan abilities and all this stuff.
Oh,
but I just love the progression and power, regardless of what you think about that ending part. Just starting off like using his hands essentially, and then just warming up to like using Fireball, Fire Style Jutsu, or whatever. Just the slow progression to what he should be at his full peak, because he can't just access that right off the gate immediately.
Right. Yeah, exactly. There's definitely volatility in power levels. Even when it comes to scaling, situations greatly matter when you're trying to scale characters. The best sort of parameters to establish for a character is if they're bloodlusted and want to kill. That's them like at their best. That's what most people agree to when they enter like a power scaling discussion. But yeah, I agree. Like it's cool to see sort of realism in the story as far as like, oh, this guy is not just always at peak power. His power fluctuates depending on his mental state, his physical state. Is he fatigued? Does he have an injury? Is he having mental doubts like Obito in the war? Or was he distraught like Minato when he saw Obito and found out he was evil in the war? So yeah, I definitely agree that I like that aspect as well, like the way that's done, even in Naruto. So
yeah. Camcam knows I'm not saying something specific about Obito having doubts there, but we'll just move on to a different thing. Because I have a take there that you probably wouldn't like, but it's my take
Yeah.
anyways.
Nobody
Yeah.
likes it. It's very unpopular because he's crazy.
I'm crazy. Yeah. Yeah.
He's the
Basically,
only one.
yeah, basically, we don't have to talk on it, but my take there is that Naruto's a gaslighting girl. What was it? Gatekeeping girl boss.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Gaslighting,
Oh.
gatekeeping, girl boss.
Yeah. So Naruto's a terrorist. That's the end of that discussion, though. All right, moving on.
wow.
All right. So.
I think you mean he's a what is it? A revolutionary? What is it called? I think that's what it's called.
Contrarian? I don't know what you're talking about. Oh.
No. I can't remember what it's
Anyways.
called. Forget it. I'm tired.
Bonehead, knuckleheaded, hyperactive number one ninja. All of that. Knucklehead mixed Spazatron, SpongeBob style. All right, moving on though. So, something that you were saying though, like using the like, I forget what you said, like the variability in their strength. They're like different levels of full power. I think that's very important, especially when people like ignore the rest of the series to make a claim, such as if one character speed blitzes one character, but then that other character turns around and speed blitzes them later on. Well, you can't just use one or the other. Clearly, they're relative if they're able to speed blitz each other. Just because you're relative doesn't mean you can't be speed blitzed.
Exactly.
Like
Yeah.
people just don't understand that. I don't understand how people don't understand that. Like,
Yeah, they think that it's like black and white. They don't see the nuance and detail when it comes to like combatants and Naruto or any fictional battle-based anime. Like it's not black and white. It's not like, oh, he got blitzed by him, so he's above him. Like no, it could be the antithesis. That guy could blitz him, and that just establishes relativity, and it still doesn't negate that they can blitz each other. Even relative levels of speed can blitz the other under the right circumstance, of course. So I agree. People don't seem to understand that a lot of the time. I see as well. So
been scrolling through all your videos and I finally hit the bottom. Freaking 680 videos is crazy.
oh yeah, man. I've been on the grind for a couple years.
You've been busy.
Yeah, the way I look at it is like my strategy, I guess, on YouTube is experimentation. Obviously, consistency, as you can tell by how many videos I have, and just seeing what works. You know, my channel actually started as just a basic reaction channel. I probably did all those videos because they're terrible, but it started as reactions and stuff like that. But then I started scaling, and I saw Swag stuff, Six's stuff, and people seemed to enjoy it, so I just stuck to that. But eventually, once I have like more original videos, I'll probably start to remove some, just to kind of like shorten up the catalog a little bit. But yeah, I do have a lot of videos on there.
Yeah, you got to find your like perfect niche. It seems like.
Exactly. It's harder. It's harder for others, and it's easier for others. You know, depends on luck. Obviously, is a part of it. But you know how intelligent you are, how like aware you are of yourself, like what your skills, your weaknesses are, what you are knowledgeable in, what your rhetoric is like. It's just as you do it more often, you start to become aware of those things. At first, it's like you don't know what you're doing. Like, I didn't know what I was doing at first either. I was like, I'm just gonna try this, see if it works. As you keep making videos, you learn, so that's the way I've approached it. So,
and I know a lot of the bigger YouTubers, what they'll do, for example, I think Dream did this. He just privated like his top 10 worst videos, like view wise, and then that's what actually led to his channel blowing up.
yeah,
because like those videos like essentially don't count anymore. It's like if the worst performing videos that are tanking your channel just aren't on your channel, essentially your channel just naturally just gets boosted in the algorithm. Essentially, it's crazy.
Exactly. Yeah, to learn the nature of the algorithm is another whole thing too, like how you could exploit it, how you can maximize like how the algorithm functions. It's a whole art. Like it takes time, experience, patience as well. You know, you have to take on the chin when a video does poorly, especially one that you work hard on. Like you're just like, oh man, it didn't work. You just kind of got to scratch. You kind of just scratch it out, try something else, learn from those mistakes, kind of like evolve. And then as you do that, your channel evolves, becomes better and better. And if you're lucky, you start to build some traction. And so it's a whole art form. It really is kind of like any other business, to be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and it
fair
always
enough.
takes a while for businesses to perform well. So
Yeah.
it's not gonna, of course, happen like right away. It takes time.
Exactly.
So,
Yeah, exactly. The way I approach it, the way I approach life in general, like business and everything, is like the most practical and pragmatic way possible. I try to like formulate a method that I deem will give me the highest statistical probability. And the truth is, YouTube is very difficult when you look at the odds of actually like monetizing yourself and then also making it a living, which is even more difficult. So You just gotta be very methodical, I'd say, in my opinion, to become more efficient in a business that's so volatile like this one. So
Yeah, for sure, definitely.
yeah.
Yeah, I got a degree in business, business associates, bachelor's or whatever.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, so it's definitely a ton of knowledge beyond just like accounting or finance or whatever. It's just knowing business strategy in general, just strategy of
Yeah.
marketing and all sorts of different things. Um, Definitely, I think the algorithm is huge, but I think just understanding and being aware of the audience is also important.
Right. Yeah. Like marketability, knowing how to appeal to the specific audience you're intending to create content for. I agree. Like you do got to be aware of that, and if you are, you tend to have more success as opposed to someone that's kind of just winging it and just throwing videos up. So I agree completely. There's several factors you got to be aware of to maximize success. Like I say, so.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think anyone can do it. It's free information as well. I think being a successful YouTuber is easy. It's the human element, and we all are human, that holds us back because it would just be making content that we don't want to make. And doing that in the
Right.
long term is unsustainable. I think in my business classes, obviously, it's like very arguable. People have different opinions, and even then, the answer can just vary. But I think like the difference between short term and long term was, for the most part, people determined was around 4 years. So if you do something for 4 years in terms of a business sense, you are working with like the long term mindset, everything beyond that point.
Right. Yeah, I agree, and I think just in general, especially like the younger generation, they tend to want things. In my opinion, they tend to want things like now rather than later. So it's very like in comparison to older people that have more experience and stuff. It's less rare. It's less common, I should say, that younger people will be willing to go 3, 4, 5 years to invest their time into something. If they don't see like rewards immediately, they're kind of like, I'm out. And I've seen that a lot, not just on YouTube but in general. Like um, that just comes with having to learn patience. That's how you override that sort of urge, I guess you could say, for immediate gratification. So I
For
agree.
sure. And especially
Yeah.
with just so many ways to get dopamine or to be distracted
Yep.
nowadays, it's just, we've been preconditioned to just bypass
Agree.
all of that.
I completely agree. Yeah, social media, the internet. Literally, you can go on your phone, go to Uber, get food, it'll be there in 10 minutes. Like the immediate gratification is so easy now. Our dopamine systems are so adapted to that when your brain comes to the realization you have to actually work for something. Usually, the default mode is, oh man, I don't want to do this. So I'm so used to just ordering something off of Amazon. I'll be here today or whatever. So I agree completely. We're conditioned that way, especially in today's world. So I
Yeah,
do agree.
at
Yeah.
least like I work for like my family's business, and my dad's a stonemason, and
Yeah.
so he worked on his business for probably like, I want to say 5 or 6 years before it started like making business, gaining traction. And so like my dad started making like 3 figures after that, and
Yeah.
or six
Yeah.
figures. I don't know why I keep saying 3 figures. I'm dumbass. Anyway, started making 6 figures, and like man, like they're nowadays like it's hard work, hard on the
Oh yeah.
body,
Yep.
working out in the hot sun. I live in Texas. And so trying to get young guys, I'm like 28, and so like trying to get young guys out there to work, like guys in their early 20s, is like a pain in the ass. Trying to find like young guys to work out in the heat. They stay out there for like a week and then like leave.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. That definitely makes sense. The younger guys tend to, just be less incentive or harder to incentivize to like work in the long run. They need like immediate gratification, and uh, that just has to do with the internet age we're in. I think, in my opinion, like everything just comes so easily now. Information, what you want literally to eat, what clothes you want, can all like it's at the tip of your fingers basically because of the internet. So that's usually why they get conditioned to not want to work for something that's that will reward you long term. Unfortunately, so I agree. It's crazy.
I
Yeah,
think
definitely. So
there's
everything just takes time and patience, and
Yeah.
you can't just have everything you want right away, and you know, and things will flourish if you just wait for them to come, and if you work hard enough. And it is
Exactly.
rewarding for all these things to come to you, and once you realize that like I've worked so hard for this and now I'm seeing the rewards.
I
So,
agree. Yeah, it definitely. you kind of gotta have to accept the process that's necessary to get what you want. And a lot of people don't want to accept the process that's required, and they rather just not even try. Like, why? I don't want to go through the process. So I agree. It does take time, especially business. It takes
Yeah.
several years in most cases to actually break even, at least. So
Yeah, exactly.
yeah.
To be fair, I think there's a really easy and obvious answer for the explanation of why this happens. I think it's just natural, considering the standard of society itself has shifted. And so, because of that, the
Yeah.
world around us, we expect something different because the world expects something different of us. In the past,
Yeah.
it was expected of these people who are old now to work for something for their long-term satisfaction so that they can be happy later on in life. They'll do the
Yep.
sacrifices now, they'll do what needs to be done now for the hope or promise of a better future. But we're seeing now these young kids, including myself and us or whatever, that
Yep.
didn't necessarily pan out for all of them, or that hope, that guarantee isn't guaranteed. And so if it's not going to work out for them, especially with the shifts in society to where, oh, people are becoming more millionaires now more than ever before, and we just see all these success stories of people getting this end success, their long-term happiness in the short term, it's preconditioning us to desire that now. We don't want to put in that several years of work if we don't have to do it.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, and I think we all need to realize though that's like it's not gonna happen to us. Like I think all of us are just kind of average Joes, and I think
Yeah.
we just need to kind of, I guess, kind of accept reality and be like, okay, let's put into perspective what my life is like and what I can do, like what can I do right now, kind of
Yeah.
thing.
Exactly. Yeah. I
And and
think.
and then of course, like if you can later become a millionaire, then like great. But
Yeah.
like let's chill out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I think a lot of young kids, what they see mostly are the success stories after the process is done. Like they see a streamer making millions or athlete making millions. They see the final product. They don't see the process though that was required of these people, or business that's booming or something like that. So my philosophy, I guess, is that the greater the thing you want to achieve is, unfortunately, the harder it's going to be, and probably the longer it's going to be to achieve that. And that just comes with the territory for most people in a general case, unless you're just lucky, which I wouldn't bank on if I were even the average Joe. It's very unlikely
Yeah.
that you're lucky and you're a millionaire tomorrow or something like that. So
Yeah.
I would say be aware of what comes with a lofty goal. And to me, that gives you the best statistical chance of success on a balance of probabilities. That's the way I look at that kind of thing, I guess.
Looking at the over-encompassing society here, I think the problem with that sort of mindset is that it just doesn't apply to the human conditions. Humans just
Yeah.
instinctually don't have those thoughts just deep down in their heart. So like the
Right.
lottery, it's not successful now. It's always been successful. Regardless of the societal shift, it was popular back then, it's popular now. I don't know if it's
Yeah.
increased or decreased over time, but that's not the what
I'm
matters.
not
The
sure.
point is that it
Yeah.
is still successful. And are we going to
Yeah.
win it? Oh, no, we're like 17 times more likely to be struck by lightning. But the point
Literally.
We're more
the
likely to get bit by a shark,
the
Yeah.
shit
point
like that.
is that we could. And with our lives being more and more comfortable, people being more and more complacent, it's understandable that they will take that 1 in a trillion risk, that chance, because they're not losing anything by going after it. Realistically, they are. But like at this point, like their bare minimum is so high that they're just comfortable living at rock bottom, essentially. Whereas in the past, it's impossible. They'd be homeless, they'd be starving, they wouldn't have
Right.
reliable water, all this other stuff.
Yeah. That's a good point. And essentially, you can even argue, like you said, regardless of time, something like the lottery's always worked. It even comes down to like our own biology. Like humans have a dopamine system. And the reason we do is for rewards to be cast upon you when you achieve something, and that reinforces that behavior. For example, so what's happening now is not only is our biology like giving us these, I guess, these the default cases, but also society itself now, the internet, social media, the end product being like the only main thing emphasized on social media. Those are only reinforcing our already organic like biology to want to get things now in the now. And like you said, the bare minimum in Western civilizations is so high that the incentive to work hard long term really isn't there. Like you still have the majority of people still have like internet. They still have Uber Eats. They still have the phone. They don't really have desperation. I guess you could say desperation is what really drives like hard work for a long period of time. And in a first world country, or for example, that's just not really the case anymore, especially amongst young people. That's
Yeah,
all they
and I
know.
guess like I'm thinking with like with my dad's case. By the time my dad was my age, he had 5 kids and a
Yeah.
wife, and so like it was either you work hard, to support. And my mom was disabled at this time, like you either work hard, so your family can eat, so you don't starve and your kids and your wife don't die, or you die. So like
Yeah.
yeah, and a lot of people our age now don't have kids and are not married, at
Hmm.
our age. So like yeah,
Exactly.
then it just makes sense why like you don't really need to work as hard anymore.
Yeah,
You don't have
it's
kids,
kind
don't
of
have
like the
we don't have work.
saying, like I don't know who said it, but it was like tough times make no, it's hard times make hard men make soft times, and then soft times make soft men. And it's like a cyclical nature. Like
Yeah.
Yeah.
we're in the part where hard men are making soft times, and soft times are making our generation basically. So it's
Yeah.
basically what it is, and it's true because you're seeing it like soft times de-incentivize people to work harder. So it's really what that is. And kind of correlating this to anime, that's why a lot of people didn't like Boruto early on. He was born with a silver
Mhm.
spoon in his mouth. His father already saved the earth.
I get
And
Boruto.
yeah,
Like
so it's like he was a little bratty when it first started, always whining about his dad not being there, despite having both his parents, despite being a prodigy, despite being in the arguably the most peaceful time in Shinobi history prior to the Sutsuki, and his dad literally being the deterrent to evil within the world, being the strongest Shinobi on Earth. That's another reason why a lot of people didn't appeal to Boruto specifically, or Uzumaki, because he was like, oh, this guy whines, yet he has it all, and that kind of like I guess depicts and illustrates young people today. Young people are like, oh, we have it all, yet we don't work as hard. A lot of like not very grateful kids out there, stuff like that. So correlating that to Boruto, it just brought that up in my mind.
I
So
guess I guess the way I kind of saw Boruto was that it is very normal for a child to feel that, because I worked in daycare. I was an early childhood educator for 6 years.
yeah,
And so like nowadays a lot of parents are not home with their children because they do have to normally both parents have to work like like
right,
jobs. It's very
yeah,
difficult. And like Naruto was never home. He was never home. He dropped his daughter, sent a shadow clone home, okay, for his daughter's birthday, and dropped the birthday cake. Like, oh,
literally,
like how much of a deadbeat dad can you be? Like, I'm so sorry. My daddy would never do that to me, okay? And
yeah,
so like and and so I can understand why Boruto has so much resentment towards his father, because his father was never physically there for him. And so like I do understand why Boruto has so much like almost hatred for his dad. And so
right,
like
no,
Boruto cheated at the cheating exams, and that was his way of like he wanted his dad to notice him so bad. And children act out so they can get their dad or their parents to notice them. Very common. Like all of this, I'm like, this is exactly the way children act to get attention. So
oh yeah,
like and to me, like you hear manga artists all the time say that like they don't spend enough time at home, they don't see their kids enough either. So they might have been relating it back to their own experiences, not being home all the time with their kids. So like
yeah,
that's kind of the way I saw it, at least. So yeah.
yeah. That's a good point. Yeah, I mean, when you're a child and your parents always gone, I guess inevitably you're gonna start to resent them. You're gonna feel like, oh, he's abandoning me or whatever. So that is true. But like it seems like to the audience, like most of the audience, with the reason they didn't like him, they thought he was spoiled or whatever. But yeah, that's
It's
also
because
true though.
it's because the audience media literacy is dead, and the
Agreed.
audience doesn't have kids and has never worked with children. So yeah,
Yeah, and all they're used to is
which is
Naruto's.
understandable.
Yeah, like what's still fresh in their mind is like Naruto's horrible trials in comparison to like,
Oh yeah,
oh, Boruto doesn't have his dad. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Like, yeah, it definitely they don't. They're looking at it superficially with
yeah,
bias on
but
top of that.
and the thing is too, Naruto never sat down and talked to Boruto and tried to tell him like, this is my life story. This is what I had to go through. I have worked so hard to achieve my dreams. He never sat down and tried to tell Boruto this. Kind of gets him
Yeah.
to understand, like, this is why I'm not home so much. Like, my dad was always out working. He wasn't home, you know, often. And so, like, my dad, and I totally understood because my dad sat me down and told me, like, I'm working all the time, so you guys can eat, but when he was there, he was there. And
Yeah.
so, Naruto could have done that, but of course, Naruto didn't have a dad. So how was Naruto kind of supposed to know how to do that? He didn't,
Naruto says that
you
himself.
know?
He tells, I think Hinata, that he's worried that he can't be a good dad to Boruto because
Yeah.
he doesn't know what a good dad is
Right.
because of Minato.
Yeah, and so this is a learning experience for him too. You're gonna make mistakes as a first time parent,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
and so once Boruto knows and like kind of understands Naruto's childhood, then of course he's like, okay, now I understand like how important Dad's journey has been. I understand how important Dad's job is, so he doesn't hold that resentment against him anymore. So yeah,
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Basically, what happened was like the first time he really got a taste of what his dad really does was when like Momo invaded with Kinshiki, and he was carrying like he had to use his own Nine Tails Tracker to stop the giant like bomb that he was gonna drop on Konoha, and then he saw his dad firsthand. He's like, okay, this is what he's doing. That's why he's not home. But yeah, you're right. Prior to that, he never like really talked to him about it or really told him, hey, I have to protect the world. He would just not be there. So yeah, you're definitely right about that. Like he could have sat with him probably sooner and really tried to tell him why he really isn't present. So that's true. And yeah.
so yeah. So the key here is just like communication. Communication is
Yeah,
key. With
exactly.
your kids, with your family, nephews, nieces. Like I have tons of nephews and nieces,
Yeah.
cousins. So yeah. So like I totally got it. So when I kind of heard this feedback from like the audience, I'm like, why don't you guys understand? Like I don't get it, And so
Yeah.
like kind of so once you kind of like break it down to people who like are young, don't have kids, like they're like, oh, okay, yeah, I can kind of understand now. But they're
Yeah.
still stuck on like their hero Naruto being treated badly. It's
Yeah,
just they
exactly.
can't see past that, like you were
Right.
saying. So yeah.
Yeah. It's just
Yeah,
bias mostly. Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
completely agree. The most funny thing about this, I think Trippy articulated it best in his recent video. He said that people hate all of Boruto because Boruto's a brat at the beginning when it gets resolved in the same arc. Like that's the
Yes. Oh my
point of
god.
the arc, and then it just never. It's so crazy.
It's just like goes over their head. Like they're so fixated on how he treated Naruto, they just don't like even see it. It seems like they're so biased about it, which I get. Naruto's one of the greatest manga of all time, but like you gotta remove your bias eventually. So I agree. It's like just you try to use some objective lenses this time. you know.
Yeah. Put your thinking caps on, guys. It's not
Yeah.
good.
But
Yeah. Exactly.
even then, Boruto being a brat, I don't want to say it's not the point of the first arc, but it's almost like not the scope, not the focus from like the narrative sense. In a
Mhm.
way, setting the overarching themes in the same way that
Oh yeah.
Zabuza and Haku set the focus for the rest of the show. It established Naruto's ninja way. It gave Naruto the purpose, the drive to achieve what he wants to achieve, rather than just
Yep.
randomly having goals. He now has a clear, direct journey in front of him because of the first arc, the overarching themes established through Zabuza and Haku. In the same way, Naruto and Sasuke established the overarching themes for Boruto through their bet. Will the soul of the shinobi persist? And through Boruto, we get our answer. Yes, it will. Now that we know that it will, how will it persist? Why will it persist? I guess when will it persist? That not necessarily not where either. But what's the fifth
Yeah.
question people ask? If, well, I guess that answers that.
Yep.
So yeah, it will persist, but what journeys, what obstacles will present in the way of Boruto to see if the soul of a shinobi will no longer persist? In fact, we know that doesn't happen because of the time skip. Kawaki says Boruto, Age of Shinobi's over. Boruto says I'm still a shinobi. So clearly the soul of the shinobi is still persisting. But the point is focusing on Boruto in this new age, this new generation, to see about the soul of the shinobi. Well, what even is a shinobi? We got that answered at the end of Naruto, technically. We got it answered
Yep.
throughout, but we got it like solidified, cemented in stone through Sasuke's resolve at the end of Naruto, what a shinobi is. These same questions that he's asking after he sees Itachi's Edo Tensei end, where he goes to Hashirama, asks what is a village, what is a shinobi. Well, Naruto awakens his eyes, I guess, opens his eyes to the truth of what a shinobi is, and through Naruto's journey is we get that paid off. Naruto's journey is paid off through Sasuke's answer. This is what a shinobi is, and that question is essentially re-asked in Boruto. Well, what is a shinobi?
Right.
Will this shinobi, this idea of a shinobi that I have, that I came to through your journey, will that persist? And will it persist in the next generation? And seeing that journey, not only through the first arc, having that established there, but throughout all of Boruto, is the point of Boruto, essentially.
Exactly. Yeah, that's a good point. I always say this too, like on my videos and even podcasts. Like, there's a constant ideological clash in Boruto. Like, one side being, like you said, the shinobi way, with Naruto literally being the epitome illustration of what a shinobi is with his story, and Boruto seems to adopt that. Especially with the Momoshiki incident, when they fight Momo and fuse Momo, and what the Atsuki represent is the antithesis to that. They represent, oh, you don't need to work hard. You can be, we're handed God-given power, and that's enough to, you know, to override the shinobi way. And Boruto's trying to defend his father's honor, the shinobi way. And I think Kawaki at first, this is why I think he's so well written. At first, he seemed to slowly be adopting that philosophy as well. Like, you know, Naruto seemed like a father figure, etc. But then he saw Jigen, and Jigen represented this obstacle that he himself thought, oh, I don't think even Naruto shinobi way is enough, and it wasn't. He ended up, you know, Jigen beat them down really badly the first time. Then he was in his Ishiki form. Naruto had to sacrifice Kurama to defeat him, and now he's sealed. And Kawaki's conclusion is, oh, that shinobi way doesn't work anymore. These gods they don't succumb to that way, so I have to exterminate the Otsutsuki, and unfortunately, I have to exterminate the shinobi way, so I have to seal Naruto and even kill Boruto. So because Momo's inside of him, so there's this constant like ideological clash, and I think that time skip that we see at the very beginning is like a representation of that. Like you said, Kawaki says the way of the shinobi's dead, but Boruto kind of refutes that and says, no, I'm still a shinobi, kind of like implying that the shinobi way is within him, even if theoretically the whole world's like gone, which it kind of seems, at least Konoha seems gone based off the stone faces being destroyed. So you're definitely right about that, and that's been really well done so far. The ideological clash between the shinobi way and sort of like the easy path to power, God-given ability, Tsutsuki way, I guess you could say. So I agree for sure.
Yeah. I'm really glad that you brought up Kawaki, because in the same way that Sasuke was an embodiment of the world's hatred, the curse of the shinobi world, in that same way, Kawaki also represents the antithesis of that idea. Kawaki does essentially embody that ideal. Shinobi are irrelevant. It's not just Kawaki, it's the world itself. We've seen it shift away from the shinobi, more towards scientific ninja technology, especially through characters like Denki in the anime. But even like in the Mujina Bandits arts, through the Feudal Lord, we see, okay, the shinobi system going on missions, it's not sustainable anymore. It's not economic. They can't thrive like they used to. They don't go to war. The peaceful era it makes shinobi irrelevant. Himawari doesn't have to be a ninja anymore. Yeah, and so people like Tento, where the will of a shinobi is to endure, it's not about that anymore. It's almost like being a shinobi itself has inherently changed, considering society changed. Shinobi aren't necessary for society anymore.
Exactly. It's kind of like going back to what we were talking about before, like hard times create hard men, hard times create soft times create soft men. So essentially, at the beginning of Boruto, we're seeing those soft times. We see people like you said, Himawari doesn't need to be a ninja; she doesn't want to. Like, probably, while conversely, during Naruto's era, you kind of had no choice. Like, oh, you're gonna be in the academy, you got to pass, you got to go to the tuning exams where you could even die. Like, the soft times have created a new shinobi, I guess you could say, which lack conviction in comparison, which lack ambition and even skill, besides the obvious higher, echelon of combatants like Boruto himself. So I agree with that completely, and I think as far as Boruto and Kawaki, like you said, does represent the antithesis, and he even gave it a chance early on, when Naruto kind of was appealing to him emotionally as like a father figure, but then he saw, like you said, the world itself is telling him that it doesn't work anymore, with Jigen beating down Sasuke and Naruto, Ishiki beating down Konoha when they try to, like, Lee and all those guys try to get to him. It's just the world itself is telling him, and Naruto might have good intentions, but his way doesn't work anymore, and hard times made. What's funny is we're getting back to hard times again. The plot twist was hard times for Boruto, which is why he's been hardened by war and by whatever else he experienced for 3 years with the plot twist. So it kind of just displays that cyclical nature does exist, and that's why some people think that Madara was right or whatever, which is a whole nother tangent. But yeah, it's
Yeah, that is
crazy.
another tangent. Yeah, I completely
Yeah.
agree.
Yeah, that's Oodie.
Yeah.
Oodie thinks
yeah.
Madara's right.
I have 200
After
page
his
thesis.
birthday, I got him a lot of Madara themed items.
But like we were saying, it's a different tangent. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So still,
Madara, it's like a whole moral dilemma. Like, what comes first, someone's free will or perfect peace? It's like you can make the argument for both sides. Like, what's the point of free will if they're still suffering? Or conversely, you could say, what's the point of perfect peace if humans can't decide for themselves? It's a moral dilemma that will probably be never ending. Morality is very gray once you get to that level of nuance. So it's crazy. Madara, there's definitely an argument for him being right and not being right for sure. So
I don't think people that aren't able to sustain themselves get the right to their own choices. So, for example,
Right.
the Rain Village, not only did it collapse under its own self, Sauron would disagree based on the novels, whatever, but not only that, but it arguably led to the destruction of the entire world. It's harming other people through Kara. It was the perfect, I guess,
Right.
breeding spot for Kara. And so, no, I don't think they should have been allowed to just reject Naruto helping them. At that point, they're not only a threat to themselves, but to everyone.
right, kind of the idea of a rabid dog that has to be put down or put in check. That does make sense. I think on an individual level, I do think even in the real world, for example, a felon, they don't really have rights anymore. They lost them because they're they are deemed as unsociable and damn near irredeemable individuals. So I do agree. As far as on an individual level, once you reach a certain point in malevolence, I do agree that you shouldn't have the right anymore to really choose. You're a harm to not only yourself but others. So I do agree, on an individual level, that they should be restrained or restricted at the very least. So I do agree with that.
Yeah, Camcam, what's that one word that I think starts with A? It's not auction. It's not adversary. It's like the free will. What is it? I'm taking away their not adjective, not adverb. What is it, Camcam?
Oh, I don't know.
They're Australian. No, that's not it. They're applesauce. No. Come on, Camcam. I know you got this. Astrology? No. It's what is it? It's their you got it, Camcam. Come on. What's the word?
With an A.
Brittany says it all the time.
I don't know. Hold on.
You got this. All right.
They're let's see. Authority? No, I don't know.
Not authority. That's a good idea. That's close.
Yeah.
Autonomy?
Autonomy. That's it.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't even have to look it up.
You.
I'm so good.
Yeah. So
I
why?
do this for him all the time.
So explain to me, Camcam, why does the Rain Village deserve their autonomy?
Because I don't know. Because everybody deserves their own autonomy.
Okay, considering what I said about it's not only unsustainable itself, but the world itself, it's a threat to the world.
The Rain Village right now, as it stands in Boruto.
Yeah, they allowed Kara to exist.
Well, the Rain Village is an unstable country, right? I guess it could be considered a third world country at this point. So they can get another bigger country involved to help them out, I guess.
Okay, well there you
And
go.
to work with them. So
But that's essentially Madara's ideology. He's taking away their autonomy because they don't have the right, because they don't have the ability or knowledge. Okay, but if the country doesn't want that, if they completely, entirely reject it without compromise, then you do have to force their hand. There is no other option at that point. If anything, at that point, it's preventing a war before it starts. It's more merciful to be less merciful in this case. You're ending a conflict before it even begins. Less lives will be lost. The more swift, the more forceful you take these actions.
Yeah, yeah. It's kind of like that. It's this one philosopher. Last name's Kant, and he has like this
Yeah.
Kantianism sort of system where they sort of determine decisions based off net morality, like what's considered the highest moral good decision. So yeah, I do agree. Like on an individual level, even in our real world, like prisons and things like that are necessary for the overall net good of the world. I guess, for example, like a felon, like there's more higher net good out of incarcerating them as opposed to just letting them be sentient beings and continuing their malevolence. So I do agree, like on a individual level, even a group level, at times it's necessary for the greater good of like humanity to to remove freedom from those kind of like malevolent characters. So I do agree.
I mean, but then my thing is too, like, in real life, like we've seen bigger country, because I'm thinking, well, maybe a bigger country getting involved isn't a good idea, or like a bigger force
Yep.
getting involved isn't a good idea, because then we have like what is it called? Because then we have bigger countries that take people's autonomy away, and what that country fights back, and then there's more bloodshed
Right. Yep.
than necessary.
In
Yeah.
this case,
know.
it's not about being a bigger country. It's about having more knowledge, more experience, more ability to make the correct decision in all
Sure,
regards.
who's to say that that person involved has more knowledge?
Well, that would just be objective at that point. And so it just go on a
Yeah.
case by case
There is no
basis.
objective.
No, there is in this case. In this case, it's a hypothetical, so we would just be going based on that because we're not referring to any specific example, not even a real world example.
So in this hypothetical, the person is
Let's change here.
morally
I'll give you the hypothetical. Let's change it from
okay. Okay,
country
give it
to
to me again.
people. All right. So let's say you're on a cliff with another person. That person is blind and they're walking in a straight direction. They're walking towards the cliff. They don't know that, but if you stop them and they refuse, they don't care. They don't believe the cliff's there. Is it right to just let them wander off the cliff because they want to? Or is it okay to take away their autonomy?
I would say, yeah, you stop them, but like if they resist and you're like, okay, fucking walk off the cliff, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, see, I don't think that would be right, especially
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's. I'm
well,
kind of trying to phrase
because
this
again,
like,
they don't want to walk off the cliff. They just don't know it's there. They're blind to the cliff. But they want to walk in that direction for whatever reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Like
then it would be okay, right, to stop them.
Yeah. Because like
But there's no way. But they're still going to. For whatever, they're not going to believe you, right? When you
yeah,
stop them.
well, exactly. They're
not
gonna
believe
put
you.
up resistance.
They're going to continue to resist
Yeah, that's natural. That's
until they
human
walk
instinct.
in that direction off the cliff, right?
But human instinct isn't perfect. We can't rely on that. So we can't allow others to rely on that either.
What is that supposed to mean? I'm confused.
We should not allow that person to walk off the cliff because they desire to do so. Well, they don't desire to do this, but because they desire to walk in that direction. And we should not allow them to do so just because they resist. Because that's just natural. That's just their human urge. They were born with a desire to resist in that case.
Then I would say, I don't know. I would just say you can't stop them.
Well, you can
Like
in
they're
this
just gonna
case.
if they're gonna continue resisting you, and they're like, no, there is no cliff. There is no cliff. I'm gonna walk in that direction. I have to walk in that direction and be like, okay, fine. I mean, I tried to tell you. Peace out. Bye.
Yeah, see, I would not see that as moral. I would see that as almost giving up or accepting the negativity of the world.
I mean, I'm just accepting that that's kind of the way life goes, you know?
It's you knowing that they will collapse, in this case fall off the cliff. You're allowing them to harm themselves when they don't know or want to be harmed.
They obviously do want to be harmed if you're telling them. And then let's say
Well, in this case, they just don't believe
other
you.
people, let's say, okay, in this hypothetical, let's say like 5 other people get involved and try to tell them that, yeah, lady, there was a cliff there. Like, I am a witness. Like, I am a third party. Like, not biased. Like, there is a cliff there and this person just saved your life. And they're like, no, 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 no. And you just, okay, well, fine.
Yeah, people are stubborn, but that doesn't mean you allow their stubbornness to win, because stubbornness is negative itself. It's inherently just negative.
I don't really mean stubborn is totally negative.
In this case, it absolutely is.
I would just let him walk off the cliff.
See, but that's negative. Even though it's not you, someone's being harmed. And you're allowing someone to be harmed. You're being a bystander in that case.
Yeah. Oh, well.
An active one, but still. Okay, let's change it. Instead of just a cliff, they're walking onto a nuke button. And so them and everyone around them will just be obliterated. And no one wants to be obliterated. They just don't believe the nuke button is there. They're just going to continue walking until they walk over it. Is it then okay to bind them? You have the power, the ability. You have straps to just tie them to a chair or whatever. Is that ethical?
To bind them, to stop them.
Just to stop them. It doesn't matter how. Bind them, shoot them. Not shoot them, but like just stop them is the point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, because they're harming others. They're not just harming themselves. They're gonna harming other people. So yeah.
Well, in this case, the Rain Village should be stopped then. Regardless if you think them allowing themselves to collapse themselves is ethical or not, which I would disagree, you would agree, but that's fine. That doesn't matter. The point is that they did foster Kara, which is a world-ending threat.
Yeah.
I would say Kara could have happened in any other location as well. I mean, the reason
it could have, and it
Kara
did.
Also have like
in the Land of Snow, yeah,
well.
they have many places, but that's not the point.
So like, it could have happened anywhere.
So, no, I don't think it could have happened anywhere. It couldn't have happened in Konoha, for example. It was impossible for it to take place there.
I know. I think it would be pretty easy to disguise a terrorist organization in a very bustling, busy city. But I don't know.
Not one that has the Yamanaka clan's stop
area.
The
Yamanaka Jujutsu seems kind of useless in Boruto. I'm just saying.
I don't know what you're talking about there. It immediately detected Delta the moment she entered.
Yeah, but okay.
It's only useless against Kashinkoshi.
But okay.
Or Obito.
Like, again, but people are imperfect, so my worry is when you're getting somebody else involved is like, are they going to harm the people? Like, how are they going to stop them? Can we really trust the bigger nation to keep everything under control? In that case, you would need like a third party who has like no stake in the game to keep an eye on things, which then like a UN, you know? Yeah. I would be okay with it if there was a UN involved.
In this case, it's not about being perfect. It's about being more knowledgeable. So you have more knowledge than that person that cliff is there. For all you know, it's a mirage. It might not actually be there, but they can't even see whether it's real or a mirage in the first place. At least you have the ability to see it. So it's not about perfect knowledge or being perfect. It's just about who's the most capable. Who has the best answer, and who should have the best answer. Who's the most reliable, the most consistent based on their experience.
Yeah, morality is... I think there's a sort... There's obviously like aspects of morality that are black and white to the majority of modern civilization, like murder. Obviously, the vast majority of people would say that was wrong in the general case. And once you triangulate more nuance discussions, like for example the ones we're having now, it becomes much more gray. Like the one you said, like, what should you let the blind guy walk all the way to the cliff, or should you stop him? Like, I think the best way to approach morality is like a system of like checks and balances. Obviously, that system could vary from, you know, someone's arbitrary metric system. But I would say it seems when it comes to at least modern society, people like when it comes to the individual level, they're more okay with restricting freedom. Like, for example, a felon. But when it comes to an entire nation where there's a collective consciousness, it seems people are more hesitant to allow restrictions of freedom on that level. Like, for example, if the U.S. decided to like restrict some random thing that we're like something that we're not allowed to do anymore. Like they would be more, I guess, distraught by that as opposed to, oh, this felon, this guy committed a crime and now he can't vote anymore, something like that. It seems that's the general consensus amongst society. But again, morality is so it becomes extremely ambiguous the deeper you kind of dive into it. As far as like the blind man walking to the cliff example, I would say you probably do have to stop them, because if you analyze yourself and analyze the blind man, morally speaking, they're limited in their ability to make a decision. And I guess essentially they have a disability, so they can't make the decision rationally because they are unable to due to a physical limitation. So the highest, I guess, net good would be to save them despite their disagreement with you, because almost objectively you have less limitation upon yourself because you have eyes that work, unlike the blind man. But where it gets more like, I would say, ambiguous would be like, at what point should a superpower nation stop a smaller nation from, this, for example, imposing limitations on civil rights and stuff like that? That becomes much more nuanced, and I think it seems most accepted when there's a larger collective group that makes a decision for a smaller group, because people tend to deem them more, I guess you could say, capable. Like, for example, the UN, like you said, like that's a collective group of superpower nations that come to a conclusion on how to deal with maybe a rabid nation or a rebellious nation. So yeah, that's how I think of morality. It's kind of like the best way to approach it is a system of checks and balances. Even then, sometimes it's hard to determine what the right answer is. But yeah.
So the
Yeah,
problem
that's
with
true.
my analogy or my circumstance that I'm conceptually presenting is that it is unrealistic because it's too basic as a analogy. It's
Yeah.
assuming factors such as no corruption or no ulterior motives. It's assuming the person will act ethically, etc., etc.
Yeah.
In real life, that's not necessarily the case. In real life, the person may not even know the cliff's there themselves, or they may be unsure. Doesn't matter. The point here is going back to Plato's cave, though. The reason this is applicable is because, like you were saying, they don't have the ability to choose even after being informed. The blind person
Yeah.
is informed the cliff's not there. They just don't believe you. It's like in Plato's cave, when Plato went out, he saw the light. He came back into the cave to where the cave dwellers who've only known darkness their entire lives, when they hear about light, the concept of it, they don't believe him. But if they saw the light themselves, they would then have the ability to choose for themselves whether they want to continue living in the darkness or the light. But they haven't been
Right.
exposed to that light, so even being informed of light, they aren't capable of making that decision themselves yet. If you could heal the blind person to allow them to see, they would then thank you for stopping them from going over the cliff, because they would then
Right.
be informed that it's there and they didn't want to go over. If they did want to go over, they would then stop you or be like, no, it's my decision, please allow me to go over. And at that point, you could argue that it would be okay, not ethical, but not unethical, to allow them to go over. But the point is that they shouldn't be allowed to have their autonomy in order to make a decision that they are incapable of making in the first place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, that
Uh,
makes sense.
I mean, my thing is like, I mean, this happens to blind people every day. Like, blind people will be walking, like, with their canes, with their guide dogs, and let's say, like, they walk the same routes every day, right? And then let's say there's a change in route, there's construction work being done, and people will stop them, pull them by the shoulder and say, like, oh, hey, like, there's road work being done in this area. And they're like, oh, okay. And they'll stop, can you give me another route to go? And they're like, yeah, you could go over here. And they're like, oh, okay. So, like, blind people aren't dumb, like, they still have functional brains. So, I mean, even in this scenario, like, it's just like, in this hypothetical, it's fucking retarded.
It's
Like, it would,
it's not a thing about being
I
dumb.
mean,
It's about being less capable. In this case, maybe there's a very good reason that they want to go in the direction they're going. Maybe they think over in that direction is a hospital, and they want it for because they think they're having a heart attack, or maybe they think their son's wedding is in that direction when in actuality it's a cliff. But they want
uh,
to get there. It doesn't matter
I mean,
why. they're going to be stubborn,
Yeah.
whereas otherwise they may not be. Maybe in 99% of cases they would listen, they would believe them. There's a clip there. Oh, thank you. Can you show me alternate directions? In this one scenario, for whatever reason, it doesn't matter the specific reason why, they aren't doing that. That doesn't apply to all the other scenarios. It's just this one specific scenario, in which case I do think it would be ethical to stop them. It's like the idea of one bad day will ruin your life. It's one bad decision in this case.
I don't know, I just think it's bad hypothetical now I'm really thinking about it. I mean, maybe it's because I am disabled and, like, my grandmother and all of her sisters were blind, so, like, you know.
Well, okay, it's the concept, the analogy doesn't matter, the specifics behind it, it's the concept in the first place, just generally vaguely that applies.
I don't
Right,
like
the concept the concept is basically like you in comparison to the other individual are not limited to make the decision at hand, and you're capable of actually making it while the other physically cannot due to a limitation, basically. Yeah.
So in this case, we're also assuming maybe this hasn't ever happened to the blind person before. Maybe they've just always gone the correct direction. This is the first time that they're being stopped and being informed, hey, you can't go this way. Sorry, you need to go somewhere else.
Yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, so they would come to the conclusion, like, based off all these other cases, I haven't fallen to my death, but regardless of that, it doesn't negate that they physically can't validate whether or not what's ahead of them because they're limited due to their eyesight. And the person that's telling you is capable because they have workable, eyeballs that could actually see ahead of them. So, yeah, I think the limitation should be considered by the person that could stop them. Like, you aren't capable of actually seeing, and I am. Like, statistically, you have a higher chance of living if you listen to me as opposed to banking on your own sort of confidence, so.
Because in this case, they are just wrong, is the point. They think they're right, but they shouldn't be allowed to act on thinking they're right when they are wrong. And when in reality, they will cause harm.
People are allowed to be people. Like, people are, like Brittany Simon always says, humans are going to human. People are going to make wrong decisions. People are going to do things they're not supposed to do. Like, it's not my job to police everybody and their decisions. Like,
It doesn't have to be your job. You can use that same argument against you, though. If he's allowed to make that decision, then I'm allowed to stop him. It's the same argument.
I mean, yeah, but, like, are you allowed to restrict their free will? I mean, if they want to, like, go off the cliff.
They don't want to go off the cliff.
They're gonna resist, and you just gotta let them. I feel like.
I completely disagree.
Yeah, it's kind of like that moral paradox. Like, what comes first? Like the chicken or the egg. Like, free will or safety. Like, that's like, especially in Western civilization, I feel like founding fathers, even the U.S. or whatever, they thought about these things like, what comes first, the chicken or the egg? And they try to create balance. Like, yeah, you could speak your mind. Yeah, you can't incite violence. You could do this, but you can't do that, et cetera, et cetera. So it's like, it's a paradox because it's really impossible to triangulate what's correct. And even to this day, that's the case. And emotions will sway your judgment one way or the other. And in a way, it's like, you can't really be wrong objectively one way or the other. You might be able to make like a statistical argument where more people agree with you as opposed to less people don't agree, kind of like appealing to the majority. But morality, it gets more and more nuanced the deeper you go. Like, for example, if what's one I would agree with, like a limitation, for example, is a guy can't see, and for example, he wants to take a risk that's something that wouldn't take his life, I would let him. Like, I wouldn't take away his free will there. But in that extreme case, like where he could fall to his death, I would decide not to let him. Like, it comes down to, I guess, your subjective lens, and morality really is that nuanced when you get that deep down the rabbit hole, so.
Yeah, I think the most important factor here is the fact that they don't want to walk off the cliff. If they knew the cliff was there, they wouldn't walk.
Yeah.
That's the important part.
Yeah, and my thing is, like, blind people are not stupid, okay? They're gonna know that, like, they're gonna listen to you and be like, oh, okay. Like, I'm gonna trust this person because they have eyes, and I don't. So I'm gonna trust that this person, what they're telling me is true. So yeah.
Okay, well, maybe we
Yeah.
applied too specifically, too narrowed. If you make it more broad, the general idea of a bigger country stopping a smaller country from allowing it to collapse, even though the smaller country
Yeah,
thinks it's
and I
doing the
mean,
right thing.
I gave my example, like, okay, like, I think when bigger nations do get involved, there's a lot of problems. As we have seen in real life. I mean, I could give real life examples, but like, I think we all know.
Well, the point here is to
Um,
say it's more
but
complex and nuanced.
Yeah.
but I would say, sure, maybe in very specific cases, sure, a big country could get involved, but there would have to be a third party overseeing it.
That's fine.
That's not a nation. That's you know, yeah, that's not a nation. That has no stake in the game.
I agree. When it's more broad like this, more large scale, I agree there should be a third party involved. When it is more on the smaller specific scale of a one-to-one human interaction, I do think it's okay to just step in without a third party there. If it's
Yeah.
only
Yeah, and
you two and
I'm
there's
more
no
like, I don't want
third
to.
person to confirm the cliff, then it's okay to stop that person. You don't need a third person to confirm the cliff. You can just stop that person.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm all about like people like free will and like kind of letting people like do their things. Like, if people want to do drugs, let them do drugs. Like, like stuff like that. Like, people are gonna do what they want inevitably. So.
It's just all about what you have at the
And
current moment or what you're limited by. It's doing what you can with what you have, which is important.
Right.
I mean, like, and
Yeah.
everybody's on their own journey, and like, I feel like you have to know what the risks are when you go on that journey. So like, if that person's journey, like, it's at the bottom of that cliff, and they just don't want to listen to you, like, nothing you can really do about it at the end of the day.
Alright, well, look who finally decided to show up.
Yeah, I really do watch episodes slow. Like, when did I say I would start? Hold on.
I thought you were
let's
just gonna not pause
I
it
fully-
this time.
I knew I'd take forever, but like,
But you were gonna watch it like a
bro. Okay,
normal
so,
human being,
and
Oh my god.
yeah, I'm just bad at watching anime because at 9:12 I think I'd already started. I said I had
You
50
said you were
minutes.
30 minutes in.
Yeah, so I
that's
had 50
8
minutes
time.
left. I was like 35 minutes in, so I actually had like 49 minutes left. And
It's making it
it
worse.
is 2 hours and 40 minutes later. So I approximately
Terrible.
watched it at 1/3 of the proper speed.
Meanwhile, I watched some parts at 4 times speed.
I mean, I watch it
My
at the
God.
normal.
Dude, I was
pace,
getting so hungry and I had to pee so bad. And I was like, I can't waste any time. I gotta just keep watching.
And then he's
I
like,
left my
pause,
phone.
rewind.
I was like, I'm not even gonna look at my phone. It's gonna distract me, right? So I'm like, I'm just gonna only watch the show. That was when I was like, man, I wonder what time it is. Oh my god, I'm still hungry because I haven't eaten yet. And I had to pee for so long, dude. I was holding that shit in for like 4 hours, and
Oh my
I
God.
drank a lot of water. It was crazy, dude. I was like losing it. Well, by the time we got to the outro part, I was like, I can't hold it in. Like, I gotta go.
My
Pause,
God.
rewind. Pause, rewind.
Uh,
Oh wait,
oh
I
my
didn't hear
God,
that part. Oh, let me rewind.
I just read your
Dude,
DMs,
okay.
Kamui. Oh my god.
So, my favorite part of the episode, I rewatched that.
Wait. So Jay hasn't seen it yet. So no spoilers. No
I
spoilers.
was
Jay hasn't
like,
seen it.
I'm not gonna say anything, but I
Okay.
rewatched that scene like 10 times, and I was like, oh, I'm so like digging myself a hole right now, but I couldn't help it.
No, there's definitely a few specific moments where we're gonna be like in your face to the other person, but we'll get to that next stream.
But yeah, so like, what if you talked about?
God, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while you recap them.
So we talked about like Boruto, and then of course we talked about freaking Plato's Cave for like the 6th time. I'm so sick of Plato's Cave.
Moderate discussion.
Yeah, I'm so sick of Plato's Cave. Like, I never want to
So,
hear about Plato's Cave.
Were you guys arguing against Oodie?
No, we were like discussing like with the Rain Village, if like since the Rain Village fostered Kara, should like Konoha like get involved, right, or something like that, Jay?
Yeah,
Okay.
basically, yeah, like whether it was like morally the correct decision or not. Yeah, basically, like they were like I guess not debating it, but like discussing that. You know.
So what do you think,
Yeah.
Kamui?
You need to give me like a more straightforward question. Like, should
Yeah.
the Leaf Village have done more for the Hidden Rain? Is that the question?
Or should they
Or is
like
it that they should go there now, or like what specifically?
okay, since the Rain Village fostered a terrorist organization, should Konoha like take control of the Rain Village and like kind of like watch over them and like
Um,
make sure
well,
they
the thing,
don't, foster another terrorist organization kind of thing.
okay, so when you say foster, what exactly are you trying to say?
Like the Rain Village was like the perfect breeding ground for Clara, right? Because like it was a pretty unstable country at this point. So like there was nobody to really like police. There's nobody
Okay,
to
so the
really
point is
police
that
the
Kara
Rain
took
Village.
advantage of the Rain Village. That's
Yeah.
why, because I'm like, the Rain Village isn't like this. It's not the same as the Akatsuki, where like the leader of the Akatsuki was from the Rain Village. It's different with Kara. It's more so that Kara took advantage of the Rain Village situation. I mean, they could at the very least, like, I mean, yeah, they could do more to help the Rain Village if, like, it's just like they could, yeah. It's not their responsibility. It's not their country. It's more like a, what's the word? Like, it's more just like a goodwill thing. Like you're just trying to help another country out. I don't see any problems with it. I guess it depends on what you're trying to do. Is it should they take over the Rain Village? Well, okay, that might get some flack, but could they support the Rain Village more? Yeah, absolutely. There's something wrong with that.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
Because I mean,
Yeah,
it'd be like to make a real life comparison. I think some people would say, "Oh yeah, the U.S. should just take over every country they think is the problem," but obviously there would be some counters to that.
That's what I was
Say
getting
that's not really
into.
right.
That's what I was getting into with the corruption. In this case, we're assuming there is no corruption. So, for example, obviously Danzo should not have gone over and taken over the Rain Village. Same with the Raikage. Danzo is crazy. The Raikage would just be a dominant leader. Like in the real world, no. Germany 1940s should not be taking over other countries. But Naruto, we're assuming, just won't be evil with the Rain Village. He's going to lead them to a more prosperous, just an overall better, sustainable era, is what
But
we're
it's not
assuming.
even just that though. It's just like to just take over like someone's like or a country like that is still like, for one, out of Naruto's character, and two, just like the act of doing that isn't always looked upon in the brightest light.
I mean,
Like,
take
even
over
if,
is a strong
like,
word.
a really nice president is like, oh yeah, let's just take over Saudi Arabia or something. Well, yeah, he might not be a corrupt guy, but he's still going to get a lot of backlash for just like taking over a country.
Well, there's no leader in the Rain Village anyway, so it's nothing to take over. It's just taking control of it.
That's a very small side note. That is weird.
That is
There's just
weird.
no one.
There is nobody?
Who is remotely in charge, right?
There has to be somebody, even if it's like a
Yeah.
rebel leader.
Well, in the current day,
Even if
there
it's
is no
just, like,
more.
a nobody. Even
Yeah.
if it's a nobody Hanzo descendant, oh, yeah, they're all dead. So you're just a nobody. Like, I mean, there's gotta be someone. Like,
There's got to be somebody.
they're not the land of
There's-
silence.
Even if there's a rebel leader involved, like somebody.
Well, you could
somebody.
probably just say that's Kara at that point, because there is not even a Rain Village anymore. The Rain Village was destroyed in that one Boruto episode. In the current timeline, the Rain Village doesn't exist anymore.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
The whole village wasn't destroyed?
The last shot you saw was all of the skyscrapers just collapsing into the water. There's no more Rain Village.
I don't remember that
Why
at
don't I
all.
remember that?
It's literally in the Jiraiya meme that I made.
Well,
I
I don't
went
look at
back
your
to
memes.
I don't
rewatch
recall
the
that,
episode
yeah. I
just for it.
remember, like,
No,
the
I'm
Me
gonna
and
go
Kamui
find
just-
it. I'm gonna go find it while y'all talk.
Me
Yeah,
and
yeah,
Kamui
yeah. I
just-
just don't remember that. I
I don't
remember
remember
like
either.
the guys like part of it being destroyed, like the hideout, the secret car hideout being destroyed. I remember that. Not the entire village.
Same.
Oh, he's just
157.
okay. Jay the Great. Do you remember the entire village being destroyed, or just part?
Yeah, I don't remember the entire thing. The way I
Okay,
look
yeah,
at the
Udi's just
rain,
wrong.
yeah, the way I look at
I'm
the
pretty
rain
Googling
village
sure-
it.
now.
Googling.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's referring to the hideout.
I'm pulling it
that
up right
you
now.
Googling.
was the
Pulling it up
You
right
lie,
now.
you weaselly
Oh, I lie?
little
I'm
liar.
lying is what I'm doing. Oh, I'm a weasel now. For-
Weaselly little
Okay, yeah, the
liar.
same way the blind person is calling the seeing person a weasel. Okay, I see.
More like you're ableist for saying a blind person is dumb enough to walk off a cliff and not believe you.
In this case, they are. It's not that they always are. It's just that they are right now.
No, using a blind person
Nah,
is a little
Oodie.
ableist. I'm just
The entire Rain Village did not just get destroyed in that episode.
I'm
I think
watching
more
it
people were
right
talking about
now. It's not just one building. The whole freaking thing is going under. What are you talking about?
Send us a clip. Send us a clip.
I will share my screen right now, and I will show it on stream as well. Okay, let me share my screen.
Also, as a side note, yeah, Oodie, this was what, like, you guys made it sound like, oh, we got to talk about Attack on Titan today, which we won't right now, but you made it sound like we got to do it today. That's the main reason I said, like, okay, I'm watching this episode today.
Well, we
But,
can
like,
do it when
I feel like it wasn't
after.
the best idea.
Yeah, okay, we can do it after. All right, so you guys are seeing my screen?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so this is the main base. Hang on.
Go
Let this
back
shot go-
more. Go back more.
What
We
for?
need-
What?
We need all.
Oh, okay,
context.
okay. I'm reading.
I need to see
okay,
what's leading
I'm
up to
reading
this
the...
and what we're seeing. Like, we need to see the whole
It
thing.
blows up. I can't show the whole
Oh,
thing
okay,
on
I'm
screen.
reading
They're
Naruto,
flying out of
There we
it.
go, okay.
What do you mean? They're
That's
in
fine,
the
that's
building.
fine,
They're
that's
flying. I told you what happens.
Press
I'm not just
play-
gonna
press play
lie.
from now. Press play from now. It's fine.
When the
That's
stream
fine.
gets shut down, it's your fault.
Just
All right,
cut
so
it
this
out.
is the main Kara hideout. Agreed. This is even beyond
Yeah.
that at this point.
Well,
This is like the upper
Probably
building.
it's the Kara. Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
the
the
Kara hideout was like
facility.
underground. Okay,
Just the facility was destroyed.
no. Listen to you talking before watching the whole clip. My god. Okay, so the whole building collapses. These other buildings collapse. And then you get to the third shot, the wide shot of the entire thing just collapsing. All of it's just gone.
The facility is just really big.
Oh, okay, if the facility is the whole island, then yeah, I agree. The facility was destroyed. I agree, Camcam. The entire Rain Village was destroyed.
Okay,
If you're gonna
I'm
say the
looking
whole
for information
thing
about
was
they
the
triggered
facility.
a trap left behind, which destroyed the facility. That's it. They
Yeah.
destroyed the facility.
Wow,
But
isn't
there's
that
two
great?
things on that.
Something else.
One, no, here's two things though, Oodie. One, that shot just doesn't look like the Rain Village at all. And two, like those buildings don't look like the Rain Village buildings. And two, Jigen only says that like
Doesn't look like
this
the Rain Village
facility
building.
is destroyed. I think he would have made a bigger deal about Victor destroying an entire village or whatever. Like the entire Rain Village being destroyed would be a bit more. Those buildings, it doesn't look like the Rain Village setup. That looks like it's part.
This doesn't look like the Rain Village to you.
Those don't look like the buildings. The buildings look
Then
different.
where else is it? Where's the Rain Village then?
There's more behind me.
Behind it! Behind it, he said. Even though we would see the skyscrapers. Behind these.
All right, hold on. Let me just pull up find something for you. 1 second.
Crazy.
That's my chapter this will be in.
Bro, it's like freaking dominoes. One building's collapses into the next.
Let's find this chapter. I don't know
Also,
what
apparently the Rain Village denied Kakashi's help.
It denied Naruto's help, but yeah, that was in the novels. Which
Yeah,
is
in the
why I bring
novels
this up.
it said, they made it harder on themselves by rejecting Kakashi's help and unity proposition.
I guess that's the best way to say it. People shouldn't be allowed to make it harder on themselves when they want it to be easier on themselves.
I would say my thing would be like, okay, if you are in the Rain Village and if you want to come to the Leaf Village, like by all means, like, come if you're a refugee, then like.
More
to
than
the
anything, I'm
village.
confused on why if this is the entire village destroyed, what like Sasuke and Sai just not tell Naruto? Like
That's
they
at the
just
end
don't
of the
say anything?
episode. Did you just
But in the
not
next
watch the
episode.
episode? No, it's not. It's right here at the end. You see Naruto in the Hokage office.
No, what do they say to him?
I'm not watching the whole episode on stream, Kamui.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Do they tell him the whole Rain Village is destroyed?
They probably don't say it so
just-
on the nose. No. Here, let's freaking I'll watch it at 2 times.
But that's what I'm saying.
just
That
see
would be
they
like the
say.
best way to determine this. If they just say it and we just forgot, then that's fine. But
Okay.
like,
So it's not on stream. I'm putting the thumbnail on screen so we can just watch
Okay.
this, see what they say.
that's fine. That's
Yeah.
actually a better idea.
All right. So he says, I see. So Kara exists, huh? Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't get any more details, but that much is certain. Was the Kara member a member of
The-
Kara?
Yeah, red hair guy.
He was probably just being used,
Probably
but
just
judging
being
from the
used.
cruel way he was used,
Blah,
who
blah,
knows
blah.
how much you really knew.
Doesn't really
Either way,
mean
that's
anything.
troubling.
Either way, that's
Means
troubling.
they're more cooperating with Kara. Be bigger organization we originally thought. That's true. Did you learn anything else? During the collapse,
During the collapse,
we found something that looked like a research
facility.
but it was destroyed within seconds. Bro, the collapse
but
and
it's just
within seconds, the whole thing's destroyed. I don't care what you say.
But but the thing is, he says, like, okay, rewind what he says for a second. This is just funny. Hold on, rewind what he said for a second. Probably right before that. 10 more seconds. Okay, wait, one more time. Okay, play.
During
During
the
the
collapse, we found something that
We
looked like a
found
research
something
facility.
that looked like a research facility.
So that's
we found it
implying that the
during the
research facility didn't even collapse. So during the Rain Village's
what I was
collapse.
saying. That's what I was looking at. I was like, during the collapse. They found it during the collapse.
There you go. But how
Yeah,
much
that's
more
the part I was like,
blatant
what?
can you like even Hashirama in the background looks so disappointed at Naruto's failure with the Rain Village. Like, what do you want me to say to this?
Well, to be fair, it's Kakashi's
maybe they
failure.
couldn't bring themselves to tell Naruto. Maybe they couldn't bring themselves to tell Naruto. By the way, like the entire village is gone. I've been surprised. Like, so they just don't like remotely make this a big deal. It's just like, yeah, the whole village is destroyed. Whatever. Like, they didn't care.
And I'm not gonna put this on Kakashi Camcam because who is the Hokage when the Rain Village is collapsing?
But didn't Naruto go in to make repairs? I thought
No.
that's
I don't
apparently in the
know.
novel is that after
I don't remember
they
this
go
part.
in and find out what happens, he's like, okay, like I'll help. Too little, too late, but I'll help. But you can't go in to another nation and help when that nation is saying that like, no thanks, we don't want you in here.
It's help, Camcam. It's not
It
harm.
doesn't matter.
It does
doesn't
matter.
If they don't want you in there, they don't want you in there.
Doing acts
Then
of
it's
good
like,
deed
like,
is good.
no,
It-
but here's-
in
okay,
this
so
case,
here's
they're
my
being
thing
a
would
villain.
be-
They're being a bad guy. They're
No, but-
stopping good things
No,
from
but here's the
happening.
thing,
That's a
Camcam,
villainous
to make an
thing.
example, was Naruto wrong for trying to save Sasuke?
No.
Okay, so this is the thing. I get your point, but at the same time, this is effectively the same thing. It's a country saving another country, and just instead of one-on-one, it's multiple people saving multiple people. It's the same thing.
Like, using your same arguments, oh, do you think Sasuke's stupid? Like, that's not even an argument in this case.
Okay, my thing is that you can't if you want to keep having good relations with countries, you can't just waltz into another country and be like, "Hey, we're going to take care of you whether you like it or not."
So
like,
that's
you
the thing. Yeah.
You can't do that because then other countries are going to be like, "Bro, we don't want you like we don't want you around. Sorry, bro. Like you're on your own."
Other
So, like,
countries
you're not
aren't
gonna
going to
get-
do that if you're just helping.
No. So here's the thing, Oodie. This is where, okay, so I'm in the middle on this because the point is, forcefully just taking over another country, that's a no-no. That would not be good. In the case of Naruto and Sasuke, Naruto doesn't just take over Sasuke and bring him back to the village, right? The point is, he's trying to help Sasuke save himself in a way. That's kind of what he's doing. He's helping Sasuke overcome his own darkness. So what the Leaf Village would need to do is help the Rain Village, not take over the Rain Village. They would just keep lending out a helping hand, try to help the Rain Village save itself. But like just forcefully taking over the village, no, that would not be
And what
the.
it sounds like,
It wouldn't even be in
Bro.
Naruto's character.
Bro.
and what it sounds like from the novels is that Naruto does send help, and they do accept it. I haven't read the novels. But
Sauron
that's
says
what
the
it sounds
opposite.
like from what I read.
But Jay, I have a question for you. So like, is my mic just not working? Like, can they just not hear me? Like, I'm confused. Like, is this not what I've been saying for the past like 40 something minutes? Like
Well,
Kamui's
for
words,
40 minutes.
word for word, essentially just what I said, right? Like I'm confused here. Which part of this is being just thrown over my head? Help me out here,
I'm
please.
confused. I haven't even been here that long, Oodie.
I guess I
I don't know what you said.
It felt like an eternity, Kamui.
Yeah, I guess the dissonance comes from like our arbitrary parameters for what's a savior and what's a tyrant. Like to one person's savior might be another person's tyrant. Like if you consider a dying nation a nation that shouldn't be able to make its own decisions, and you think a more superpower nation has a right to kind of, even if it's by force, fix that nation, you might consider that a savior, and another person might consider that a tyrant because despite the nation that's being helped dying, they still don't want your help, and the fact that you're still going through with it is like seen as tyrannical by that person's eyes, while again conversely in your eyes it's not, and you're seeing that more as like a savior decision. So I guess it comes down to like what your parameters of what a savior or tyrant is, and I guess that varies from like moral compass to moral compass. I guess that's how I see it, at least.
So for me, it's like it's almost like we saw this in the very first arc of Naruto. Like Naruto went into the Land of Waves and told Gato, one of the high-ranking leaders of the Land of Waves, the Mist Village, that hey, we're going to build this bridge for a more prosperous era. And Gato, the leader of the village, was like, "No, don't come into my village
Gato's
and do
not
that."
the leader of that village.
He's not the leader, but he's a
Yeah.
high-ranking individual who did have power.
He's a gangster.
Yeah, he took over the Land of Waves.
And nobody
kind of,
fucking likes
but-
him. The people don't like him and don't want him there. So the people of the land are like, we don't fucking want you here. Continue building the bridge, please. And like, yeah, build the fucking bridge. It all depends on what the people want. What do
Okay,
the people want?
You
to
think
do?
100% of people are just going to agree? That's the problem.
I don't know. 100% of the people, it seemed like in that
Nobody
village wanted
agreed
the
with
bridge built.
Gato except for his.
You know what?
goons.
I would say all of the people wanted that damn bridge built because it made their taxes cheaper. They had to pay so much fucking money. So yes, they did want that bridge built.
Okay, let's apply that to freaking Boruto there. So Naruto goes into the Rain Village and he just builds bridges, like out of people's way. But you're like, no, I don't want a more prosperous era. So Naruto's just not allowed to build bridges now? That's just unethical now?
If the
Building
people
bridges.
don't want the fucking bridges, then like they don't want the bridges.
I don't understand how you can just see that as okay. If that's the case, then every bad guy ever is justified. It's the same thing.
My whole thing is like, okay, like my thing with the Rain Village would be like, okay, you don't want my help, then like, okay, I give all citizenship to any refugee that comes into the Leaf Village. You are granted.
I think it's
like,
more so
citizenship.
like it's okay. This is just from my perspective. It's not what they're doing; it's how you're doing it. That's kind of like the main gray area moral compass. Because, for example, if somebody was trying to kill themselves and you just stop them from stabbing yourself, I don't think anyone's gonna be like, "Wow, what a tyrant! Oh, what a crazy bad guy!" Right?
Apparently, Camcam is.
But if you, instead of just stopping them from killing themselves and then trying to help them, like being good friend, blah blah blah. If you instead tie them up, tie their hands, lock them in a room all by themselves, and say you're not allowed to do anything the rest of your life, yeah, people are going to be like, "What? No, that's not good either." So it's kind of like, it's not just like about like, oh, you saved them. It's more like there's a little bit more gray area, like in terms of what you're actually doing. I mean, like, this is my opinion. I think just being a dictator over that village is not really like, and they don't want you, like, they don't want to be ruled by this other power. It's don't be like a forceful ruler, I guess. Like, just help them. Like, just give them, like, for example, if they're starving, give them food. You don't have to like shove it in their face. Just give them the food. They're gonna eat the food eventually. They're not gonna let themselves starve to death. Like, and they're gonna take the help at that point. It depends on what they're doing, but like, yeah, I think it's more so how you're doing the concept of the saving versus, oh, you saved them. Like, we're not going to debate this, but for example, with a moderate thing, yeah, he's just trying to quote unquote save people, but they don't like how he's doing it. His forceful, method of just putting you all in the dream world. They don't like it. Okay, well, that's a little bit problematic. Don't have to debate it. We'll move on. But the point is, how you're doing what you're doing is important.
Some of those people want to be in the dream world and then turn into Zetsus, and that's fine. Go for it. But like, don't subject everybody else to it. Okay.
Okay. So what do you have against Zetsus?
If Madara had the ability to just let people choose to enter it, like they say, hey, you get a week trial. You like it, we'll put you back in. If you don't like it, you don't have to. It's just up to you. Like, you make your choice. That's offering help, not forcing it. There's a difference. People would probably be a lot more open-minded to that. Probably be a lot more well-received versus, being dictatorial, just being forceful. That's going to be not as well-received.
The trial thing is like probably your best idea of that. In that case, applying that to the Rain Village, Naruto should help the Rain Village. If the Rain Village doesn't want it, like, keep it alive for like a month. If the Rain Village after a month is like, man, we still hate this help that you gave us, they can then blow up the bridge if they want.
And also, like I said, it also depends on what this help is. Like,
Naruto can leave building supplies outside the Rain Village and like see how that goes.
So Sauron, what happened to the novels?
Kakashi didn't fucking do that.
Yeah, we need to know what exactly he was trying to do.
Yeah.
What happened to Kakashi? What happened with Naruto? With the Rain Village?
Anyways, what's Sauron? What were you gonna ask him, Oodie?
The same thing you? Like, what happened with the Rain Village with Kakashi and Naruto?
Hello?
Sauron!
Is mic working now? Oh my gosh, I was talking
it's working now.
and nobody heard me.
We can hear you.
Okay. Well, as far as I'm aware, I have to go back and overread that section. I've only read that part of the section. From what I vaguely remember, what they ended up doing is that it seems like the Rain Village was kind of a lost cause. So Naruto took the people who were in the Rain Village and offered them refuge in Konoha and brought them over to Konoha.
What do you mean, see? I'm the one that told you that, Camcam. You said that earlier, and I already agreed. Then you were trying to interrupt me. When you said it earlier, I said something in agreement with you.
I don't remember.
Because I knew that happened. Yeah, because you were so blinded, Camcam, that you refused my help.
No, I didn't.
Exactly.
I see what he's going for.
Pretty obviously, like, Naruto's not going... Well, Konoha's not going to force the Rain Village to help themselves, and it is ultimately their decision to help themselves. It's out of character for them to be like, you do it or we kill you, or we do it or we force you.
That's what I'm saying, it's not in Naruto's
so
character.
he brought a bunch of people from the Rain Village who wanted to leave and put them in Konoha. So now the Konoha's their village.
Sauron, I love you.
What do you mean, thank you? As if you didn't say that earlier, and I already said something about it, Camcam.
I did, yeah, but Sauron is just proving to me that, like, yes, Naruto would do something like that, and I knew that, and that's why I said that. So
yeah, and for 20 minutes, I've already known. In fact, I'm the one who already told you that happened.
No, all I heard from you was like, yeah, we're gonna help you whether you like it or not. So shut your face hole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that the Rain Village is lost, but like. It's unfortunate that the Rain Village is lost, but like, hey, most people don't live there anymore, so.
Well, the spirit of the village is always within the people.
Yes, the spirit is death. Right?
So, Sauron, some people do still live there, is what you're saying. Because you said most people don't live there anymore.
Well, we saw, like, in Boruto, like, there are still some people there.
Yeah.
Didn't look very populated to me.
Exactly. So not 100% of people agreed with the help. Some people wanted to stay in the Rain Village, and those people died. Should those people have died? No. During the collapse of the Rain Village? No. You think those
Yeah.
people should have died, Camcam? You're telling me those people should be dead right now?
Those people obviously wanted to stay there, so that's fine.
Did those people want to die?
They knew. They more than likely knew that what they were doing was very risky. They probably knew that there was some terrorist organization doing some crazy stuff down there, which obviously, like, there were people that did know. So, like, they knew the risk of living there.
Okay,
Well,
You know,
people
there was
aren't
a
dumb,
perfectly-
but it's
there was a
ignorant to
perfectly-
assume they're that smart.
Okay. Well, like.
anyways,
people know the
as
risk
of
living
the
dangerously.
on the Infinite Tsukiyomi thing, like, yeah, a lot of people did like the Infinite Tsukiyomi. They loved it. They loved having false dreams. In part, some people actually feel like their dreams or were like kind of ripped away from them. They enjoyed seeing their families again. They thought it was very peaceful, and some resent the Hokage for actually taking it away from them. That's in the novels, and obviously you see people like Bro. I don't know if he truly believes in it though. He seems like he's kind of jobbing around, but the people around him seem to have been fully convinced that it would be something that they would like to see.
Even the people that are fully against it, they still need the therapy that Sakura started. She opened therapist placed all over the world for these people that have PTSD from the war. So even the people that are happy that they're here aren't happy. No one's happy, is the point. Everyone was
I
happy,
would
now
say
everyone's
no one.
miserable.
I mean, that's
they
Not
were
everyone
unhappy
needed-
because they saw like entire mountains get like blown up in front of their faces, and
Yeah,
would be
there's
pretty
more
upset
that was
therapy.
and that was like caused by like that was caused by like Obito, Kabuto, and Madara.
And would those
So,
mountains be blown
not
up in the Infinite Tsukiyomi? No, they would not. Exactly. Case closed.
No.
I thought
Yeah,
you
but-
said there would be conflict in.
but
the
those
Infinite
mountains, but
Tsukiyomi.
Only
those
Some
conflict they
mountains
want.
might have blown up.
No, but those mountains wouldn't have ever been blown up in the first place if Madara never suggested this idea. To begin
Mountains
with.
never would have been blown up in the
And-
first place if everyone didn't go against Madara.
There would have been no one to go against if Madara didn't do this in the first place.
Sauron, talk some sense into him, please.
There's no talking sense at Oodie. Oodie is weird, you know? Oodie is a special specimen.
Jay, there's no escaping the
Yes.
Madara debates. I'm telling you right now. It's
Oh,
every
yeah.
stream.
Oh no, I already wrote down notes for like some future ones, but I want to save that for some other time.
Before
can,
you joined
space it out a little
Kamui,
bit.
before you joined,
Huh?
I was telling him my idea
we
of
don't have to
Madara,
get into it.
but we don't have to
don't
get
have to
into
get
it.
into
Yeah,
it.
we're
We
not
don't
gonna
have to
get
get
into it right now. It's just a
Oh,
side topic.
wait, you were telling him what?
The Madara stuff.
Oh, I was gonna say, what about the pain reader?
No, listen. We don't have to get into
maybe
it.
you should explain to him the pain stuff. Since
Alright, so I
Oodie
guess
is too
not to get into it.
embarrassed, Oodie can't.
Oh, I'm
stand in his
embarrassed
shit,
now.
Apparently.
Oh, yeah. So Camcam, what you're saying is, looking in general chat, this is me right now. Is what you're saying? Is that I'm that's
Oh,
me?
It's the one Fortnite YouTuber. I used to watch him.
What are you talking about?
Oh, yikes. Yikes.
Yeah, you're a
What
chicken.
the-
You're a chicken butt. And
Wait,
you're a-
Camcam, this guy? Wait, I mean, Sauron,
You're
this guy?
Oh, you're the color of that chicken, Oodie.
Oh my god. Sauron, you mean the Smith plays?
About as pale too.
Bro, there's no way you're talking about the Smith plays.
No, the chicken.
Okay, never mind. Anyways.
Yeah, you are
The
a chicken. Chicken butt.
Alright, so I guess going back a little. Let's read some
Yeah, exactly,
comments.
you chicken.
Hey, how you doing, YouTube commenters? Hey, I recognize you guys. This was from like a long time ago. But I think
Can't stand his own
it's
shit.
alright, so going back to like the very freaking first discussion practically of like world and happiness. So Da Arishikage says, so this is in reference like homeless people or whatever, and like the old people not working out for them. It's like, why would I put 7 years into a company if it wouldn't even help me pay rent or go from an apartment to a house? Though within the 7 years, that just means I wasted 7 years IMO. So the thing I'll say about this, I don't know if this is necessarily true, but I feel like you only see homeless old people and like no homeless young people, whether that's because of charity or shelters or whatever reason. It just seems like young people have more of an advantage to where they just aren't homeless most of the time, or at least you don't see it. And that reinforces the idea that the old people are the ones that it doesn't work out for, and the young people who we see getting to be millionaires, or the young people who we see being successful, getting all this stuff now, that reinforces the idea that just get it now, not later, because the old people, they were wrong. They were working for something and it didn't work out for them, so why would I believe them when they tell me to work on it and it didn't work out for them? Why would I believe someone when it failed for them?
Yeah, like majority of homeless people that I see these days are like between their late 30s, maybe 40s, 50s. But I think it's also tough to do with the fact that like a lot more people who are like 20s are actually like staying home these days and are either trying to pursue a career online or are working an actual job but are staying in their parents' home until they can actually get on their footing. So they wouldn't actually they would actually have a place to go, which would be their parents' home. And eventually they'll actually try and succeed in their career, and then you can see after that whether or not they'll become homeless. So it's a bit more nuanced than that, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, or you have like or you have like a 30-year-old, people like usually before you would see 30-year-olds like with their own homes, and like now you see 30-year-olds mid-30s with like 3 roommates, just kind of make ends meet,
Yeah.
like apartment.
Yeah,
So, like,
a lot. I guess a lot more. Yeah, a lot more people probably bunking with each other as well these days. My brother, he still lives here. He's trying to find a job and whatnot, and until he finds his footing, then he'll leave. So yeah, a lot of people in their early 20s are just staying home for a while.
Yeah.
We'll see how it works out for them once they actually start a career.
Yeah.
Also, less people are going to college these days as well, particularly men.
Yeah, no, like the
a lot more women are going to college, so yeah.
like the graduation
And
rate of college in the United States is like 15% or something. I forget what the exact percentage, but it was like extremely low, a lot lower than I figured it'd be. I figured it'd be close to like 50 to like 40%. Like
I
15?
think a lot of people are also leaving college.
Oh, for
Not
sure.
just not going, period, but a lot of people are leaving college.
Yeah.
yeah, I mean,
Because they
like,
just don't see much benefit for it. Also, especially for those who end up getting into a lot of debt, what's the value in staying when you're just going to get in more and more debt?
yeah, there's a lot of
Might as
people my
well.
age who never use their degrees and like are in tons of debt.
Yeah,
Like,
you're talking to one of them here.
yeah, I could I couldn't do that, so I didn't go to college. Like, I was like straight out of high school. I'm like, I don't know what the f- I want to do, so like I just worked 3 jobs. Like, yeah, couldn't do it.
Um,
And I hated school. Like, fuck school.
and then
But that's
the
just me. If you want to go to school, you should go to school.
yeah.
Finish
Yeah.
high school at
If
least.
if it works, I'm sure if it work, I've heard if it works out well for you, you'll flourish. Kind of. If you have a better chance of flourishing in life if you succeed and do very well in college and don't really have all the bad negative side effects that could come from going to college. Period. If you get a good hand, you can flourish quite well, and it
Yeah.
does have a lot of benefits.
I think even if you don't want to go to college, you just should anyways, or at least school. Um,
Just don't go to an
Yes,
expensive ass
yes.
one like me.
yeah, that's a great point. Don't ruin your life. Or like the point is to make your life better. Like it's the
I
whole
mean,
point
I
of
didn't
being a
ruin my life
shinobi.
over. I'm fine, but like,
No, no, I'm just saying
that's a
for
lot
Well,
of
anyone.
money.
you somehow find a way to shove Naruto in there.
Oh,
Talk
absolutely.
about a
Because
nerd.
like a
Just
shinobi
learn.
is one who endure. Do they want to endure? No, but the point is that it's hard. They're gonna do the hard part anyways. It's the point of it being hard is that they don't want to do it. That's why it's hard. They're gonna do it anyways because it leads to the more successful outcome.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the way I kind of like worked is like I always knew somebody who knew somebody. And so like the offices that I always worked in like were always willing to like train somebody new. And so like I was able to learn those skills like in real life. Like the skills that I could have learned in college, I learned like in real life. So, yeah. I got lucky there. Like not everybody like has that many connections. So yeah.
A lot of people don't even know where the frickin' start.
Yeah,
not
I
really
got lucky
given,
just because
like-
like I got lucky just because like of the family business. So
Like, you
yeah,
look at
I-
all this stuff, it's completely overwhelming. You're like, there's so much to learn, there's so much stuff. You don't even know where to even start to begin to get to point A to point B to point C,
yeah.
because there's just so much in front of you. So since you in order to actually choose the correct path, but a lot of people don't really have that, and then also just a lot of people these days don't really seem to care, so it doesn't really help in their motivation.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of people
Not even, like-
nowadays don't care, but it's a good thing that Camcam agreed with me that the hard path is usually the better path. Because like you know, something for example, like letting someone just
So wait a
walk
minute,
off
then
a
why
cliff.
are you a moderate supporter?
No, like someone walking off a cliff, like that'd be the easy thing to do, just to like sit back and let that happen. But to step in, to do the right thing, that's the hard thing to do. But because it's the right
Oodie,
thing to
You're digging
do,
yourself a hole here because Madara and Obito are supporting the easy path, not the hard path. Whereas Naruto's going against it, he's saying the hard path
Anyway,
is
they're
better.
ignore
supporting
the
the
white man
right path,
talking.
not the. Actually, that's completely
Amen.
wrong because it'd be the easy path just to not do anything compared to the hard path,
Dude,
which is
it's
to
not
go
about
against
not
all
doing
over the
anything.
world.
It's not about not doing anything. It's the fact that the infinite Tsukuyomi is the easy path, whereas actually solving the problem is the hard path.
There is no solving the problem
There's
I think that's
mitigating
Prove
just
it.
giving
though.
up, bro.
in reality. To solve the problem in reality would be to change reality. It wouldn't be reality anymore.
What is the problem?
You tell me. You're the one that brought up the
Problems that
problem.
they're fighting. Just freaking understand each other and stop fighting. Problem solved.
Okay, for people to not do that, they wouldn't be human anymore.
Not
Oh,
necessarily.
but-
You missed the point
Anyways,
about the. This is something I want to save this for a future discussion, but you missed the point on the conflict thing that Madara
yeah,
says.
save
What
it
did
for
I
a
say?
future-
What
Because
did I miss?
conflict doesn't have to be killing each other.
I agree.
It just has to be conflict, a challenge, something you overcome. Winning, having a track race is a form of conflict. Winning it is overcoming that conflict. Trying to bench press 300 pounds when you haven't done it before is a conflict. You have a weight pushing against you that you're trying to push against, and you try to overcome the conflict. It's a challenge. That's all that is.
You
It
say
doesn't
it.
have to be killing each other.
You say it like Madara didn't try though. He did try to build up the Leaf Village. He tried to live within the Leaf Village. It just didn't work out. He did try Hashirama's way, and even at the very end, he
No,
didn't
he didn't,
concede.
really.
Hashirama.
No, he literally gave up.
He just sold.
He what? Yeah. What did he give up? What did he give up?
As soon as he saw that people were like, "Oh, nobody really wants to follow me. I'm not gonna be able to be Hokage.
Yeah,
This is
You know,
this
not
was a bad
everybody's meant
idea.
to be
I
leaders,
give up."
you
You have
he
to
gave
start
up. He didn't-
trying to give up.
no, but Oodie. But this is the thing. What Saran's saying gets into a point that I think you just don't get.
Like
Madara
never
doesn't want to
truly-
save the world because he wants to save the world. It's because he wants to be able to be the savior. He wants to think to himself, I'm the savior. That's what Madara wants. He doesn't care if
Big narcissist.
Danzo
behavior.
is in the Infinite
Completely
Tsukuyomi.
disagree.
He cares that he launched the Infinite Tsukuyomi. He doesn't care if Obito, he doesn't want Obito to launch it because he doesn't care if Teiuchi's in the Infinite Tsukuyomi. All he cares about is that he did it. It's for him.
Yeah.
He
Otherwise, why
selfishly-
would he? Otherwise, why would he want to stop Obito from doing it himself? Why? Because he wants to be the one to do it. He wants to be
Yeah,
the savior.
so why
do
is he
you
mad
think
when
Obito?
nobody's
Why do you
supporting
think?
him?
Why does
is he-
everyone think
why is
Madara would
Oodie-
stop Obito?
Oodie-
He wasn't going to stop Obito.
He literally
You're
said he was going
crazy.
to.
Literally-
No,
he-
he literally
he was
doesn't.
literally going to.
No, he wasn't
was.
going to. You're
He's
crazy.
being stopped
Obito
by-
was
No,
about
he was-
to start the Infinite Tsukuyomi. If the Alliance didn't stop him, Obito starts it. He was minutes
He
away from
literally
doing
No,
it.
no,
says,
no, no, no,
"Thank
no,
you,
no, 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 no,
Naruto.
no, you're wrong,
You
you're
saved
wrong.
me the trouble of dragging the Biju out of Obito."
Exactly,
thanks
which means
Naruto
he
for doing it
planned on
for him.
fighting. He planned on fighting Jubito in order to take it out of him to restart the process so he can do it himself.
You're
If he
ignoring the
didn't care,
context.
Also,
This is
Oodie,
after
he
they had
context-
already stopped
Oodie,
the Infinite
Oodie.
Tsukuyomi.
No, Oodie. Also, he tells Hashirama, but one he's referring to the whole plan. He said, "But one thing's
and
off.
I will be
The
one,
one
to
who shall
accomplish
achieve it
Yeah.
is me."
I shall be the one to accomplish
Yeah,
it. Yes.
That's what
Awesome.
Madara cares about. That's why he's mad.
Exactly.
He can't.
Big
Even his clan
He's
doesn't
mad.
trust him to
He-
be
Oh,
the
he was
savior.
mad
That's
about
why he
it.
wants
Like,
to destroy the village.
He knows that Obito was trying to achieve the same thing that he did, but every single time you see him talk about it, it's always him, it's always it's always this, because he wants to be the one to actually do it. He doesn't want Obito to do it.
He can say that. It doesn't mean he's not going to actually stop Obito.
He literally
It's just
says
something
he
he
was going.
says.
So because of what you think, you're going to disagree with what Madara says himself? That is weird. That's just weird.
Based on
Like
I'm
Madara
no,
says,
I'm believing
"I
in
will be the
Madara's
one to do
actions
it."
over Madara's words. If Madara says something contradictory, I'm just gonna
Okay.
go with his actions.
Oh, you know, just
His
His
actions
action-
was literally that he was going to
He's
fight
Literally thinks
Obito.
to
That's why he
thinks
wanted
to
the stage mode
himself.
from Hashirama.
You know,
He
Mello,
was
just
creating
debating Madara for the
something.
38th time in a row. You know, nothing
Yes,
new, nothing different.
Yeah.
He literally thinks to himself about how this is the problem that Obito's become this strong, and how he's thinking about how he's gonna take him down because he wants to do it.
That's just a
What's,
lie.
Are you guys talking about him taking Obito down? Is that the topic?
No, okay. The point is that Madara wants to do the Infinite Tsukuyomi himself, and that if
Hey,
Naruto and everyone didn't stop Obito,
my
Madara
gosh.
wanted
This
he
is even
intended
better.
on
this is
taking
even better.
Obito down.
Okay,
Oh,
he
again,
can want
yet
it, but
again.
he's not
No,
going to
no, no,
actually
no,
do it
no,
because he
not
wants
true.
the
Look,
Infinite
Not true.
Tsukuyomi
Not
more.
Let's our own talk. We know your
Again,
take. Oodie.
yet again. Why did Madara want to have Rini rebirth in order to stop Obito from achieving the Infinite Tsuki himself? Obito was going to do it. He was going to. Madara was actively trying to stop Obito from doing it so he can do it himself. That's why he wanted to be revived.
Bro, he's not
so
going to
he can
rely
achieve it
on Obito.
himself.
He's going to keep going, assuming Obito's going to fail anyways. If Obito never fails, it doesn't matter.
That's not true. He literally trusted
It literally
Obito
does
to
matter
do
to
things.
him. It literally
Like,
matters to
Dude,
him.
he wants both. He wants both for the Infinite Tsukuyomi to happen and for him to start it. But he prioritizes the Infinite Tsukuyomi happening
No.
over him doing it.
No. He
I
prioritizes him
don't
doing
think
it.
so.
Completely disagree.
Yeah.
And we're just going to disagree on that, no matter what.
Oodie, he blatantly makes it so clear as day that he planned on
Clear
it's
as
so
day.
taking
clear.
Obito down.
No,
What a
I think
joke.
if you ask majority of people will agree with me and Kamui. Like majority. Because it's just in his narcissistic behavior.
If there was any risk at stopping the Infinite Tsukuyomi, he's not doing it.
he will
No,
literally
if it
stop
stops,
so he can do it
if
himself.
it isn't him doing it, he will stop it until it's him doing it. That's
If
how
the
he
Infinite
is.
Tsukuyomi is already in active process, he's not stopping that.
No,
Because he
I
can't,
guarantee.
well, at
he
that point,
would
he can't
undo it
really
and
stop
redo
it.
it.
But...
He would
Alliance
undo it
did.
and redo it if he could.
If there was no risk of doing that, sure.
Well, what would be the risk? He just
What
does
would
it
be the
after.
point?
There's no risk. There is no risk. He wants to do it himself. That's all he cares about.
Nonsense.
That's the main point. No, that's literally
Utter
the main point. The main
absolute
point
It's the
is that
main
he
point of
wants-
That's the main
No,
thing of
the
Madara's
main-
characterization.
Oh,
Exactly.
because you know Madara's character more than me now.
Yeah, clearly, because you always
At
ignore
this
these
point,
main
it
things.
seems like it.
Mello, what do you think? Was Madara going to stop Obito if Obito was about to activate Infinite Tsukuyomi? He's like 20 seconds
If,
from doing
like-
it. Is Madara
Like
just
if
being like,
Naruto
no?
and everyone didn't stop Obito, if they weren't able to stop Obito, is Madara going to try and stop Obito himself? Whether or not
Yes.
he could, it doesn't matter. Will he
literally
try?
Will. He will.
Um,
He knows.
so
well, the-
yeah, my initial answer would be yes, but I do kind of want to like maybe there's some nuance here for Oodie's side. I don't know. I'm playing devil's advocate, I guess. Is there like a scene? Because I don't remember.
There isn't
Particularly in the anime to where he like he attempts to go do it, like to stop it. Because like I think I remember Hashirama was trying to stop it, and then Madara stopped Hashirama.
Yeah, so what Madara does
Madara
is
wants
he
to
just
fight
sits
Hashirama,
down
but he
and
thinks about how he needs to
smiles.
stop Obito.
Yeah, he sits down and smiles and watches Obito succeed, is what he does. For like 20
No, he
episodes
doesn't.
straight.
He thinks to himself about how it's a Oh my god, I'm cooking. It's the kind of problem here, but
No, you are not cooking right now.
He's
No, I'm
definitely
like-
cooking. He's definitely
I'm
cooking.
literally cooking food right now, and when I'm
That's
done,
the only thing
I'm going
you're
to
cooking.
find
Wait,
all the pages
so-
for you.
You're also cooking as well.
But does that scene actually happen? Because am I misremembering it?
Which
like
scene?
everyone's trying to run to Obito to stop it from happening.
They're not stopping the
And-
infinite Tsukuyomi from
Ma-
happening. He's not even
Madara
launching
stopped
it yet.
Hashirama
Or-
likely because Madara just wants to fight
on.
Hashirama because that's what he's been waiting for.
Maybe I'm misremembering because like what was the one? I'm talking about the one where like Minato slashes Obito because maybe I'm like in a
Yeah.
different place in the series.
That's when Obito absorbs the
Um,
Ten Tails. What Madara was trying to get him to do was to perform Rinne Rebirth on Madara, because Madara is still Edo Tensei at that point. Because Madara
Yeah.
wanted to absorb the Ten Tails himself. But it doesn't matter, because Madara smiles when Obito absorbs the Ten Tails. Either way, the Ten
No,
Tails is
oh
absorbed.
my god.
Wait,
in
wait,
an
when is
effort
this
for the
series-
What a
infinite Tsukuyomi.
failure.
Like the war arc is so fucking long. Like Jesus, when in the series does he actually attempt to like Obito attempt to cast Infinite Tsukuyomi? I don't even remember.
He never does. She starts making preparations. He never attempts
He
to cast-
says verbatim, it's happening in like less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, that's true.
Like the eye
Wait,
is
but wait,
already
what-
open.
Was this when
aimed at the
Naruto
moon.
and was this when
He made
Naruto
the
and Sasuke were
preparations, he
like
didn't cast it.
majestic attire? Like, give me like a timeline so I can like jog my memory.
Jay, can you clarify something here for us, if you know?
Yeah, honestly, I'd probably have to reread that specific part too. I don't remember like the exact like sequence of events with that. I know for sure Madara. This is what I will say. More than likely, we could almost say definitively, he'd rather him do it than Obito. But as far as would he have stopped Obito from doing the Infinite Tsukuyomi, I doubt that. I think there's a combination of both. He's certainly narcissistic. I do believe he'd rather him be the Tentos and Shuriken and him do the Infinite Tsukuyomi. But if Obito were the one to do the Infinite Tsukuyomi, I don't think he'd try to stop that. But I do
So
think
I'm
he'd
just
rather
gonna go
him do
ahead
it.
and
What do you think
screenshot
that he would
multiple
care?
panels.
I think
Like,
that's a
you
perfect
said,
word.
He
He
thinking
would.
about-
it.
I
this
think
is the
he would
problem.
absolutely. He would rather do it, but he's not going to stop it just because he'd rather do it.
No, hold on. Let me find
Yeah,
all
I
of
would
them.
like to see the panels because I don't.
Found
really
Yeah,
one.
I need to
I'm
see
just
it
gonna
too.
send you as many as I can find. I know of at least 3 that I want to look for. I don't know the chapter. I found one, but I'm sending all 3 at once when I find all 3.
Yeah. By the
who
way,
was that? Who was just talking? Was that your guest?
yeah.
I think I
Yeah.
agree with what he's saying, more or less. But yeah, because you could even say like maybe like no matter what Obito does, Obito is put into motion by Madara. So if you want to like stroke his ego, like, hey, I put you in motion, so your accomplishments are my accomplishments ultimately. So maybe you can make that.
Yeah, but
argument
Madara
too.
doesn't look at it
That
way.
that
He-
would be the mental gymnastics that Madara tries to make if that were to happen, but he still says multiple times that he wants to do it.
Okay, fair enough.
Like this
we'll
is
see the
my
panels.
dream. Like,
Yeah, he'd definitely rather do it for sure.
Well,
Also,
Yeah, I'm just gonna
Madara-
fish through all like 20 chapters
also,
of this.
Oodie,
It's like,
Madara. Okay.
like Mello said, like everyone else said, Madara makes no attempt
Oh.
ever to go stop Jubi Obito. In fact, he only goes after Hashirama. In fact, he
You're
arguably
wrong about the
defends.
smile, Oodie.
He tells
The
him
God
it's
Tree.
fine
You're
for
wrong about the
now.
smile, Oodie.
I'm wrong
Like,
about
it's
what?
fine
You're
for
wrong
now.
about
We
the
can
smile.
fight. Don't worry
You're
about
wrong
it.
about when Madara smiles and why he smiles.
Oh, I didn't say why he smiles. I just said he does smile, but I'm not wrong about when.
Well, you,
Oh,
well,
sorry,
you seem-
sorry. Hang on, Camcam, go ahead. What were you trying to say, Camcam? Go ahead, Camcam. The
you
floor is
seem-
yours.
You implied that Madara smiled because Obito absorbed the Ten Tails, which isn't true. And that seems to be what your
He literally says,
implication
"What a
was.
failure!"
Oh, it's-
what he
oh,
was
okay.
doing
He says-
Okay,
failed.
so
He
it
says,
seems.
what a failure because he failed to commit Rinne Rebirth in order to revive himself.
Uh-huh.
So he's saying, what a failure, but... And then he
But-
smiles.
But what? But what?
But what? It's not like he just saw, it's not like he just saw Obito absorb the Ten Tails.
Okay, so oh man, what a failure Rinne Rebirth was. But I'm gonna smile because Obito absorbed the 10,000.
Oh,
Thank
he
you
says,
for
"But,
making
oh,
my
well."
point
No,
for
oops,
me.
Oops, he said,
well.
but oh well. Sorry.
Lol.
I went to the next page. He said, oh well.
Oh, okay. So oh well.
Oh well.
So
I
oh yeah.
failed.
So oh well
Oh,
what?
well.
Oh well what? Oh
Ooh,
well
he's
I
double
failed.
downing.
So he wanted to fail. So he's smiling because he failed. Is what you're telling me.
No, he's saying, oh well, I failed. Guess
He's
we
like
should try
blaspheming,
some-
like,
I guess
Oh,
he's
Oh
like, I
man.
guess we should
Okay.
try
So
something
if
else.
it's such an oh well I failed, why is he smiling? If it's such a big
He
failure
finds it
for him.
kind of funny.
He
He's
finds
not worried
failing
about
funny,
it.
man.
He's
Remember when
not worried
Naruto?
about it.
Remember when Naruto woke up after losing Sasuke and he just started laughing? Oh man, I guess
is
Orochimaru is gonna eat Sasuke now.
Naruto
Haha.
I guess Naruto's Madara, sorry. Because like from this distance, it looks like Obito is dead. He doesn't know that he is alive.
Man, remember when
And
Kamui said
nobody
he was
knew
gonna
that he
post
was-
panels and then he just didn't?
Nobody knew that he was going to absorb the Ten Tails. There's no way Madara could have precogged that in his brain.
It wasn't
So
part of
it
his plan.
can't be that he was going to absorb the Ten Tails. He's saying, "Oh well," because like I attempted to do something, I failed. That sucks. Smirk. That's it.
That's so contradictory. That sucks. Smirk is polar opposites of one another. Hey Kamui, how's those panels coming along?
I
Naruto
found
from
3. I have just a
Naruto.
4th one
I don't know what you want
coming.
me to
Give
do.
my boy
have-
time.
Well, I told you
What
I'm doing all of
mercy.
them at once. I have one more left.
All
It's
right,
okay,
hold on.
Kamui.
I'll just
You-
post this.
It's okay, baby
sequence.
girl. You keep working, okay?
Man, remember when there's like 4 minutes for the Infinite Tsukuyomi to happen and then Madara is like explaining
It's,
Kaguya to Hashirama?
First of all, Madara says 15, not 4.
Ooh.
So you were wrong about 4. That never happened.
It probably did happen. You're just looking at a different
Oodie.
part.
I'm literally going through
Origami
every single
chapters
page.
Just dropped.
I thought
repeat,
it ended.
Origami chapters just dropped.
Like a month ago.
What?
I know you said the
what-
second to final chapter came out. I thought the final chapter came out too, like weeks ago.
No, okay. Now news is the last chapter is gonna drop in January. So I'm like, does anybody know? Does anybody know? Do any
Oh my
What are you referring
Japanese
to?
speakers know? I'm confused.
Crazy.
The last chapter of what?
Noragami.
I don't know what that is.
Obito looks cool.
It's the series with the god guy and then the girl that
Yato?
has an
Yato?
ending at this end of the story.
It's so
What?
stressful right now. It's
That's
so
what it was.
stressful. Oh my god.
Why is
Oh,
there,
yeah,
a,
so-
why is there a
It's definitely
twerking
an ending.
chicken on your thing here?
Because
Okay,
apparently
so
that's
yeah,
just
I was-
me, because I was scared earlier.
I was right.
Yeah.
Madara stops Hashirama from going after Jubito because Madara wants to play with Hashirama.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And whatnot.
Yeah.
You just say like it doesn't matter. We're at Otensei. We'll just regenerate if we get
Okay,
hit.
so he cares
worry
more
about
about playing with Hashirama than he does about stopping Infinite Tsukuyomi.
Because he's gonna do it himself later on. Like he plans on just doing it himself.
He literally says it later.
okay.
No,
Like,
you
he
can't
thinks
say
he
you can't
can.
say that. He literally says it later. You can't.
Yeah, and I
You can
remember when
argue.
Naruto gave up on Sasuke because he'll just save him later.
Do you
Sorry,
guys have
I'm,
the
like,
panels?
chewing directly into the mic.
Hold on.
No,
I have
they
one
don't.
More. I'm just gonna screenshot. I have multiple that just imply he's gonna stop him. I just want to get this last one.
Yeah, because maybe you think he might imply that he could stop him. Yeah, he definitely is planning on stopping
No.
him.
Hold on.
Crazy.
Yeah, I just don't remember all that much.
No, you do. It just
yeah.
doesn't exist.
Oh.
Yes,
I
it
guess
does.
I guess I do remember.
Literally, it does
Like, oh.
exist.
Yes, I found it. Yes, lovely.
Which
Yes,
one?
this is
Alright.
The
so
last
gonna
one
prove my
where he
point,
says, "You
guys.
saved me the
Ah.
trouble."
All right.
Which one?
So, anyways, I'll post these ones just in case. Oh, that's irrelevant now. But this is shortly after Jubito started making lots of moves towards getting closer
Probably
to
one of the
achieving his
ones
goal.
that
Like
has.
This isn't
very
the next
shortly
page.
after.
This is just slightly scrolling down to the next panel.
That's
Anyways, there's
how
more
it's
Gami if
framed
anybody
in
wants
this
to read it.
thing.
He's also frowning before he, I mean, smiling before he says, "Oh well." He's saying, "What a failure!" Smirk, but he smirks before he even says, "But."
How do you know that's what it? What? How do you know?
You read from
Okay.
right to left in Japanese. Just look at the panel. Have you never been a mangaka? No, you haven't. So no, you don't know. I have been, Sauron.
He
You
could
can just
be smiling
it
and
in
say,
huh?
"What a failure!" But like, what? Okay.
Alright.
Anyways,
Found all the ones I was
Yeah,
looking
so-
for.
Great job not
here it is.
countering my
as
point at
soon
all,
as
Sauron.
As soon as Obito starts making advances, Madara says, "I don't have much time left, but there's something I gotta do. I'm taking a chunk of
Okay,
you."
Kamui.
And he was going to take a chunk of he was going to take a chunk of Hashirama and attempt to go stop Obito so he can achieve his goal.
Yes.
So it's
So I
so
sent some
clear as
more.
day.
There he is.
I
It's
sent
so
some more
clear as
too.
day.
Another chunk of you.
So there's the taking a chunk of you. Then there's Obito is. I said it would be fun to watch the Hokage beg for mercy, but I cannot wait any longer. Obito is now just like the Sage of Six Paths. I can't let him take the lead before I use my trump card. Then the next one, him just being surprised.
I'm
He's
playing
watching the
nightmares.
Infinite Tsukuyomi already. Like he doesn't seem happy when he says it. And then blah blah blah. Is this what you meant about dreams of the far future? Yeah, but one thing is off. When this blah blah blah, this will happen. But the one who shall accomplish this is me. And then at the end, I'm grateful to you, Naruto. You even extracted the Biju from Obito, saving me the trouble of weakening him. Like, he's admitting.
Like,
he planned
it's
the
so
movie.
clear as day, Ood. It's so clear. It's so clear.
Let's see what
Every
happens.
single line, every single one. It's so clear he wants to be the one to do it, and that he actually cares that he's the one who accomplishes it.
Like, he plans on stopping
Unless you
Obito.
ignore all of this dialogue and say, "Well, my opinion trumps it," then sure.
Oh, absolutely,
so-
that's what
so-
I'm doing.
Can you guys like maybe
Okay.
reiterate? 'Cause I think you've been talking about this like 30 minutes. Like, what points are you guys making?
Who
The
knows?
point is that Madara intended, if Naruto and everyone didn't stop Obito for him, he was going to stop Obito so that he could launch the Infinite Tsukuyomi himself.
And that he cares about being the one to accomplish the goal of the Infinite Tsukuyomi, and that
Like, that's
he
his
wants
goal.
to be able to do it. And he would be mad if Obito were the one to accomplish it instead of him.
And what's your point, Oodie?
That Madara's not contradicting himself, whereas they think he is.
It's not a contradiction, Oodie.
Because they
The
think he's
point
some
is,
psychopathic maniac who doesn't make any sense at all, apparently.
No,
we
it's
just
not
think
that he
he's a
doesn't make-
narcissist.
No, it's not even that, Oodie. Actually, like, Oodie, real talk, what I think is the most interesting part of Madara's character is his savior complex. I think that's what makes him interesting rather than being boring and actually just
Boring.
wanting
That's
peace
a
for everyone
nice
but
parallel
himself.
to
You don't know what
Obito, who
is
also
boring.
had a savior complex.
No, it's boring to you.
No, like literally, that's what makes him so interesting.
To
That's
you,
what makes him
yeah.
more, at least to me, more compelling.
But
Yeah,
no,
is
there
the
you
fact
go.
that
take
he
that away.
has the
Let's take
savior
that away.
complex.
See, Ood is like, oh my gosh, Ood reminds me of the One Piece community with their agendas. Yikes.
With their
Ignore the story for
agendas.
the sake of an agenda.
The thing
Ignore
is-
the story for the sake of an agenda.
Have you fully integrated into the One Piece community, Sarah?
Almost
Apparently so.
completely.
Yeah, he hates Naruto
Almost.
now, so.
Almost.
Who are you watching? Brago?
I watch Brago, I watch Morge, I watch, I'm trying to, I watch Black Lightning sometimes. His reactions are funny.
You gotta
I'm
watch
trying
Tech
to-
King, bro. The king of
I watched-
cringe.
I watch Tech King. He reminds me of what I do in the inner me, but I will never do it out loud.
That's why I love him. He's so like authentically himself, no matter what
He
people
is-
say about him.
Every single time he does it, I'm like, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Or something.
Oh god.
I mean, he's a decent looking guy. Got
Yeah, but,
filthy
like,
money.
Anytime you have to ask, do you have a girlfriend? They don't. So.
I mean, he
Yeah,
looks
I
a little
watch-
sweaty sometimes, but that's about it.
Yeah, but he's enjoyable. He's real fun. And then I recently watched Dritz's videos on One Piece because I wanted to see if One Piece criticisms hold up in my mind. So I watched the biggest one, and his name is Dritz. He made 6-hour coverage of all the flaws with One Piece from post time skip all the way to Zoe.
People be doing too
And,
much, bro. I'm sorry. That's too
And
much.
I watch it on 2x speed over the course of no, I watched it in
much.
2x speed also over the course of like 5 days, and it was not a very good video. It was pretty bad, and it made me like the series more because I'm like, if this is the biggest One Piece criticism video, and it's this bad, then like that must mean that
Is it
these are
biggest in
solid.
viewership or biggest in length?
Well, it got the most traction in the community, and it's the biggest in terms of length.
Bro,
It had
I
lots of
wouldn't use
traction in
that.
the community.
Cause like you can be like, I've been saying this for a long time. Like you can be like have like no talent whatsoever for making content and still blow up. So yeah, I wouldn't use him as like a barometer for anything. But I don't know
Yeah.
who
Well,
that
it's not
person
that
is.
it's the
He
best.
seems
It's
to
just
make
the
a
biggest.
lot of the same criticisms that like a lot of people who criticize One Piece make. So, when it came to like Whole Cake Island, when it came to Sanji as a character, so it's like, is this made me? Because I can understand why people would think that those are decent points, but when you think about it for any magnitude of like maybe a minute, it like completely falls apart. So
Yeah, I'm not
it's
trying
like-
to derail their podcast with One Piece talk 'cause I know they hate One Piece. But yeah, I was just curious. But yeah,
Well, we don't hate it. We just haven't seen it.
yeah, true. I just put no
Oh,
one
We're,
Yes,
Sorry.
I love it.
what arc am I on right now? They're in the sky.
It gives me a good
Right.
chance to go to the bathroom. Skypea.
Yeah.
All right, bathroom break.
We're on Skype.
Yeah.
Very long arc.
Yeah.
Very long.
I like
We're at
Skype.
the
I-
part where like they just
I like
got on the
Skype
crow.
significantly more than most of the One Piece community does. A lot of people in the One Piece community say skip it. Dumb idea. I'm not gonna say that it's great. I think it's pretty solid for what it was.
I watched a
I
show. I'm not
enjoyed-
skipping any of it.
I liked it a lot, but then towards the end, I was like, a lot of those tension-filled moments kind of feel redundant now and not very kind of stupid. Because Oda did his classic nonsense, which always irritates me.
I just
But
like the
it's
villain.
it
He's a cool
is a
fruit.
solid arc.
Because like the whole beginning of it is like, it's very boring. Like I was like half paying attention to it and half not. Like it was just like I don't know, it's just very boring and like everybody's kind of like dee 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 da da da, you know.
I can
I
see that
enjoy-
with One Piece a lot because like they do a lot of setup stuff. So you
Yeah.
got to set up the new characters and the new like. There's always like some royal
Yeah,
somebody who's in conflict or whatever.
I normally like, but like
I-
in this one, I don't
I
know. It's
didn't
so pretty
start enjoying the arc until they started going inside of the forest, and then you have Robin. She's searching for all the poneglyphs, and you have Chopper in his
Oh,
battle overcoming.
Don't spoil.
Oh, I don't know
Yeah, I'm
how
not there
far
yet.
you.
They just got on the crow.
Then I will be quiet.
Because I'm like, okay,
Luck-
maybe now like I'll get more excited. And like it
Luckily,
took
it's
5
not a
hours to get there.
spoiler.
Wait, real quick.
Yeah.
Did you guys resolve the Madara thing with the panels?
Did you
that
enjoy-
resolve
wait,
the
did
issue?
you-
Well,
Did you enjoy Jaya
I mean-
though? The arc before One Piece, like the arc with Bellamy.
I did.
I tried Kamui. I
People,
tried.
people don't like it, but I like it a lot. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was really fun.
you can't stop
Sting
Surround
with-
from talking about One Piece. It's
Oh,
just a perfect
sorry.
fact.
I'm sorry.
He just
I'm
fell in
sorry.
love
You
with
act-
One Piece. I've been telling
you
him to do
act-
shit for a minute.
Bathroom, like,
You actually can't stop me from talking about One Piece. Like I always want to talk about it.
Well, you loved it. You clearly
It's my
loved
new
it.
one.
Right?
It's my new Naruto.
Wait, is One Piece better than Boruto to you?
Okay, we're good. Hello.
What?
Oh god.
What? Yes. Like what?
Oops.
It's like
Yeah?
the right question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do
What-
like One Piece better than Boruto though.
Sorry, chat.
I have quite a few issues with One Piece. Like quite a bit, but like nowhere near as many issues as I have with Boruto. So like I have One Piece at like an 8 and Boruto at,
Kinda
like,
broke it.
6.
But it's fine.
What about
Okay.
Naruto? Where do you have
God, I
Naruto
feel bad.
by comparison?
Is it terrible? Let me see.
8.
Looks good. Okay.
It's about the
I
same as
assume it
One
sounds
Piece.
fine.
What's a
Okay,
9?
cool.
What's an example
Yeah.
of 9?
A 9. This anime called Parasite. I love that one.
Never seen it. I heard about it though.
Oh, I heard
I've
it's,
heard about-
very
yeah.
spooky.
Yeah, Walmart version of Tokyo Ghoul. Don't watch it.
Erased would have been a 9 if the ending wasn't.
Yeah,
horrendous.
I agree. It would have been a 9 if it wasn't a 10 out of 10. I agree.
Oodie, you're
Never.
ignorant.
I never watched.
Ignorant to perfection.
Ignoramus.
What's like a cartoon that you would like put up there with Naruto?
Cartoon.
Yeah. Because I
A lot of the-
would. Well,
A
I'll let
lot
you
of the
go.
cartoons I watched were like 8 years ago.
Where do you put like
maybe.
Arcane? Where do you put Arcane?
Oh,
never watched it.
Arcane? Oh, that's a 9. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Now that's a 9. Now that is a 9. That is a 9. That Arcane is great.
Yeah,
One of my
Arcane's
favorite series ever. Not only is it gorgeous, it's a very good
Bro.
seamless transition of not only 2D backgrounds with 2D effects and really good animation. It's also like combined with 3D. It's done so well. It has a very good story.
When
Uh,
episode
it is-
3 hit, I legit cried, bro. I ain't gonna hold you.
I
it was
didn't,
sad.
but I got my emotional response, which is goosebumps, which means I knew that I was invested.
They played that song at the end, like, oh my
Oh,
god,
it
bro.
was-
Oh. I
was
died.
like, man. I
It
was like,
good.
man.
It was good.
Yep. This is my type of series.
If you want
This is my
peak
type of
animation,
series.
what is it, like 8 episodes, 9 episodes? It's so fucking amazing.
9. Hopefully when they drop season 2, they also do the split batch of episodes, because I want people to talk about Arcane. I don't want it to just drop and nobody talks about it after that. I need people to talk about it. It deserves it.
When I started
much
my
time.
second channel, that's the first video I made was an Arcane video. I literally was, the plan was to make a whole channel of Arcane. It just wasn't popular enough, sadly.
Arcane was in development from pre-production to post-production to pre-production, production to post-production for like 6 years.
Jesus.
They didn't even believe, a lot of the people who were there didn't even, well, the execs didn't really even believe in the project. So a lot of times it was shut down, reimagined, shut down, reimagined, and then they came to the animation process, which took about, I think, 3 years. But of course, you have to come up with a lot of the character design, so it would take a lot longer to animate that season than it would a season 2.
I'm really
yeah,
not trying to
I
take over your podcast, bro. Like, feel free to hop in and change the topic. I'm just talking.
Like, they did this entire development series.
So
of
I does not
Arcane.
care.
I watched it and I loved it.
We just proceeded.
Sorry. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm trying to get I want people to watch Arcane.
No, I do too.
I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at something else.
I literally haven't heard the guest speak in like 20 minutes, bro. So I don't know.
Well, for me, I'm gonna say the best cartoon was Naruto because it was on Cartoon Network. All right,
This
who's next?
dude, bro.
I was on Cartoon Network. What do you want me to say? It had the
Wait.
CN logo on the bottom of the
Not-
screen.
So anyway, to get
Is
Jay the
Naruto your
Great
favorite,
involved, Oodie.
My favorite life
favorite
experience,
anime?
yes. Oh, it's not an anime.
It's a life experience.
Oodie,
Wait, what'd you say?
before I joined 3 hours late,
Okay,
what else did
Oodie
you discuss
says
besides the
that-
Raid Village thing?
Did you just say that Naruto's not an anime?
It's a life
Yeah, he
experience. But yeah,
says
okay. So what?
Naruto-
Yeah. So like, go ahead, Camcam.
You talk for yourself.
Everything is a
I
life
love-
experience. Everything
Well,
is
I'd
a new
rather.
experience
Well,
of
Camcam, the
life,
problem is
but-
if I let you say it, then other people are gonna chime in. And we're gonna continue talking about this instead of the thing that Kamui wants to talk about, which is what I would rather change the topic to.
Okay, what Oodie says is that
Okay.
he doesn't like anime, and Naruto is a life experience, not an anime.
Okay, let's just say it anyways then. All right.
Yeah, so is like
Anyway,
so. I mean,
okay,
technically,
so
it
that's-
is
Oh, you tried, Kamui.
every.
You
I
are
would
Anyway.
lying.
So like we were
Well,
saying before
yeah,
Kamui
exactly.
joined.
Oodie just
talked about
likes
these
to be
people before I
pedantic.
joined.
So back to Boruto.
You want to be
Okay.
special, not just pedantic.
So so scientific ninja tech. We were talking about
That's
that
a little
earlier.
stupid.
All right, and like the soul of a shinobi, the overarching theme of Boruto is about shinobi. Will the soul of a shinobi persist? So we see in the tuning exams, the scientific ninja tech is presented almost like as an obstacle or roadblock, not necessarily, more like a punishment or like there's a consequence to using it. Like it's a negative. It's like a bad part of the answer. But in the OW arc, or I guess Mujina Band. No, definitely OW arc. We see sort of it change. Boruto recognizes scientific ninja tech not as the antithesis of the answer, but rather it's something to like, it's like a developing answer. It develops the theme to where maybe in the future, the correct answer, because Boruto acknowledges the fact that Kawaki's right. I mean, the world itself is acknowledging the fact that it's right. The fact that shinobi aren't sustainable anymore. It's not economic. It's not provable to last in the new era, which does include and involve technology in this era of peace. So I think the correct answer moving forward, and Boruto recognizes this and will fuse it more later on, is the best shinobi is one who persists as well, like as and like endures, like as the old school shinobi, something like a samurai, but also one who incorporates scientific ninja tech into their arsenal. So it's one who uses
like Naruto
both.
and I think in some novels, Naruto or Sasuke or Shikamaru, someone or all of them talk about how like people who use both would just be the strongest in the end.
So
It was
rather,
Sasuke, it was Kakashi and Sasuke.
so rather than using it as a crutch or substitute like he did in the tuning exams, or rather than ignoring it completely, running away from it, hiding from it, like afraid of it, like in the OW arc, it's going to be something that complements you in the future. I think this is
Yeah.
more important than just from like a strength aspect, but from speaking on the theme itself. It is developing the thematic of this overarching theme of the soul of the shinobi persists. The soul persists, that doesn't mean the soul can't change. It endures, they still have the guts to give up, but that still goes
never
through
give
its
up.
own journey. Yeah, it still has its own process, thematically.
Yeah, it's persistence plus, like you said, complementing that ideology which his father implemented along with the scientific ninja tool. He's keeping the ideology but also evolving with the times, I guess you could say. A good analogy would be like you're in modern warfare but you're using a musket, and the other side's using like high profile machine guns. Like, you won't keep up despite what no matter how hard you work at aiming with that gun, you won't beat that other team because they're better equipped than you. So I think Boruto, even seeing how his father failed, and Kawaki as well, he's determining that he has to not only keep his ideology but also complement that ideology along with technology, and I guess even the karma, you could argue. He's more accepting of it now that he sees that it can aid him despite it not being earned, I guess you could say. So yeah, I agree.
It's like,
more so complementary.
keep the good part of the past, change
Yeah.
the bad parts, and keep the good parts of the future, and alter the bad parts. Like, so take the good, enduring, mastering your own power, building yourself up, and also take the good of the future, the stuff that can help you do that more. Ninja Tech, like,
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
take the future and past, bring them together.
So
To be fair, we don't know what Boruto thinks about the karma right now. He's not even using
well, fair enough,
Um,
but
it. He could very much so still not want to rely on its power at all.
so
It's
I,
possible,
which
yeah,
is
we
why he
don't
became
know.
so powerful in his base, so he wouldn't have to use it ever.
I do want to point out that I think this sentiment that is being presented here is a very basic and simple one, but it does have a lot more depth to it than people may originally think of. First of all, I don't think this applies necessarily just to Boruto. I think if you look back to Naruto, you can look at the end result of this. So someone like the Kaguya clan, no, not Kaguya Otsutsuki, but Kimimaro Kaguya, unaffiliated, the bone guy from Naruto Part 1, his clan
who
went
you mean.
extinct. Yeah, okay. Well, I know, I'm just... Because a lot of other people
The
don't
Kaguya
know.
clan, Kimimaru's clan.
Yeah, so, but I know, what I'm talking about. A lot of other people don't know. So I'm just clarifying, so
You'll
people...
be surprised how many people haven't seen Naruto, bro.
Yeah, okay,
You'd be
so
surprised.
just to avoid Joe Schmo in the comments being like, did he just say the Kaguya clan skull emoji? It's the Otsutsuki clan.
Somebody do it. Somebody do it.
No, you say, I've seen this. I've seen this exact comment on countless Kimimaro videos. And so that's why I'm giving that preface. Okay, anyways,
funny.
back to the point. Okay, so the Kaguya clan, it sort of was this first presentation of this idea. They could not keep up with the times. They were this barbaric, powerful clan. They relied on brute strength, brute force, and they went in and to attack the Mist Village. But obviously, the Mist Village is more advanced now. They have developed. They have strategy. To be fair, it's not necessarily technology, but it sort of correlates. So they were defeated not based on power, because they're like the ones brimming with power, essentially, but they were defeated by ninja tactics, the more underhanded
Yeah, like
techniques that
Orochimaru
allowed
said,
them to
like
get the
they're
upper
a
hand.
civilized nation. Like that, like they're behind. Like they can't defeat a civilized, village.
Exactly.
Just being a barbaric clan, like
So
something like that.
that's-
He says anyway.
That's sort of setting the premise for this sort of concept. But this is also really interesting, considering it's the final villain of Naruto Part 1, which is also the final villain of Naruto Part 2, Shippuden, with Kaguya, who is also brimming with power and defeated using ninja strategy. But then also the primary focus, essentially, of all of Boruto. Almost every single antagonist hasn't been a ninja. They don't use ninja tactics. They rely on specifically their power, whether that be in the form of karma or just overwhelming power, stronger than the opponent. It's like they have a higher power level, but similar to Goku, who has techniques. He has Kaioken. He has the flashbang technique. He has all these different ways to get around this power that it's almost like he has underhanded tactics. That's such a negative way to say it. Mello, help me out here. What am I trying to say?
What's flashbang technique? What's that?
Shut up. Okay, the solar flare.
I'm still stuck
Put
on
me
that.
on the spot. All right. But he has all these different okay, Kaioken is like the perfect example. To be, I guess Kaioken's not the perfect example because it literally boosts his power. But like the solar flare, it's not necessarily a technique based around power. It's a technique based around strategy and mental fortitude. It's the ability to never give up. So Naruto, he has these shadow clones. The shadow clones themselves don't do anything. If anything, they weaken Naruto. They divide his power. They divide his chakra. But through the shadow clones, he can attack from behind. He can use kunai or other various means. He has 100 different jutsu. Even if it's like the jack of all trades rather than the trade of all one. What is it?
Bro, you lost the plot, I think. No, well, if Naruto was a new Uchiha, he could just like ricochet his shuriken off each other and
point
from
is
behind. But, yeah.
simply, Momoshiki, big strong guy. Naruto and Sasuke beat him up using ninja tactics. Ishiki, big strong guy. Kawaki fools him with a ninja tactic. And so on.
Well, okay, yeah, so like you were saying, again, that's a perfect example. Shoujoji is technically a very strong leader of the underworld. He's not a ninja. But Boruto is obviously clearly weaker than him, but he uses ninja tactics to defeat him. Same with
pretty
Kento.
sure he was just a rogue ninja.
It doesn't matter. I don't think he uses ninja tactics very much. Same with Code, though. Code isn't a ninja. He relies on his karma.
Not a ninja.
Yeah, so he relies on his karma. That's the point, is that they rely on their power. Their power is more strong than like Naruto's power. But because Naruto has all these other techniques, he's able to overcome because he's a ninja.
So is your conclusion just simply the antagonists attack with power and the protagonists attack with tactics and strategy?
So that's setting up for the conclusion. So this gets back to Hegelian dialectic here, which is the conclusion here. So you have the
word.
Yeah, my favorite word. So you have the thesis.
I haven't heard of that word.
You've heard me say it a countless times, so I promise you.
I must have blacked out.
Word is definitely screenwriter.
Okay, whatever.
I literally must have blacked out.
But you have the thesis here, which is the original presentation. The fact that the shinobi soul persists, the old way, the traditional standards or whatever, the shinobi. And then you have the antithesis, the scientific ninja tech. Do rely on these tools, this power, this overwhelming, this brimming power. Ishiki had brimming power that was destroying his body. He was that powerful or whatever. But then you have the synthesis, which is taking the best of both, the best ideas of both and combining them. And I bring this up because the first time we're presented to this is actually through Naruto, which I think was very specifically detailed done. We agree, we root for Naruto. If they're going to present this idea, they want the synthesis to be through someone that we already agree with to present it in the most agreeable idea. Naruto is a ninja who is stronger because he uses scientific ninja tech. And so that's the correct answer. That's the way it should go about it. And so it's presented like that, but then it gets the chance to expand on that theme. Well, Naruto is using his ninja tactics to defeat Delta, a pure cyborg. You could argue android, whatever, I don't care. Scientific ninja tech is the point. Naruto the ninja is fighting technology.
Whole body's a scientific ninja tool.
But then the most interesting factor here for me is these ninjas are using karma, a science-rooted thing, arguably. It's also shinjutsu, which also goes back to the origins of ninja in a way. So it's like the combination of both. The karma is almost like a synthesis that the ninja are using, similar to Baryon mode. Baryon mode is the climax, the the ultimate Naruto jutsu, which just so happens to be rooted in science as well. So the ultimate ninja is using the ultimate. Listen, it's science and ninja. Continue. Yeah. It's the ultimate ninja is using the ultimate science.
What is the science coming with Baryon mode?
It's the Baryon-ness of it. There you go.
Okay, that makes sense.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm like very lost.
Well, that was the end result of that idea. So there you go.
I mean, I get what you're saying. You're just saying
Shinobi just like
just really stretching it by saying things like his ultimate jutsu. It's just his ultimate power utilized ninja things like chakra, and it utilized science like nuclear fusion. Nest the two together to create an even more powerful energy. You don't have to do that complicated.
I'm just making it more YouTube for you.
Ninja stuff and science
What?
stuff.
Really flexing my vocabulary.
This is very nitpicky.
I respect it.
This is very nitpicky. But like, what ninja tactic did Boruto use to defeat Shoujoji?
It was through Tento.
He didn't even defeat him.
Tento was an extension of Boruto. He taught Tento how
And
to throw a
and-
shuriken accurately, and it worked.
And
I
did
think
he?
I think he did
did he-
use. I think he used the tactic.
Yeah,
'Cause,
in the
like, I
same
think he
did.
way that
But the
Naruto defeated Ishiki through Kawaki. He taught
didn't-
Kawaki the Shadow Clone technique, and through that, Naruto defeated Ishiki through the Shadow Clone
Yeah,
technique.
Boruto didn't beat him.
From a
That's the
screenwriter
thing.
perspective.
Shojoji was actually
He
going to
didn't
beat him.
win.
Mitsuki and Sarada saved Boruto's
Wait,
ass.
didn't Boruto beat him? I'm pretty sure.
No,
Yeah,
Shojoji
then
got
listen,
up and then Boruto got
he
paralyzed
defeated
by
him
karma.
in the second round.
Okay, then he's
No,
gonna
like-
defeat him through karma. The point is that he landed the final Rasengan. The fight was over. There wasn't a
Yeah, like
fight beyond
compression
that.
wrestling.
Well, it wasn't actually over. Okay,
No, no,
he,
no,
like,
that was in the
narratively
second
beat
round. In
Shojoji,
the
but
first
Shojoji
round-
got up. He's going to attack Boruto.
No, what I'm
like the
saying, he
fight wasn't
doesn't-
actually
So
over.
I don't care about the
It was
physical
just-
fight. I care about the
trying to be
narrative
said
fight.
right now.
Okay.
That was the end
I
of the
don't think
narrative
Oodie
fight.
specified what round. He just said he beat Shojoji.
And he
So
did.
you're like assuming
Yeah,
what
but
he
he
meant
said
by
that
that.
he used ninja tactics, and the only ninja tactic that he did use was in the fight that he didn't actually defeat him in.
No,
he
I think he
defeated-
did use tactics in the fight he won. Rather cause I think he used a very a variety of Rasengans, and then he led up with his ultimate Rasengan.
Yeah.
So like Shojoji had an inaccurate representation. Like he wasn't scaling that final one to what it really was. He scaled it to what he saw prior. Like it was actually really big brain. So like he'll attack him with like
Hold on.
the green one. He's like, okay, I got that one. He'll attack him with the normal one. That's shit. So of course, like in Shojoji's mind, he's thinking, okay, well this third one's gonna be shit too, because the first three were. Like Boruto purposely saved his best for last, and it was the thing that like got him the win. It was actually really smart.
Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm
but
very
I feel
confused.
like
Are you
Boruto's-
talking about the high compression Rasengan fight, or the
Yeah.
that one in
No,
the
the
manga
first
one?
one. The
Yeah,
Mujina Bandits art.
but that one,
Okay.
I'm trying to help you, Oodie. Okay. never
that one
mind.
in
Yeah,
particular,
I know.
though,
That's fine.
Boruto was just trying every single Rasengan that he had, and to see which ones are the most effective. And the high compression Rasengan was the most effective, because you saw it like do the most damage to like a rock. And he wanted to see if the Windstar Rasengan could be any of use. It wasn't, so that's not really the biggest tactic in the world. I guess it's I throw this at you. Does it work? No. Do I throw this at you? Does it work?
Well,
Yes.
two things. Well, you just said it like you agree it is a tactic. You said he didn't use any tactic, so there you go, right there. But then number two, both of us are like trying to interpret like what's happening because like he doesn't like clearly state it. But I'm pretty. Like,
This whole time, I thought he was talking
but
about the
I
Mujina
think you pretty
Bandits
much
arc.
agree with my point. You
I
just
have been.
are arguing degree of severity. Like it's a tactic, but it's not like a lot of like a big tactic.
But even
But
then,
yeah,
if
I'm
you want
arguing
to
the
argue
severity.
that Sarada and Mitsuki take him down, well, okay, well they use ninja tactics, and they came because of
ninja-
their ninja intuition.
I mean, they
I
kind of
guess-
just.
I guess you can
Shojoji
argue
goes to
his
attack him, and they
perspective.
show up onto the battlefield out of nowhere and catch him off guard. I mean, I guess you could call it ninja tactic, but
Like,
But-
what was Shojoji in that
Or-
arc trying to accomplish? And then maybe you can.
He was
say
trying to
Boruto
eat-
stopped him.
He's trying to
But he
eat
didn't
Tento's brain in order to later on eat the feudal lord's brain in order to take over the
Okay.
nation. Yeah, he's trying to like the body swap technique, the same way he like changed into the butler. He was gonna pretend to be the feudal lord.
So under that context, did he do that while Boruto was there, while he was fighting him?
No, and the only reason he didn't is because of Boruto.
Right. So there you go.
Yeah.
So all you gotta do is switch the context. Like, so it's not like Boruto beat him in combat. Boruto beat him based upon like stopping his actual goals. So if you just
yeah, that's
switch
why
it
I
a
was
little
saying
bit,
he
That's the
narratively
narrative
beat
battle.
Shojoji, but
Yeah.
at first I thought you
Yeah.
just talked about the fist fight. I was like, well, no, Shojoji just got up and beat him.
Yeah, he was gonna beat the
Yeah.
crap out of Boruto after his chakra stopped working.
Again, I'm trying to help you, Ood, but
Yeah,
unless you specify like combat or like in the fight, if you just say he beat him, then you can like argue the narrative stuff. So
I did specify.
I think you did
this
that
was
in
a
the perfect way.
nitpick.
Well, I was saying the narrative in the first place, but in the narrative should have been implied. But it's the same as Demon Slayer season 1 episode 19, that like overblown, like the most popular episode of anime of all time, where
Spoiler alert.
Tanjiro defeats the one family demon. I
Not
have his
popular
name
enough for
pulled
me to
up.
watch it.
His name is
I don't think it's anywhere
Hinokami.
close to one of the most popular anime episodes of all time.
I would say. It's
are there like any adults in that show, bro? Oh yeah, wait, no, I think that last dude was.
No, there are adults, but they all look like children.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because they had like, weren't they doing like a prostitution thing in season 2?
Yeah, but they all look like children. They're not actually children, but they look like children because they all have like baby faces. That's how
that
they.
last fight was
They all
so
got
fucking
like the
peak.
tiny
Wait,
faces.
this is
Yeah.
season 3 out, right?
Yeah, but
It's not very
bad.
good. I go for it.
I gotta watch it.
Or is this name Giyu? Hang on, what is this? Or is
I
that
It
almost
is-
another guy?
lost my mind when I
it-
thought my favorite character
some
died. I
guy.
was so
Yeah.
heated, bro.
It's definitely a step down in terms of like quality of terms of animation compared to seasons 1 and 2.
Hmm.
Yeah, I didn't
And
like.
it's also not
Oh,
very.
man.
It's the direction and storyboard, so is also very bland. I'm kind of shocked how not very good looking this season is in comparison to season 1 and 2.
Where does it rank? Like on Manga Plus? Does anyone know? Let me pull it up real quick.
So I forget the
Demon Slayer's
demon's
over.
name, but it's this one I'm putting in chat.
The manga's over?
Yeah,
Yeah, it's been over.
Damn.
Oh, yeah, no,
been
I
Okay.
meant
over
years
since
ago.
2020.
Oh, well, I didn't know that.
But
Yeah.
the point is
It was a
that
shorter
Yeah, but
series.
this ain't gonna be a long time, okay? That's what she said.
Yeah.
it's probably gonna be a while. The
That
point is
long
that
time.
Tanjiro wins the narrative fight here, even though he loses the physical fight. You end the episode thinking he won the physical fight, but next episode he gets back up and Tanjiro can't even move, essentially. So he absolutely got obliterated in this fight, technically. But he still won the narrative fight. He still won.
Yes.
Mm.
I said
In the
this
same
was
way
a nitpick.
Boruto won.
Okay.
Okay, well, it doesn't have to be a nitpick. I can still explain it either way. So there you go. It's been explained. There you go.
There you go.
Jay,
What was
what do
the,
you think?
I was, what was
I
the
don't
point
even
of
know
that?
what
But
was supposed like what was your
Boruto.
whole point? Yeah.
Yeah. So what else did you guys talk about before I joined like 3 hours late?
you're not gonna let your
Well,
guest.
Jay didn't answer the
Okay.
question, so
Never
Oh my
mind.
God.
Yeah,
What a
yeah,
troll.
I didn't even
guess
hear the question.
narratively he did win, but yeah, like they said, combat wise, if it was more prolonged, he would have lost. I mean, yeah, pretty much.
All right. Screw it, we just move on then, I guess. Something
Yeah.
else.
Like doesn't he get stronger and then fight him again? It's like the same Shijoji, but Boruto gets stronger. But it's only with his like compression wrestling and that he wins.
Yep.
So like a
Yeah.
weaker version of him with that pack, pretty much.
yeah, but
Yeah.
I'm so confused because like we went on side tangents. I don't even know like what you were trying to say.
I said it was a side tangent. That it was
I
a
think
nitpick.
Like
I think
like, I
Udi's
just got so lost.
basically I think he's basically saying like shinobi have to adapt to the era, and the era is incorporating scientific ninja tech, and I guess like the bad guys are just using raw power, where like the good guys are using tactics to overcome that power. Maybe.
I mean, I
Yeah, but,
said
like-
at the first place is something we'd already talked about. There's a basic idea, but it has a lot of depth, and you only get that if you explain it. And I explained it, so there's not really much left to go with there. If you guys want to talk more, we can. But like, I said everything I wanted to.
I think I agree. I guess.
Mhm.
You know, they Kaguya was big mommy, like big energy, but they had to use hack based abilities to stop her, not power. So
It's just pointing out a thing, and it's been pointed out. So there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh,
No
well,
one
that's
uses
it. Okay.
scientific
Well, yeah.
technology.
I guess I would agree with that. That's pretty.
do you think they'll use
standard.
scientific ninja tech
Oh.
like Shikadai? Do you think he's gonna pull out like next?
The only characters I see using it are people like Shikadai, not Chocho, people like Inojin.
Not Chocho.
No, not Chocho.
Why
I
you
don't think
throwing
so.
shade on Cho?
Well, because I think she's already powerful enough without it, but maybe she'll use it. But people like Shikadai and Inojin, they'll need it because
Isn't that like the point of the tech though? That you don't have to, because like I think like the Naruto series
Yeah,
is so
no.
heavily focused on genetics.
that
I
is
think the tech
that is-
aspect gives you a different element of that. To where
that
it's
is
like
the point, but I just don't see her using it because like I don't know.
okay.
I think they'll only give it to
I don't
major
see like
characters.
Yoshi and Chick and I both using it. Chocho refusing to do it. Like, I think
Yeah,
if
I
her
don't-
teammates do it, she'll do it too.
Yeah.
I think that would like contradict like the point they're trying to make with the tech stuff. But I mean, if they're going to use it, but I don't know.
Yeah, so far like none of them like there's not even been an inkling of like foreshadowing of any of the
Yeah, besides Denki in the anime.
new gen actually using any
I
ninja tool stuff.
agree.
Like the whole
but
like the whole like using them simultaneously thing is like the whole thing about the hour arc was just like Boruto coming to no longer despise it. It's all about how you use the tool, not about
Mhm.
the tool just being inherently bad. He only hated it because it gave him grief at one point of his life, and he realized that it was nowhere near as bad as he was presenting it. He misunderstood what Naruto was telling him. It's not that you can't use. It's not that like ninja tools takes away hard work as a whole. You can still be a hard worker and use ninja tools as just like a simple amplifier to your abilities.
Yeah, that's the same thing kind of applies for karma with
He just
like
misunderstood because he was greedy.
yeah,
He was
how it's
he
used
was-
is important.
He was,
Yeah.
he was like 12.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I think basically like they just don't want them to rely on it as a crutch, I guess. Because like if you take it away, then what are you?
Yeah,
You're
exactly.
Some dude.
So
But
then
then
that
also,
goes back to the Denki fight where like he was still able to beat Tsubaki even though she's not
Yeah.
going a lot, even without his ninja tools.
Dinky's actually a skilled like tuning level ninja. Like he's really talented.
Yeah, and I saw so many people at the time when that episode came out. They're like, "Wow, he didn't even have to work hard for any of this stuff." It's like they literally go out of their way to like tell you that he went in, day out, and making this scientific ninja tools in order to participate. That is working hard. He did work hard for
Yeah.
this.
I
I
don't
feel
know
like it
who's
was a rule.
said
They
that,
had
but
to
that's
make
crazy.
it themselves.
So many
that way
people
they're
were
putting
saying
the
it,
work
it just made
into
no
it.
sense.
They
They were
must
just
not
mad.
watch the anime because like where he starts off and where he is in that tuning exams, like it's night and day. Like he's clearly putting a lot of work.
Exactly, it's so night and day. But they were just mad that he was able to compete with a shinobi that didn't have scientific ninja tools when he was kind of nothing
I mean,
before this. But it's
think-
like he worked hard to get there. He worked hard to create these stuff.
well, Tsubaki's like she's all technique and power, but like think about Naruto. Like Naruto didn't incorporate like an elemental release into his like arsenal until fucking when he was like 16 or some shit, and like Dinky was doing that with lightning release when he was like 12 or something.
Yeah, you have Shikadai, he has a nature release. You have Denki, nature release. You have who else has a nature release?
Pokey,
Big Sarada.
basically everyone.
Not everyone. Like Inogen, he doesn't have one. Chocho, she doesn't have
I mean,
one.
freaking Wasabi or Nabida, the Cry Girl, has one.
Does she?
I, think,
Is that
I
one
thought she had
style?
like a maybe. I thought she had a
has
water style.
Water style,
Yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah, she does have water style.
And then you have Sumire, water style.
You should train with Orochimaru with her little
Itsuki, water
sonic
style.
scream shit. That'd be
Not
pretty
relevant to
sick.
Boruto, but Orochimaru has fire style. I found that out today. He used it in the
Orochimaru
Forest of
has
Death.
all
You didn't know he had
five
fire
changes.
No,
style?
I know he has it, but he doesn't use it. I didn't realize he
He
used it.
does. That's how we know. He literally uses it.
We know
at
because
one
freaking
point in
data bars
Naruto.
and stuff.
He
I
used
think-
Earth.
I think maybe
in
he
the tuning
doesn't use it consistently enough to.
Exactly.
Yeah, he doesn't use his
Associated
nature
with
releases very much,
I
but he
think
does
the
use it
first
early on.
battles we see him in, he uses fire style, wind
Yeah,
style, and Earth
like I said,
style.
the first battle I had forgot until I went back to go look at that earlier
First
today.
Oh.
versus Sasuke? Is that the
Yeah.
first one?
Well, actually,
That
he
was a
used it
sick
against
I don't know.
Naruto.
No, I don't think he used it on. Hold on.
Wait,
don't
do
think
you
he used
think
it on
Sarada's
Sasuke. I thought
beating
he
that
may have
version
used
of
it on
Orochimaru?
Naruto, but he used it in the Force of Death.
I would like
He
to see
used
her
it
do
against
something.
Naruto. I went back to it earlier today.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was Naruto, and then he uses wind style at a different point. Like
You
in the
mean when
flashback.
he's summoning?
She's basically Hiruzen, Saruman. She's basically Hiruzen.
So, okay, I did have a question based on what I was looking at earlier today. So, when Naruto summons the snake in the in the Forest of Death, it's
When
like
Naruto summoned the
Naruto is.
snake?
Naruto
Yeah.
summoned the snake. You mean
Oh, sorry. When
Orochimaru, or-
Orochimaru summons his snake in the Forest of Death, Naruto is jumping at him like in midair, and there's like a huge wind effect, and Naruto, it's like he's blown backwards. Do you think that was just from Orochimaru summoning his snake, which is like never a thing shown? Or was that him also simultaneously using a wind style or something? I don't know what
Let's
happened
go
there.
look.
I think the snake farted or something. I don't know. It just blew Naruto back.
Oh,
Let me
Probably
just go
what
back
happened.
and look for it.
Snake fart no jutsu. Wait, do snakes fart? I don't know.
Mello.
They have no
I'm not
butthole.
gonna find
What
out.
do you mean?
I don't
Well,
fucking know
no.
the
Anatomy.
fucking land dragons do. Okay, I don't know what they do.
Let's see. Probably at like
Need to go
episode
look up National Geographic or something.
30. My guess.
I fucking can't, bro.
Well, I played like one frame of it. Meaning...
All right, so
Mm.
which exact scene are you
29.
referring to? Okay, when he
Oh my
when
god.
Naruto runs at
Now you're
him,
thinking about it,
he
huh?
summons the snake, and the snake
Yeah.
Quick.
in the
Google
manga,
search.
the snake just hits him. There is no wind style. He just
How
gets
do you
hit.
Oh,
Anyway.
okay. That's just anime only thing.
Yeah, because I was gonna say I think I remember what you're talking about, but I just checked the manga. It looks like the snake just hits him, so that's probably what it was.
They just did it
But
for
he does
dramatic.
blow
They
the
did it for
fire.
dramatic effect.
Actually, interestingly enough, though, in the manga here, look at the colored manga.
Just
I don't know if it's just an error, but instead of blowing fire, it looks like he's blowing wind.
I know you did.
Looks like he's flowing what?
Blowing wind, like instead of fire.
At Naruto?
Like the anime, I remember that scene being fire. Maybe it's. Let me look at it not colored.
Because I mean, it makes
Like,
sense
they just
considering it just does nothing to Naruto. Like I think Naruto is in his Kurama state a little bit then, but maybe not Naruto. Maybe he's not. So Naruto just tanks Orochimaru's fireball jutsu.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So there's two snakes.
Maybe it is wind.
So I got it pulled
Maybe
up here. I'll share my
How do people
screen.
confirm this?
Okay, there's
I mean,
two
it
snakes.
blows him back, like wind.
Yeah, I got it pulled up on my screen.
I want to say my
Okay, go ahead,
snake
Camcam.
fact.
Go ahead,
On my
Camcam.
screen.
Okay, when put in a defensive situation, they expel air from their colloquial vent to make a popping noise that can be heard from 2 meters away and apparently sound like a human fart.
Wow. That's awesome.
It's a Sonoran
Farts are gas.
coral and western hook-nosed snake.
Not pun intended. I guess.
Interesting.
Anyways,
Mello,
No,
are you
no.
happy with yourself now?
that was lovely.
Hey, looks, people learned something today, so yeah.
Hey.
Yeah, you learn something new every day. Oh my god, there's a video of it. I want to hear it.
Some things
more
are
you
better
know.
left
It's just
unlearned.
gonna sound like some dude in his basement farting. Like I don't.
I think the anime just changed it. So I remember it being fire, but like
That's
even
so
looking
funny.
at it not colored in the manga,
Hey, look at this
he's just
shitty-
blown back.
Look at this shitty part 1 animation. Just look at
Okay, so it's on my screen.
Of the familiar spirit,
wood.
like he's
He's
summoning
He's using wood style.
a snake.
It's a breaking
And
wood.
it is swirling around a lot of wind, but it also looks like it might just be because of the summoning.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
This is one of Naruto's weird little quirky stuff that they used to do back in part 1. Like it's as quirky as like the magic ball.
Let's
Why
see
is
if I can
Naruto so
find- oh my
weak in
God.
this
You know,
arc, bro?
you know the third Hokage's magic ball.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah,
yeah, I
yeah,
hate
yeah.
that.
That
They
thing
got
that
rid
you
of
can
that.
watch over.
No,
Well, they
I
brought
think
it back in the
Toads-
paint arc.
Toads stole it, bro. They got a magic ball too.
The turtles stole
They
it.
yoinked his shit. They just made it better.
Yo, the art corrections in
So
the
wait.
episode are. That's
Oodie, go to
something
the
else.
part where he blows the fire at Naruto and see how it does it in the anime.
I'm trying to find it. I'm not sure exactly where it is.
It's after this. It's
Wait, Sasuke headband cracked there? That's crazy.
There's no
after
way it's
that
after
part.
this. Oh, actually, it might be.
Isn't the
Thanks,
episode
Mello, I
following
It's coming
this
up soon.
That was
really
funny.
good quality?
Okay,
The
let's see.
hardest I've laughed today.
Would it be after he freaking fights?
Hold on.
Oh, this
In
is
the
it right
manga,
here. I think.
It is.
He
Fire
just blows
style.
fire.
Okay, this is it. This is absolutely it. He doesn't even do a fire like hand sign.
He doesn't even. Yeah, he doesn't.
He
weave
just
in
blows.
He's not
He
even
doesn't
doing
use to-
Katone.
Is that a shinjutsu?
All right, so this is what happens. I think. Okay, yeah.
No
Oh,
one
this is
Orochimaru.
again.
I
This
wouldn't be
is
surprised.
another one of Naruto Part 1's
Smells-
quirks.
It's like he's blowing a dust in his hand. Like this is something he just does in real life. Like he just does that. Like it doesn't
Why didn't
look like
Naruto-
it looks like lava.
Why didn't Naruto like scream and then like blow it away like he did with Sasuke?
Oh,
Yeah,
never
but
mind,
he
it does
just-
affect him.
That's it.
Bro, look at that wood
Okay.
style, bro. She
Mello, you gotta stop. Gosh, dang
That's
it,
the
man.
most weirdest out of
I
pocket.
think it
shit
is.
sometimes.
I think it is wind style. Upon
On
looking at the
purpose.
manga, 'cause he's just blown back.
Just orange wind.
He's like Oodie.
To be fair, the
What do you
force of
mean?
fire
I
hitting.
am
Absolutely
not
not.
like what
To
he's
Yeah,
be
thank
fair,
you for
the force of,
agreeing.
like, and Naruto doesn't like fire style does exert like a force, so I guess it did push him back in a way.
Those eyes are so freaky.
Why did it not push him?
I hate
Porn.
them.
Looking
Orochimaru
left
does
and right at
have
the same
fire
time.
style
Oh, it's
anyway,
Michael
but-
Jackson.
Bro, come on.
Stop
Why you doing
fucking-
that?
Here, you know what? Really quick,
Yo, he
quiz
literally
time.
says those eyes.
Oh my god. All right. So who took out this grass ninja?
What?
Who
Guard.
took them
Okay.
out
Oh, no,
beforehand? Don't wait.
No,
Hang
it's
on,
a fighting
Kamui. I think you know. See if anyone else gets it.
Fuck if I know, bro.
Who took them out?
Google search. Down the next
No.
chapter.
Jay, do you know?
That's like nuanced detail. No.
Okay, Kamui, I think you know. Go ahead, say it.
Is it not Kimimaro?
It is Kimimaro.
Okay.
Bro, why do you guys?
I thought it
know
was-
that?
Because it's Kimimaro, my favorite character.
Because they're
You
nerds.
could have done all your
They're
Kimimaro.
fucking
Wait,
nerds.
Isn't Madara your favorite character? You always
No,
talk
he's the
about him?
best character. There's a difference.
No,
They're
well,
fucking
fair enough.
nerds.
Kimimaro is better than Madara.
Favorite character, yeah.
You know, at least they're cute, I guess.
So I expect a lot of people to say Orochimaru took him out, considering he's the one that did the face swap technique, which also isn't the body swap technique. It's a completely different technique, apparently.
But I thought this was a woman.
It is.
No,
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 it's a
it's a
man.
man in the manga. It's only a woman in the anime.
Oh, really? I had no idea. That's funny,
Yeah, so
considering
Naruto
Naruto
calls
makes
him a
like
snake
woman
lady in the
jokes
anime,
about her. Yeah.
but he calls him a snake man in the manga. I don't know why they changed.
So is Orochimaru like a woman or a man?
Orochimaru's canonically a man in the novels, the Boruto novels, in Boruto
No,
era.
no,
I'm
literally,
not, I'm not asking like canonically. I mean, like, where is he now?
no, in the novels, he's literally described as either a woman or a man.
Like, does he have like?
He's
know,
a
parts?
non-binary.
He is a guy.
He's
They
a- he's a
guy
are
in
non-binary,
soul.
actually.
Do
Oh,
they
no,
have
he-
both parts?
No, I don't think he's. I don't think he's.
Thank God.
I don't
He's
think he
not
has
of this
both
world.
parts.
Of this world.
He's
No.
non-binary. You know,
When they
he's a-
describe Orochimaru, the like third person omniscient narrator uses the word he to describe Orochimaru.
Yeah,
in
he's a
Boruto.
guy.
Yeah, a
He
non-binary
just takes over
person
male
can
or
use
female
either
bodies
pronoun.
depending on the
but he
time.
not
Well,
to,
the narrator just a bigot then.
but
That just that
he
confirms.
not considers him looking like that of a woman. So.
Oh,
Yeah, but, because he has a woman body at the time, but he's still a guy. Like,
no, Mello.
No, I'm saying like his body, like you gotta.
I don't
that
think
fact-
Orochimaru
Yeah,
changed
so
bodies.
the
When you say his-
writer
when you say
would be
his
the bigot.
soul is a man,
The
like he has
omniscient
a man's
narrator isn't the
soul?
writer.
Is that what you're saying?
yeah, he has a man's soul. The Orochimaru
But what
was
does that
born a
mean?
guy. He still has his
Well,
guy's
he
soul. He
inhabits-
didn't change his soul.
Your soul and your body in Naruto is different.
Oh my God.
Wait, so like the people who like Minato when he's like in soul form, does he have like a penis?
Jay, I
Probably.
apologize. This
Yeah,
has
I
been the
would
most
assume so.
dangerous podcast to have been
In the
on. You'll be
Japanese-
canceled for this podcast in 10 years. I apologize in
Okay,
In the
advance.
I'm
Japanese
super
manga
curious.
and anime, Orochimaru's woman body was always referred to as a man in the English dub and Japanese subtitle versions, but changed to a woman once Orochimaru became its disguise. What? That's weird.
Bro, you can say whatever
That's
you want about
weird.
the writer. The writer wrote him as a man.
Wait, is
Yeah,
Hiruzen a
like-
bigot? Because like when he saw that Orochimaru was a woman, he said, "You monster!" So is he like hating against transgender people?
Well-
That's why, yeah,
He
he's
does
only
not
a
like
lesbian because
non-binary
he's
people.
My
Yeah,
favorite my
you
favorite
demon.
Orochimaru joke
What have you
was
done?
You're a demon. He thinks all women
Yo,
are
bro,
demons.
chill, like cancel Hiruzen, bro. Like what
He
you doing?
is not an ally. He is not a trans ally.
Hiruzen crazy
so-
out here in these streets.
Naruto earlier in this episode tells Orochimaru that he's gonna turn Orochimaru in like a snakeskin boot or something. I always thought that was funny.
Wow.
He is a
even
bigot.
Or like a leather shoe or something. I forget.
Naruto's
That's
not
so
a
funny.
vegan. We gotta cancel him too.
Yama Boo
Yeah,
does
we
the
gotta
same thing to
fucking cancel him, bro.
Manda, except he says a snakeskin wallet. That's what he wants.
Oh my god.
That's crazy.
Hey, we got plenty of those in Texas. We got the rattlesnake, rattlesnake convention festival,
Oh, God.
whatever. Like,
If it's
we
one-on-one,
can
bet
get you some
on
wallets.
Kaido.
Naruto.
Bro, Kaido's packing up everybody in one in Naruto, bro. Stop this. Okay.
Unfortunately not, but sure.
How high up do you think he goes? As we change the topic.
Also
it's better
on
than talking
Mr.
about Orochimaru's
Spiraling.
psychiatrist.
I have to think about it more, but like I have like the Yonko in like One Piece at like KCM Sageba Naruto level in terms of like attack power, but they're like very fast people. Like they're insanely fast.
Where did I write that? Oh, did I not write it? Huh.
Interesting.
Um,
I think Luffy like destroys Naruto, but okay.
yeah, if you
Well, actually, speaking of Orochimaru, Kimimaro, Oodie, you might, I don't know if you asked this earlier,
I haven't.
but you might as well ask. Okay, ask your question you asked
oh my
me
god.
the other day.
Okay, first of all, I will say you can scale Naruto to 1 to the power of 80 times faster than the speed of light. Or I think it was 76, but like close enough. But
I don't know what that
anyways,
means, but okay.
it means
Like One
there's
Piece
like
characters
76
are faster than light
zeros.
pre-time skip. So.
No, I'm talking about Land of Waves Naruto. But actually, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. That's a lie. I was only talking about
Why are
current
you
Naruto.
out here lying in these streets?
Because I misspoke.
Are you saying Land of Wave Naruto is that much faster than light?
No, the current Naruto. I was not talking about Land of Waves. I was
Oh,
using
okay.
Land of Waves Naruto to get to current Naruto. But okay. Yeah, so Naruto is like 76 zeros and then a number faster than the speed of light. Times multiplied. Anyways, all right, so the Kimimaru question. All right, this would be like the final question for Jay before he goes, I guess. Another sort of narrative thing. So, all right. If you... Here, let's go to podcast topics so I can word it more
I
elegantly.
was gonna say,
like I wrote
Oodie,
it there.
remember, I want you to set it up as specific as possible because of the questions that I asked that you never understood the question. But
Oh,
set
never
up
understood
this
it.
as
Yeah, okay. Even though I
specifically as
answered the
possible.
question multiple times, but okay, Kamui. All right, so anyway, so me and Kamui were talking about this the other day because I'm working on a Kimimaru video. So, all right. So if Orochimaru and Kimimaru were placed in Zabuza and Haku's situation, do you think Naruto's Talk no Jutsu or a similar / relevant version made for Orochimaru would have worked on Orochimaru? So,
Okay, so again,
the specific
I'm gonna ask
scenario
you-
doesn't matter. Let's say Kimimaru
does.
dies. No, it doesn't. Kimimaru dies.
No, because we need to know what's leading up to this. Has Orochi? Is it like literally like Orochimaru's got his same sound village? Everything else is the same, except he's there when Kimimaru dies, and then Naruto talks to Jutsu. Or
Yes, in universe.
is it like he's going to live a life like Haku and Zabuza?
This isn't
where
some
it's
alternate
just the two of
universe.
them
No.
by them-
I'm talking about in Naruto.
Bro,
Already
no,
answered.
that's the answer to
No,
your question.
the
No.
No.
answer is no.
Just
Like
give your
Jiraiya
answer.
tried and it failed miserably. Like what?
In the
Yeah,
same way that
Orochimaru-
Naruto tried and
Orochimaru
failed
has-
miserably on Sasuke, in the same
Orochimaru
way
has
Naruto tried and succeeded
Orochimaru
against
has more
Sasuke.
of a connection to Jiraiya and it like failed.
Zabuza just a bitch, bro. Like Orochimaru, he's on.
The only thing that made Orochimaru calm down was like freaking dying. Like,
Yeah.
Well,
And
no,
what-
really.
what-
And Udi, I think Kabuto would have been a better one for this because I think that's the. If you're gonna pick someone who it would be possible for, I think Kabuto is the
why
one,
would you even pick
not
Orochimaru?
Kimimaru. I don't think
Oh,
he.
Lord.
Man, crazy how
Like
not
if it's in
making
the
a
Sasuke
Kabuto
retrieval
video,
arc, like
huh?
I said, he just
Mhm.
gave like, heh, I still have Sasuke, and then like laugh,
I
like he
still-
doesn't care.
I still has.
He lacked remorse in part one. He really didn't have any remorse or sympathy.
He doesn't have a connection to Kimimaru the person, in my opinion. He has a connection to Kimimaru the vessel.
Yeah, this is why
He
I wanted to
makes
do this
use of
before
Kimimaru the
Kamui
person,
got here, but
but he
that's a
doesn't-
little too late.
At
Huh?
the third can't talk no jutsu Orochimaru. Why would Naruto stand a chance?
Because I can't even present even the idea
It's
before you
foolish.
contaminate it, Kamui.
It's
No, it is right.
foolish.
Can't be that.
ERB.
He's
Wait,
evil.
so what's your guest's answer? He said.
Yeah, he just lacks remorse and sympathy for anyone, and even the people that we would deduce he's closest to, he didn't care for. Like he literally killed Hiruzen, and he would have killed Jiraiya if Tsunade didn't like threaten him back there in the Second Great Ninja War. So Kimimaru is more just a means to an end, and so was Sasuke. He literally didn't care for them. Like
Yeah, in terms of the vessel, but
Orochimaru
not as a
literally
person.
Cried about, Orochimaru literally cried about the idea of killing Hiruzen, and that was the only bit of remorse he ever showed. And then he resolved himself, and then went for it anyways. Naruto ain't doing crap. Well,
Yeah.
The point is that he did cry. He did have remorse when you thought he wouldn't have. And same with Hiruzen. He resolved himself to kill Orochimaru, and then in his death, he still saw Kid Orochimaru. So clearly resolving themselves didn't change the fact that they still felt remorse, both before and after.
I agree
I
with
mean,
that.
if you took like
Well,
the personality from Boruto and then
what I
replaced
say-
Kimimaru with Mitsuki, then you might have something.
What I
Oh, that's
say
another
remorse-
point that I was telling
Actually,
me about.
maybe
Yeah.
not remorse, because he didn't actually care about what he did. He
Oh, no, I
more
wrote that
so
in the
just
script.
felt sadness about the fact that this was his former teacher. He didn't feel remorse.
So I don't think Orochimaru is as evil as everyone else leads him to believe. He's not that simple. He's more of a complex character. He has depth. There's more nuance there. So, for example, we all thought Zabuza was evil until like episode 19 where he wasn't. So, for example, Zabuza's first appearance. We see him against Kakashi. Explains in the academy he took pleasure in killing to be like the only one in his class, even as an adult, reflecting back on it. He like had this sick demonic face or whatever. So yeah, he's a sick demented person. Zabuza, the evil guy. Same way Orochimaru's evil.
Orochimaru becomes less evil by the time he dies. That's when he actually starts to have, well,
I think the Naruto series makes it clear that these people aren't evil. Like it just
like the thing, like so to
complex.
Oodie's
There's
point,
complexities.
like using the third as an example, like it shows that Orochimaru isn't just only twisted evil, doesn't care about anything ever, blah blah blah. He has feelings. The problem for me is I don't see where he ever got a connection to Kimimaro beyond being his tool, his vessel. I know Haku and Zabuza. The difference is that it's just the two of them. They actually bonded. Like Zabuza doesn't admit it, but he did bond with Haku. For Orochimaru and Kimimaro, there's just no inkling to show that they ever got this close connection. Like all it is we only ever got the tool. He doesn't care. He just never remotely seems sad that Kimimaro the person is dead at any point. I know your point is, well, Naruto can talk it out of him, but if he doesn't actually feel a connection to Kimimaro like that, it's not going to work. He has to actually feel it. And there's just nothing that leads me to believe he actually did gain that. It's not like Hiruzen where we see the cry scene. We know, like, okay, he actually, not only did he spend a lot of time with Hiruzen as a teacher, he literally cries. Like, we have something to work with. For Kimimaro, it's just, you're assuming it's there, as far as I can tell.
Was there anything that made you think Zabuza cared about Haku before that scene with Naruto?
According to Kakashi, Zabuza hesitated to slice Haku, and then when Haku dies, Zabuza just is basically mentally nerfed. He just cannot fight Kakashi whatsoever anymore. Kakashi points out, like
in the moment that it was happening, not like him explaining it post.
Like, I mean, even like during when Kakashi's beating his ass, he's like, let me just go find the quote. He's basically says something like, you can't beat me now. You haven't realized why yet. And the only thing that's happened is Haku died. That's kind of the implication.
I regret even bringing this up, even though I'm not the one that brought this up. There's no point of doing this with you here, Kamui. Camcam's biased now because of you. I wasn't able to properly explain anything.
I swear to God, I didn't hear anything.
Absolute nonsense.
I say she's biased because of me, like I'm some evil manipulator. I'm just telling you what I think.
You're just here talking over me, not allowing me to present this in the first place.
What was the question?
You know what the question is.
We're just getting to it. You can get to why. I was just telling you, I don't see what makes me think that.
No, I agree that Zabuza seemed like a heartless monster who used Zabuza as a tool to complete his own objective, just like Orochimaru. But there's a ton of parallels between Orochimaru and Zabuza. That alone is an implication.
And I want to quote this page.
Yeah.
So for Zabuza, though, he's questioning
Sauron as well, just like Kamui. You're just wrong, Sauron. You're just saying that, and you're trying to filter everyone else's opinion. You're just wrong.
Can you tell me what?
I'm answering Mello's question, though. So
go ahead.
Zabuza questions to himself, why? Why can't I keep up? He's throwing a fit. And then Kakashi's like, now there's no way you can beat me. He's like, what? It's over. You just don't know it yet. Like, there's just an implication that it's because of Haku's death, which we find out. We get the full picture afterwards. That's why Zabuza was so distraught and couldn't fight anymore. It's because Haku died. He just didn't realize, it didn't connect to him yet. Like, basically, he's putting on a narrative mask. Naruto takes off his mask. He's covering up the fact that Haku meant something to him. Also, there's also like Zabuza thinking back to Haku as a kid, like, I am your weapon and your tool. Like, Zabuza's thinking about young, smiling Haku before, like, slicing through him. I just feel like there are signs. He's, like, trying to cover it up.
I don't want to really do it, but, like, there's some... It's fine. Like, your interpretation is fine. It's
the
cool.
point that I haven't... Or, yeah, you can
I mean,
argue
I will
what I
admit,
haven't
though,
even
like,
been able
obviously,
to argue. Yeah.
it helps having after-the-fact knowledge. Like, knowing what we know later on helps put the pieces together there. If we, the manga ended chapter 31. That was the last chapter. Would I definitively say that Zabuza cared about Haku? No, I don't have the confirmation. But having the confirmation, you can see the signs before then.
It's not about
But
confirmation,
for
it's
Orochimaru,
about
there
what
just
you
is
think.
no confirmation,
Which
so I
doesn't
can't really
necessarily rely
put
on
pieces
evidence.
together.
Yeah, but just for you, like, can you give me an example of what a similar or relevant version made for Orochimaru would sound like? Like
In
using
terms
the
of
context of
scenario,
like the canon. Yeah, like use the context of the canon.
Bye,
'Cause, like,
Oodie.
we can all like write. Sorry, did somebody say bye?
Yes, bye everyone.
Oh,
Bye,
bye.
Sauron.
Later, bro.
Bye, Sauron.
See ya.
Later.
well, Mello, specifically, the reason I don't want to do that is so we don't get bogged down in the details. That's the point of, I'm putting in chat, the highlighted part of this podcast topic. So
Well,
we just
is
have
it
our
in the
own version. Doesn't necessarily
If you
matter.
ask that question and someone gives you an answer, wouldn't that be them going into the detail of the question being presented?
It
It
no,
seems
it just
inevitable that you're going to get bogged down
in the
detail.
details of
Or so, like, for example,
assuming
we
a
take the
similar
Sasuke
/ relevant
retrieval
version.
arc answer when we were talking one-on-one, and I bring up the fact that it's kind of funny because if that happened, like Orochimaru goes
None
to
of this
Kimimaro,
matters.
and then Kimimaro dies, Orochimaru's just
No,
going to kill Naruto and laugh. And he's saying,
What-
oh, I don't want you to get bogged down on that detail. That's
So-
why he's saying that.
What I'm saying is, like, I don't see, outside of me creating a new story, I don't see in the canon material how I can even get to a similar or relevant, what did that say? Version for Orochimaru. I don't think that version even exists.
Yeah,
So-
I agree with
so-
Mello.
What I'm saying is, like,
Of course you
can
do.
you present a version using the canon material that does, like, maybe you see something I don't, is what I'm basically saying. So is there something there, or do you have to create like a headcanon fanfic thing to even get you there?
No, you don't. In fact, I would have already presented it in an unbiased way if Kamui and Sauron weren't here. But you know, that's what it is.
You literally asked us our opinions.
Wait, present it now.
No, I
Why?
didn't. In fact,
At all.
you're the one that brought this
I didn't
topic
even
up.
hear
Kamui.
what Sauron
You
said,
asked
even
me
what
in
Kamui said.
DMs for
I
my
wasn't- I
answer.
wasn't
Yeah,
even
I'm gonna
off
respond to
podcast,
it.
couldn't
not
even read the
planning for
screen
it to be used on the
Laptop is
podcast.
so far away.
You wanted it to be a podcast topic.
Ooh,
After
just
the fact.
present it-
Verbatim told me.
Present the unbiased take now. Like, I'm completely not biased. I'm curious what your answer is gonna be.
Okay, first of all, I don't think evidence necessarily matters if we're just talking about what we think, because you don't have to use direct scenes. You can use implications, such as the writing parallel between Orochimaru and Kimimaro. You asked me for some of those parallels earlier. All right, well, the first parallel is the fact that it's the first and final villain. The second is that it's like a two-man squad in this regard of Orochimaru and Kimimaro, same with Zabuza and Haku. And third, it's like a leader and then a follower, with Orochimaru being similar to Zabuza, in the same way that Haku is similar to Kimimaro. And then fourthly,
I really wanna
the
interrupt
leader
you,
is,
but I
I know
won't.
you do, and fourthly, the leader is using the tool. So like Zabuza is using Haku in the same way Orochimaru is using Kimimaro. So like assuming that Zabuza, the same way that his goal was extinguished and that his life was coming to an end, so his end goal didn't matter. If Orochimaru was in that scenario to where he can't turn into a vessel anymore, how would he view Kimimaro as a human at that point? Based on everything we've seen that Zabuza took pleasure in killing. We thought he was a heartless monster who was treating Haku as a tool, the same way we think that's the same with Orochimaru. But we see that Orochimaru lost his parents. He changed after that. He had depth. He asked Kabuto about Kimimaro outside of the arc itself. He was just asking about him like outside of conversation. He was just bringing him up on his own,
Two
similar to like a
questions.
parent, similar to like he would do to Mitsuki. But go ahead, ask your questions.
So number one, what do you mean by worked on Orochimaru? Like you have to define what you mean by worked, and then also, are there substantive, like am I using this word correctly? Like, are these similarities that you bring up of substance to the point where you can even arrive at some kind of version that can help Orochimaru reach? I don't even know what you're like. I don't even know what you mean by worked on Orochimaru. What do you mean by worked?
Work in terms of it has like a substantial
I hate when
effect where
those
he
cut
like
out.
changes his mind or has a change of action to where he essentially admits or acknowledges the fact that Naruto's correct.
Okay, so I think there are similarities, like you mentioned, like the duo and so on and so forth, but I don't think they're like substantive. Am I using that fucking word? And that's gonna bother
No,
me.
I agree, but
I
I
mean, I
still
get what
think
you're
there's
saying.
I don't think
definitely
they're
evidence.
of substance to the point where they're even worth really bringing up, outside of the fact that how they're using their lesser half, I
But
guess.
I have
whatever.
another thing though.
The parallels
I'll
are just to
admit,
get to the
half of what you guys
connections.
just said was cut out for me, so I didn't hear it. But it's not really a duo with Orochimaru and Kimimaro. That's the problem. That's why I
Yeah.
asked if you're rewriting it, because Kimimaro is one of like millions of pawns. He's not the one and only tool. It's different. That is a
Yeah.
major difference that matters. He doesn't connect to Kimimaro because it's not just Kimimaro and Orochimaru. Kimimaro isn't even freaking on the top of the list. Kabuto is higher up the list. Like, of people he works with and actually interacts with. Like, there's no
Because
evidence he
as we
connects
know,
to this dude.
Like,
He's literally
Kimimara's,
locked in a cage with Jugo.
You
half the
can't
time.
say there's no evidence when I already presented evidence.
and
You cut out for
Kimimara's,
half
like,
of it.
is like what, bedridden at the point in the story, like in the first part where we see he's like bedridden at that point. So,
Why
like,
is he bedridden?
Orochimaru, like,
His body's useless to Orochimaru. He can no longer be used as a vessel.
okay,
Why is
I don't
Orochimaru
know why
keeping
you,
him
I don't know
alive?
why you get a tone with me, but like,
Substantive.
The tone doesn't matter. The
substantive.
words are what
Okay.
matters. Why is Orochimaru keeping him alive? He's useless as a vessel.
Just to know that he has a chance of being useful as a vessel. Also, Orochimaru isn't even doing it. It's Kabuto.
Maybe
And
he has to.
technically, it's Kimimaro
Orochimaru
just
asked
filling himself to stay alive.
Kabuto to like save him. He couldn't do this
Prove
after
that.
the fact. He
Prove
was
that.
told
Prove
because
that.
But it
Kabuto
doesn't
says
feel
that
like
Kabuto says based on his unique anatomy as well as the fact that his clan has no medical history that he's unable to do anything about this rare disease. He's a
Is it
useless vessel for
possible
Orochimaru, but
that
Orochimaru's
he
keeping him
has
alive.
Is it possible that he has a utility outside of just being a vessel?
Not in terms of Orochimaru.
I mean, he did.
In terms of being a
In
human,
the end, at least.
That's not true though. Like, isn't that not true?
Orochimaru never thought or asked Kimimaro to go to
But, I mean,
get Sasuke
Kimimaro
or
was
anything.
part of the Sound Ninja 5. I mean, he was like a bodyguard too.
Like, wasn't he on a mission to
Like-
capture Sasuke and bring him back?
He did that himself
Well,
because
he
of
did that of
Kabuto.
his
Yeah.
own free will. But, like, for example, Kimimaro helped him kill the Kazekage in some way that we didn't ever see. But, like, Kimimaro had the other utility. He helped him assassinate the Kazekage. Has nothing to do with being a vessel, for
Like,
example.
didn't you say he killed the lady that he was pretending to be when he fought Sasuke in the Forest of Death? Like,
That was
when
actually
did that happen?
that was with the Sound 4. Orochimaru wasn't even there at the time, I don't think.
But what I'm saying is like, so whether it's like willingly or unwillingly, is it possible that Kimimaro can serve another function besides just being the vessel? Because I think the series actually proves that to be the case.
Yeah, he's part of the Sound Ninja 5. He'll just be one of the bodyguards. Like, if
At-
not a
Wasn't it
vessel.
stated like if Kimimaro was here, this would be a lot easier versus Hiruzen or something like that?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he couldn't because he was sick.
Yeah, so like I think he.
But
I think
there's
he
an
serves a
example too.
utility.
Like, just like the Kazekage, if he's there, he can fight. He can fight. That's his use.
Yeah. So like that would give you your answer to why he would keep him around. It might not just be an emotional thing. It's like, hey, I wanted him for this reason. I can't use him for this reason, but I can make use of him still while I still can, for other reasons.
You're not considering the timeline though, which is the context here. At this point, he just got sick, according to Orochimaru, or at least that's how when Orochimaru first recognized it. Right after the Kazekaze, he collapses to the ground. Man, it'd be useful if Kimimaro was here. Good thing I'm trying to heal him currently, and then in the Sasuke retrieval arc, he's no longer trying to heal him anymore.
Jay wrote that he's got company, so he's muted, and I've got to go now, y'all. But thanks for having me.
Later, bro.
Bye, Jay.
All that.
This is a stupid topic.
You should say goodbye.
Then why'd
to
you
your
bring it up?
guests.
You're the
I
one
didn't bring it
created
up. Freaking Kamui brought it up. I'm mad.
But you
I'm mad.
created
I'm
it.
mad.
It's not-
No, I
it's-
didn't.
it's
No, I
a
didn't.
stupid
No, I didn't.
topic.
No, I
That's
didn't.
on you. You created the
The
topic.
series created the topic.
No, they didn't. You
What's
did.
up, Silverlight? I like the dub cast for Boruto.
Kamui,
I
I'm
think it's
never
funny.
talking to you ever again.
Bullshit.
I'm never bringing up a topic like this ever again with Kamui here.
I think it's an interesting
Bullshit.
topic.
You're
You just
gonna
have to
do
like
it.
rework it a little bit.
No,
think.
I don't. The problem is absolutely entirely Kamui and then Sauron.
It's not my fault, Oodie. I answered. I gave you my opinion
Okay.
on it. That's, you asked me it. I just did it live.
In addition to the premise, the concept of the topic, which you brought up, which I should have brought up, I had 15 notes, which I told you beforehand I wanted to say that I haven't even
Damn.
started. It's too late. I'm not going to. Not anymore. No,
Why
I'm
is
mad
it
at
too
you.
No, look,
late? How is it
he's
too
turning
late?
into me when I say no.
No.
I'm
See,
not going
that
to
sounds
now.
like
That's
that sounds
him
like
now.
to me you're
so,
not
so,
confident.
so it's no use in even like pushing him any further. Okay, don't push him any further.
Like that means you're
He
not
doesn't want to talk
confident in your
about it. He
take.
doesn't want to
If
talk
you're
about it,
not
and that's
willing to
okay.
present it, you don't think it's of value. You
I don't care
think
what it
you
sounds
might.
like because it sounds like that to you. I don't care what it sounds like to you.
Okay, but
Don't push him anymore. If he doesn't want to talk about it, he doesn't
don't
want to talk about it.
mention
We
that
can
you
move
have
on.
these
We can
things
move
you
on.
haven't got to
Cool.
yet.
It's
Tell
fine.
me them if you have them.
Fiona and Cake is a great show. Okay.
From what I hear, it is Adventure Time. You could say that's in terms of Naruto.
Also,
or
Oodie, you probably shouldn't have told me because now I'm going to pester you to tell me for the rest of this podcast. So
Oh
you
my
might as
God.
well just do it.
It doesn't matter if I
Don't be
do
an
because you're just gonna
asshole.
ignore me anyways, Kamui, like you already
ignore
have
you.
done. Oh,
I'm
you're
gonna
just
I'm gonna
cutting out
respond to it,
Oodie.
like I
Therefore,
always do.
Oh
I
my
don't
because
ignore.
because
I
you
listen in
cut out
response.
Oodie, I'm just gonna say that you've presented no evidence because you
I
cut
didn't
out for
say that.
me.
I said that
So
you
you
cut out.
must
You and
have
Mello
presented
cut out for
no
like 1 minute for
evidence.
me.
No, you said I
and
presented
you
nothing.
were.
You said that after I had already presented something.
I didn't say you presented nothing. I said, oh well, you cut out for some of it. I
Okay,
didn't say you
cutting out for
presented
some of
nothing.
it doesn't matter when some of it
I
doesn't
didn't know what
matter
you
when
said when you
one of
cut
the
out.
things was for like 30 seconds I was explaining something.
I honestly, I was cut out for over a minute. So I don't, like I said, if you say something,
Nonsense.
repeat it then. I don't know what you said.
Absolute
I
no.
can't comment on it if I don't know what you
when I
said.
went outside and it
I'm
hurt.
not cutting out at the moment, so
I'm gonna
I
cut
like
you
what-
I don't know
out of
why
my
sometimes
life.
the Discord does that for me. But
Mello has a
Jesus.
question, so let's listen to Mello.
That was violent. He's like, I'll cut you out. What?
That's
How
something I would
high? How high in Shippuden do you think Sarada gets in terms of power?
Current Sarada?
Yeah.
Fucking
no
mind
idea.
Gekyo, who knows? Freaking Natsuki level apparently, I don't know.
Like, is she beating like Gaara? Shippuden?
I really don't know. Like,
She should
Like,
have the
I keep-
speed.
People keep assuming like
Maybe.
Boruto characters are like so much more powerful. I'm trying to figure it out. Like, I don't
I
want to
mean,
just
like-
give Sarada like Otsutsuki level for no reason. Like, I don't
Yeah,
even
'cause-
feel comfortable putting her beyond Itachi. To be honest.
yeah, because like the
No.
thing is, beating up the Claw Grime, okay, I don't think freaking Chocho and Oji and Shikadai are over Shippuden Gaara too. Realistically, I don't have, or like War Gaara specifically. Like, I don't have any reason to believe that other than, oh, they're in Boruto. But, like, they haven't shown me anything. In the Sarada, same thing. All she's done so far is beat up Claw Grind, who freaking suck, except for the ones with the Renegon. The only ones that aren't weak. So, it's tough to say. Like, if we use end of... I don't know.
Sorry.
Like Sarada versus Zabuza, who's winning?
No.
Really don't know, honestly. Like,
That's not
Oh.
true.
to be honest, I don't know.
Okay.
On one hand, I say Zabuza stops. On the other hand, I say Sarada stops. I really don't know. It's...
It's actually a really interesting fight. Like the whole demon mist stuff. It would nail her Sharingan for sure. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, and she doesn't have dogs to sniff. I mean, actually, yeah, with that in mind, yeah. I guess
I
that she
guess
can
she
try to
could-
blow away the mist, but I don't
Yeah,
think
she could
that
like
works.
punch the
Like,
ground really hard and dispel the mist, maybe.
I don't know if that's how that works, though.
How does the mist even like sustain it? Though? Is it like chakra in the air?
Yeah, it's because of the, you're using a jutsu, so...
Can Zabuza do
Honestly,
the...
yeah, Zabuza might just make Sarada
Okay,
hit him
I'll
with
just
jutsu. If he
not
makes it
talk
as
then.
thick as he did versus Kakashi, like...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like Zabuza, that hit and miss jutsu shit nags Sharingan users. It's kind of crazy. I don't know. It's
I mean,
interesting.
granted, if she uses, like, the Susanoo, okay, no, he's not going to beat that, but ignoring that since she hasn't used it, like...
Bro, Zabuza come out the ground, bro. Attack her from beneath. That'd be crazy.
I mean, apparently
Yeah,
If she wouldn't see
Zabuza...
it, like...
Zabuza's like dog level. So, like, Sarada's probably scaling above those dogs.
I mean, his
Yeah,
durability.
but if she can't find him, it's a problem. If he can find her.
Can he only use that near water, the mist, or can he use that anywhere?
No, he can just make mist. Like, he made it so thick that
Yeah,
he
he's in
just
a war
couldn't
arc.
see, so he closed his eyes and, like, was just, hearing and smelling all these things.
But when
to
he
find
did that, he
out.
was on top of a bridge over water.
I mean, the war.
I mean,
arc,
but
he
they
used to
do
hit
it
mist
in the
too.
war arc. not
Yes,
near
but was
water.
it as thick, is my question.
Yeah.
I mean, it looks really thick.
Like Kakashi had to come up with like a whole strategy using like 7 dudes just to get to Zabuza.
In that case, do you think it required more chakra? I mean, I think it would have
thicker
to.
it is, maybe the more chakra. Yeah.
Well, no, I was thinking because it has no water. So the same way Tobirama had to like use his chakra to make water in order to use it for his water style jutsus.
How
I
do
mean,
you
yeah,
create
there's no
mist?
water.
It's like
I think,
evaporating the water.
Yeah, just create the water, then evaporate it. There you go.
How's he
guess,
evaporating it? Maybe with his chakra?
I don't really know. Let's see what the data book says about it. Does it like say what he did? Probably not. But let's see.
I mean, chakra has a boiling point, as we know through boil release.
Yeah, but can you consciously increase the temperature outside of like a Keke? I don't know.
Does
It's,
Zabuza have a Keke?
I mean,
Can you make
Kakashi
it
does it in the
teapot?
novel where
Can you
he
make a kettle
heats
boil?
up his earth style to make it into glass.
I think, and like it would take more chakra, like I guess depending on like the range of it. I would imagine. I'm not sure if the thickness of it. I guess it would matter. The thickness of it would be more chakra. I don't know. It's interesting. It's like I was seeing, I think on a live stream or something I was talking about, like it's a lot of weird stuff. Like, why does Sage Mode affect them on the genetic level to where like their physical characteristics are altered? Like, why are there like specific types of sages? Like, shouldn't they all just be one type of thing? It's weird. It's like there's specifically toad sage energy and specifically snake.
Yeah, that
sage
doesn't
energy.
make or like like why does someone like turn if they learned it at Mount Miyoboku, they'll turn into a frog. But if they learned it at Ryuchi
Yeah.
Cave, they turn into a snake. Like what?
It's weird. And then like they're not even like Naruto's not at Mount Miyaboku, but then he can still turn into a toad. It's like but he's absorbing nature energy in Konoha.
Like,
Yeah.
he could turn into a frog.
Like they should all just be like Hashirama. Like there should be no visual like the pattern, okay, cool, but like there should be no toad eyes or like snake features or anything. It's weird.
Well, here's a theory.
Yeah, like
Because there's so much nature energy in the air, what if there's different types of nature energy? So Naruto only practiced with frog nature energy. He could only absorb the frog nature energy in Konoha. Maybe there was other
that would be
nature
fine,
energies there.
but they should have explained that way.
You know how
if that's what
weak
they're
he
going
would be
for.
if he can only absorb energy from the toads and the surrounding environment. That's insane, bro. Like we're like if there's no snakes
from
around,
the
I'm
toad's
fucked.
energy.
There's no way, bro.
I don't think it's from
back
the
to this,
toad's
though.
energy. It's just the nature energy that permolates because the toads were around hundreds of years ago. It just spread out evenly, so it's everywhere.
What? So can he like transmute the nature energy to specifically match to affect him on the genetic level to where he like manifests toad physical character? It doesn't even make sense.
I think all it is just who taught him it, but
Kishimoto didn't think
it's
that
so
one through.
weird.
Yeah.
But this is what the data book says: where one causes a mist to spring forth by lifting up some water.
There you
So
go.
it sounds like he would have like if there's no water like in the warg, he's got to make the water then lift it up, like just make the water into mist.
So
Can you
yes, it
manipulate
would
the
make more
water in the
chakra.
environment, like in the atmosphere.
Oh, like if it's
He
humid?
can do both.
If it's humid, I
Yeah,
guess
like in
I
the
could
air.
imagine that, yeah. Because like in
Yeah, I
Avatar,
guess
they
that's,
take
there's
the
also that. Yeah.
water out the air.
Yeah, like why can't he pull water out of his like body or somebody else's body and manipulate it?
Oh, you're asking Avatar questions now.
It
It's
makes
funny,
sense
he
that he
sucks
would
out
be
the
able to, like,
water.
Like, what's the difference between like the water
Oh,
in the human
Brittany
body and the
Simon has
water in the
seen,
lake?
Avatar.
Well, all right, let's get her on.
I'm still yeah, I'm still writing the email. I'm still pondering over it. I haven't even sent it yet.
That's actually an interesting question, though.
Well, I
To
think
manipulate the water in their bodies.
the answer is because the water has changed to some degree, like it's changed into blood or sweat or whatever else. It's been like contaminated in an essence, so that maybe they can only use like pure water. I don't know.
But there's no pure water in the lake.
I don't know.
It's like pure water is like that's like some. I don't even know what pure water would be, like volcanic water. But even then, this has like minerals and shit. Like
I guess
man-made.
the water that ninjas create when they use water release, that's not from water, I guess. That's the pure water. But that's not even pure water either. But
It's not even water. It's like transmuted chakra.
yeah, it's pretend water.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, maybe they just take the water and leave the contaminants behind. Like they leave the dirt particles in the lake, but like in the human body, that water has transformed. Like blood isn't water anymore.
What if he just extracts the water out of the blood?
No, I'm saying it's like baking a cake. You can bake it forwards, but you can't bake it backwards because of the chemical process. It's transformed.
I mean, I get what you're saying, but like I think there is just regular water in certain parts of your body
Yeah.
at some point.
Probably, I don't know. Is there?
I think so.
I guess they just didn't make like water style too OP.
Yeah.
That's kind of crazy.
Well, I thought there
But, like-
was a jutsu like in a filler arc where someone, like for example, I know for a fact with Arami in the Funada clan arc, they drained the water out of him so you couldn't use water style or something like that. But I think there was in a
that's
filler
a
arc or
funny
something. I
visual.
thought there was a character who literally did that. He sucked the water out of people to kill them. Like I thought that was in some arc. I think someone did that.
You might be thinking of Scorch style.
No. I think someone who literally drained water out of people.
Paku?
Pakura is the Scorch style,
Yeah,
but
Paku, yeah.
I
And
don't
that
know
dude with
what
the
arc,
crazy
but
hair.
I swear someone in Naruto or Boruto, at some point, there was a character in some not manga character, I don't think, that like did that though, sucked water out of people and killed them. I just don't remember who or where. I'm pretty sure that happens.
Kamui,
Can you
one
do,
day we
like-
gotta react to all the filler together.
We are, dude. I can't wait.
Y'all
for
gonna
that
be
in
old
the
men
future.
before you get finished, okay?
No, I'm not. I refuse to be involved.
I will not rewind the scene 500 times for that.
Yes, you will.
leave
You know what? That's a great
here.
point. Maybe I shouldn't watch it with Kamui.
No. If we won't, because I've already watched all these. It's not the first watch. So
Is there like a list of filler? I'm sure there is
Well,
somewhere.
yeah. I mean, of course.
You got a pathway to watch.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, the whole water absorption thing. I was thinking like in the war arc, like the tree was absorbing like everyone and turning them to husks. Could you do that with karma? Just like turn a person, like desiccate them, turn them into a husk or something.
I think just anyone with a jutsu or with a chakra absorption, like your role in the tuning exams, hypothetically could do that probably.
well, Karma can't absorb natural stuff, right?
It can't absorb physical matter. It can absorb chakra.
Momo absorbed Kurama's chakra out of Naruto when he's unconscious. You
Can
might be able to like pull it out of people.
the Karma absorb raw chakra?
Yes, it can absorb. Well, I don't know if it can like absorb it out of a person, or if it can only absorb it if it's shot.
What do you
I mean, it
raw
makes sense that it would
that's
be
not
able to absorb.
transmuted?
Yeah, so
Like,
like we
just
know
absorb
ninjutsu is
chakra.
molded. It uses nature style to transform it into something else. It's not necessarily chakra anymore. I mean, it's a chakra-based technique, but it's not chakra.
Well, maybe like the Rasengan wouldn't fall under that category.
Yeah,
Unless you
That
want to say like
is still
shape
chakra.
transformation.
Well, even then, it's still molded. Like Naruto has to do the like several, not hand signs, but he has to like
yeah, but
put
like
his
even
hand
then,
around the
though, like
ball.
absorbing it gives the karma user chakra. Like we know this from the Borushiki case. That's why he didn't want to do it. So I think it still is chakra. Like it still has chakra. It is chakra. It's just transformed in some other way. But
like when Boruto touched Code for like the Uzuhiko, like he could have just absorbed Code's chakra while also hitting him with the Rasengan. It's like a double tap.
I mean, that might be just beyond his skill level to do. That may be theoretically possible. Granted, though, he probably has to keep. I mean, it depends on how long he holds Code too. Like, if he taps him, no. But if he keeps holding Code, then theoretically, yeah. But that just might be like insanely hard to do.
Oh, that's sort of a different discussion, but I don't even know if that's theoretically possible, because if he's actively doing the Uzuhiko, can he simultaneously at the same time do something else?
Yeah, like with the same hand, nonetheless. Like with another hand, maybe more realistic. With the same hand, I don't know, bro. That's some crazy skill.
Yeah.
Like he pushes the Uzuhiko like into his body while he's going backwards. He's also like absorbing the chakra, like how Naruto did with Kurama when he got Casey in. Like the backwards momentum forces like the chakra, and you pull it forwards and you like rip the chakra out of somebody, like a tug of war thing. That would be pretty sick, actually.
Yeah.
That's a little too OP though.
I mean, Uzuhiko's not even strong, if we're being honest. Like, consider how many other one-hit kill jutsus, no matter what there are in the series, considering it all the way back from Poison in the tuning exams to the...
Bone Ash.
Yeah, or the Gentle Fist, just hit their heart, and they just die.
Well, yeah, like, to me, like, the Uzuhiko is just a lot like the Gentle Fist. It's just not, like, gonna destroy your heart. It's more like, I'm gonna mess you up. Like,
It just makes them...
I just think it was
All
hype.
over.
Like everyone was, oh, planetary this, that. Like people can use it in like debates or whatever. But I don't know.
I don't think he's like, it's not like he's just shaking the planet around. Like if he was just making the whole planet earthquake around, like people would have noticed besides Damon. Like it's some extremely subtle thing that happened, and Damon's just that ridiculous that he noticed.
Well, Mello, just letting you know for your future use, people that say it's planetary have absolutely nothing to base on because the rotation of a planet doesn't scale to the planet itself. So no, the jutsu isn't planetary because it uses the planet's rotation. Because planetary would include both the planet and the planet's rotation anyways.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, there you go. Just letting you know now so that you know in the future if you want.
To fact check that if I
mean,
ever
like
care
another way to
but-
think of it,
What
like
do you mean?
just-
There's nothing to fact
I mean,
check.
like, if, like, I can spin you around in a circle, I can rotate you. I don't think that, like, means I can, like, destroy you in one hit. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so even if you can rotate or change rotation of the planet, it's not the same as being able to destroy the planet. So, like, what do you mean constitutes planetary level anyway? I always thought it implies you can destroy a planet. But, like, does it mean something else?
I guess planetary scale, maybe. Like he has like a jutsu that like affects the planet in its like totality.
Yeah, but it's like,
So
I mean, you can affect the city. If you affect one speck of dirt in the city that affected the city, like to what extent does it need to affect it?
Well, to be fair, like if Boruto is like using a jutsu and it's causing like the earth to shake to any degree, then it is in a certain context, like Obi-Wan from a certain point of view, it is planetary because it affects the planet.
So I will
so,
say,
but like, when,
I asked this
Yeah.
when I first learned debate several years ago, back in some other server. I don't even remember which one. Because I was just trying to like figure out, okay, well, why do people say creation's greater than destruction? Where do we see that? And all these other questions. Like, what is planetary? Like, how do you... So the answer here, because this goes back to like Broly destroying the multiverse or whatever, or I guess Cell destroying the multiverse. It's
What?
only... Well, no, because that would just be like, is he multiversal or whatever? This only would count if you
Solar
can...
system?
Solar system, whatever. It doesn't matter what it was.
I mean, a multiverse versus a solar system, that's a big difference.
Okay, the point is that he was trying to destroy something. I was trying to determine what that meant necessarily in terms of like scaling.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Fair.
Okay. So you are only that level if you can destroy it in one or a few attacks. So like if Goku can destroy the planet in one attack, he's planetary. If he can destroy it in like 5 attacks, he's still planetary. But if I were to get like a shovel and just shovel the earth for 1,000,000 years until there's just no more earth, I'm not planetary because it took me too many like attacks. I don't know what the cutoff is, but it's like
that's
a
what I was
few.
saying. Like, at
It
what
seems
point,
like the cutoff is
like,
arbitrary.
Sure, but I think it's also determined like amount of time, maybe not. I don't know.
It's just stuff people make.
I mean, let's just look it up.
Because-
what makes someone planetary in anime?
Because Broly, I think he destroyed like the southernmost quadrant or something of the solar system, but he was gonna like destroy the rest of it. But he's not solar system level because he couldn't do that.
I guess
Okay.
it would determine like what do you mean by like how did he destroy it? I guess would matter too. Like
Yeah.
is he going through like because like people say oh Kurama can destroy the earth. Like I think a lot of people associate human life with the earth. Like if a comet hit Earth, people are like the earth is destroyed. Well, no, human life civilization ends. The earth is just fine. Like people, yeah. So is he just wiping out people, like civilizations, or is he like destroying planets? Is he destroying like the whole? He just throws a giant fu key blast at like a spiral galaxy, and the whole thing disappears. I don't know.
Yeah, people apply themselves to other things all the time. For example, like if you wreck a car, you don't say I wrecked the car. You say like I wrecked, implying like you yourself is the one that wrecked rather than the car.
Okay.
Yeah, so no, I'm just saying that this is like an association fallacy. I was gonna use this earlier, but I just didn't because other people were talking. Isn't that crazy, Kamui? Crazy. Weird. Maybe that's just me.
I don't know if the car
Wasn't really
thing
paying
works,
attention to
but
what you just said, so that didn't matter. But I got this question I found. In fictional power scaling world, what does planet level, universal, etc. mean? Does planet level mean they have to be able to destroy a planet in one attack, or just enough firepower to destroy a planet even if they attack a bunch? This person says, usually if someone's called
This
planet
person.
level, it means they can destroy a planet in one attack. Although this isn't always true, as characters that can damage characters that have survived attacks that have survived planetary force are considered to have planetary potency. Blah, blah, blah. If they have to attack a bunch, it's considered an overtime planetary feat, sometimes referred to as a planetary feat. This is a bit vague, concerning this can mean anything from a minute to a million years, so the amount of time it takes is important to mention instead of just saying they're an overtime planet buster. This isn't blah blah blah. This isn't to be confused with life wiping a planet, which is usually also overtime, but instead of destroying a planet, it's destroying any living being on one. This once again isn't to be confused with planet surface level, which as the name implies, destroying a planet's surface. Jesus.
Who spends time
Here.
coming up with this shit, bro? This is
Another
frustrating.
one from Shane C. The first one was from Benjamin Bass. This one's from Shane C.
These aren't
Planet
real
level
names.
is when a character can significantly disfigure a planet to the point where it doesn't remain a planet anymore. Planet busting is very specific, but it's still planet level. It's the upper end. To be a buster, you must destroy that object entirely, such that it doesn't exist anymore. That's the most extreme. Blah blah blah.
Yeah, so you just say like Uzuhigo's planet busting jutsu. It's a planetary jutsu. There you go. Based
It's
upon this
definitely
like
not planet
random
busting.
dude's arbitrary like barometer or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Random guy.
I mean,
number 5
yeah,
billion online. Yeah.
I guess it just depends on like when you say it's planetary. I mean, you could be right or wrong depending on what you mean by that. That's just what it boils down to. Like what do you mean?
I could literally define what planetary is, and I wouldn't be wrong. Like
Exactly. Like you can just make up whatever definition.
Yeah.
like
because all the shit that people
the planet. Okay.
all like the shit people reference is just made up anyways. It's not like Kishimoto came out with like some official source about what planetary means in his particular series. So no, like, it's just fans making shit up. So I can literally make up what I want planetary to be, and then have that just be the facts of the matter.
So basically, it doesn't mean anything. You're planetary anymore.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that gets into like terminology and what people would agree on before the fact, which is like the whole point of language in the first place is to understand one another. So before you begin a debate, or what most people do is they would just like agree to certain battle assumptions or whatever.
That's
So-
not true. Most people assume that you would agree with like some official source that everyone goes to. Like everyone does it this way, so like why would I ever think? I've had this happen to me.
Well, that's that's a fallacy. But no, I'm saying like
Yeah, like-
before a debate, they would be like, all right, you want to agree to standard battle assumptions. And so under standard battle assumptions, they would assume certain
Well, yeah,
things, such
yeah,
as
yeah.
what these things mean. Like it'd be predetermined in this case for the sake
if
of
you
the debate.
establish like the framework in which you're operating in, yeah, of course. But like if you're having like a broad community conversation where everyone's not going to get together and like agree to like what framework they're operating under, if some people are saying like Uzuhiko is planetary, then they're absolutely valid to do that, because well, there's no set, like I said before, that like Kishimoto didn't establish what planetary means in his specific series, so it's just a fan thing. But,
Yeah, you just have to assume that they just mean the way most people mean it. It's just your best guess.
what do you
But
say about assumptions?
Well, it would just go back to language itself, which is assumed, intended to be used to communicate in a way that people understand. So the default assumption is the most likely one. So if they don't specify, you would just default back to that.
Yeah, but you have to assume that people know what the default would be to begin with.
If they don't know, they shouldn't bring it up.
That's not true.
They're using
not
a term
everybody-
that already exists. They're not making up their own word. It could be
But-
coincidental, but then
but
that's
you-
just a
but you
coincidence.
don't. But what I'm saying is, you don't know if they're making it up or not. Like, not everybody's so entwined in like the anime debate, bro world. Like some people just watch anime, watch YouTube videos, and like that's it. Like they don't know what standard battle anything is. So like if they have like a take on like a character X beat character Y, and they enter into some debate with like someone who does do all that extra shit, like you can't just arrive at the assumption that they're gonna agree to arbitrary definitions that they don't even know exist to begin with. Like that doesn't. Not everybody. I think when you're in your own like echo chamber, you're in your own bubble, you assume everyone is operating on the same level that you are. That's not always the case.
The problem with
That's
that,
all I'm
though, if they are coincidentally making it up, well, they're making it up. So why would anyone else know what they're talking about? So they would have to specify in that case.
There's nothing wrong with specificity. I'm not arguing against.
No, I agree.
Because the utility of language is that you understand what I'm saying. This is why I always ask people, like, what do you mean by this? Even if there's like an official definition or term that like 99% of the world will go by, that's irrelevant to our conversation if you're using that word in a different under a different context.
But if it's a word that already exists, if they are making it up, then they should or they would specify. If it's a word
Not always.
that,
I mean, sometimes you just
not necessarily.
I mean,
they
granted,
might
there's
literally
different
assume. Yeah, like
there's
there's certain
different
words that
context,
I've
but-
used in the past to where I thought this was like how you use this word, but in actuality, like no, I was completely wrong about that. Like some people just cognitively think, well, if I do it this certain way, I've done it this way for so many years, then this just is the way it is. They don't even consider that maybe they could be wrong. It's just it's what humans do sometimes.
Like, I don't remember the word earlier, but for example, Camcam just said, it was about the whole Rain Village thing. Camcam said some word, and I said, well, it depends on what you mean by whatever the word was. Sometimes you just say in passing. Now, granted, if we're talking about, Uzuhiko being planetary, I feel like it's a little bit different. Like, if you're using it in some arbitrary, out there way, it's, I don't know, like, I don't have a good example, but if your point is, oh, it affected the planet, therefore it's planetary, I mean, you're not wrong, but, like, that doesn't really mean a whole lot at the same time. So if you're making a big deal out of it, people are going to assume they mean it in the common way.
but it
which is
seems
destroying the planet.
what you mean is making up your own definition for a word that you already know exists. Whereas I'm talking about making up your own word entirely
What
that
I'm
just so
saying-
happens to already exist.
You're assuming the no already exists part. That's what I'm like. That's where you're messing up. Like you shouldn't make the assumption that people know because people are fucking stupid. Like a lot of people use words in a way that's going to differ from like the Merriam-Webster dictionary version or some shit like that, like colloquial, whatever the case may be. It depends on what region you're in. It depends on like what part of the country or whatever. Like you just shouldn't assume that there's like I know what the official definition is and like what like people use the official definition. It's always best to ask them, what do you mean by this? That's why when we brought up worked on Orochimaru, I was like, okay, well I have an assumption about what he means, but instead let me get clarity. So let me just ask him, what does worked on Orochimaru mean to you? That way we can both operate on the same like level.
Okay, fair enough. The way I was thinking of it is like I make up a word, like I think Naruto is a parafactor. Parafactor, to my knowledge, doesn't exist. It could coincidentally exist, and you may know what that means, but I'm just making that up as its own term. Like in this case, I'm saying someone's making up the term planetary without knowledge that that term already exists. So for me, I would have to explain to you what parafactor means because I'm assuming, or I just don't know. I just don't have knowledge of the word in the first place.
No, you can say planetary, have a different definition for planetary, and then also acknowledge that the word itself, absent of the definition, exists inherently.
Oh, hello.
There you
What's
are.
up, Trippy?
Hi.
Look who finally decided to show up.
Be nice. We're just
And,
happy.
I
to
didn't know you were
see
inviting
here.
Six on the stream
Trippy.
today. Six, how was your latest video?
I don't even know what it was. I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, is that Rain actually?
He doesn't even sound like him. Rain sounds like him.
They both sound like they have different deepness of their voices. Like
My voice
I
is
think
not
Rain's
as deep
the
as
deepest,
theirs.
then Six, then Trippy. They all have a similar sound.
His voice is prettier than theirs, honestly. Yeah, his voice is much nicer than theirs.
It's
Daddy.
friendlier.
It's
Oodie,
friendlier.
Oodie, do you watch Fiona and Cake? I think you said that earlier.
I said it's good. I didn't say watch it.
I didn't even know she was in her 30s in
What?
that show.
How does that make sense?
How do you know it's good then?
The same way I know Breaking Bad is
Oh.
good because screenwriting. I'm a screenwriter. I've
Wait,
seen everything
You haven't
without
seen it,
having
but you
seen
said
it.
it. Okay,
Yeah.
I get it. I mean, I guess you can like take like people's opinions and then kind of arrive at a conclusion based on that.
In the same way that Sarada's ninja intuition just knew that Boruto was in trouble against Shoujoji. My screenwriter intuition just tells me it's good.
No, she just knew Boruto was a scrub.
It's
They just
like-
spammed Shadow Clones and Rasengan. So
In the same way, she just had that urge to go check. It's just in my instinct. I just knew. It was part of my human conditioning.
Well, for anyone who watches that cartoon, she's actually 30 years old in that. Well, in her 30s in that show. Kind of weird.
What's it even on?
I don't know. I watch it on like BTV on like my phone.
Oh, okay.
Like some pirated shit. So,
That said,
I want to watch it because I watched
cartoon.
Adventure Time.
Yeah,
it was
same.
like surprisingly adult. I wasn't because I watched Adventure Time, but not like really. I was more like into like regular show, but I was surprised by like she just stripping naked and shit and cursing people. I was like, what the fuck?
What?
Well, like she was like in her panties, but like she just lost her job and she's like
I just heard.
she took off her uniform and she was just like in her panties in the middle of the street. or some shit.
I just heard panties, and now I'm concerned. What?
Yeah,
I think it got
Phenom
a PG-15 rating, which didn't exist before.
They made their own rating.
They made a new rating. Yeah, exactly.
I think it might be on Cartoon Network's channel, like not the channel, but like the website, because they're trying to do the digital shit because channels are dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's what they did with Legend of Korra. I think that was like one of the first shows to ever do that.
They did that shit because they had her become LGBTQ plus XYZ.
Oh,
That's
that
why
was
they
in
did
season
that.
4 though, and that's at the very
hey,
end.
Hey,
'cause,
there's a bisexual woman in the room. Can you be a little bit more of an
What?
ally?
I
Thank
I
you very
literally
much.
said that whole stuff. I just included extra just in case. Like I'm
okay,
future proofing my
Just in case there's more.
yeah, I'm future proofing it. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sure, Jan. Okay.
Sibel, I told you they don't like that.
What am I supposed to say?
I don't know.
wait, like no, legitimately, because I do care about this. Am I not supposed to say LGBTQ plus?
Okay, but you're over exaggerating it a little bit. It's
It's a bit much. Come on, like at least come up with
Okay,
something that rolls off the
will-
tongue.
okay. I will say there are a lot of acronyms, but there also are a lot of minority. So
I just think it needs a little reworking.
I mean, yeah, well, there's a lot of
yeah,
minorities, but you
the-
just use the word minority. Like that's a single word to encompass all of them in an easy way.
No, it's
Yeah,
not,
but
because
the
then you were
reason-
confused what you're talking about.
yeah, but the reason the acronym exists is because it needed to exist at the time, and because there are so many new sexualities like being
Like-
discovered, being put out there. Like there's just needs to be more letters added, and so yeah.
Why
it
are
just
the
needs reworking.
sexualities relegated to the plus, and the other ones get priority, like the LGBTQ? Why does that get priority, and then the other ones are pluses?
I'm assuming the plus is just for later additions. The acronym.
That's what I'm saying. That's the future proof.
Yeah. The way I see this is America is a melting pot, but we call everyone an American. We don't label them individually. Like LGBT are each
No, they don't.
individual
They call
groups.
them African Americans, like
Mexican American.
Yeah, they make
Native
That is true.
American.
as long as you're not like, no offense,
Yeah,
Louis,
and-
'cause I know you're white.
And,
And all.
and then you have
As long as you're
Chicanos.
not us, like as long as you're not like white, they're gonna call you something other than just American.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, no, I disagree. When you refer to Americans, you can refer to all of them. When you refer to an African American, you can only refer to an African American.
No, you can, but like that's not what you said originally.
No, like everyone. Okay, no. When you're referring to all Americans, you're including all of the individuals that you just said.
I agree. That's not what you said originally.
Okay,
But
well,
like-
but
like,
I'm saying
you-
the
but
same
you
should
can-
apply here. Is that we have L, we have G, we have B, we have T, we have all four of those, and then we have the plus. But we're referring to those as the individual things, as our individual letters, rather than creating a communal, one singular under
Yeah,
all.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, not straight.
There has
There
been
you go, I
talk
like
about doing that, but
I don't think
the-
straight people are straight either. To be honest.
Well, I think sexuality is a spectrum, and I just think straight dudes just don't want to just fess up that sometimes y'all just have gay thoughts. But you know,
No, like literally, if you get a group of straight dudes together, they do the gayest shit. Number one, and then number two, I've done this with like
Okay, but
trans.
listen, like my thing is, it's like when dudes talk about like what they like you when you get red pill guys and they talk about
Oh
like
God.
what they like in a man, like they're like girls think this is sexy and
Wait, is
girls
that a
think
thing
this
they
is
talk
sexy.
about?
Yeah,
What they like in
I don't
men?
know.
I
Dude.
don't-
I mean,
I don't
I don't think I fit under the. I don't talk about that shit. I'm just like, I just do my thing. I don't know.
Yeah,
bro.
I disagree.
how-
It's a
like-
spectrum.
But let
I
me
don't
finish.
do
When,
gay
when
things
they're
with
like,
guys because I don't like it. Like I don't. I
Yeah.
think that's just what some
they're
people
like
do. Not what
girls
everyone
think
does.
muscles
Wait,
are
okay, come on.
sexy. Girls think this type of hairstyle is sexy, and
Oh,
I'm
I
like,
see what you're
no,
saying.
this is the type of aesthetic you like in a man that,
Yeah.
that you like to see in another man. Like, we don't like that, that's
Not always. I mean, they could be right.
Some
The girls
people
he
like
knows
muscles,
might
but-
like those things.
They're referring to that
I mean-
because they think that females think that. They don't think that themselves.
No, some guys are really cringe. They like the guys who can't admit that other guys are like physically attractive. Like that's super
Yeah.
cringe to me.
Yeah,
Like girls do the same thing. Like girls say, "Oh, guys just like like women with like who like have a slender hip or like have a big butt." Well, I don't like that. Why are you saying that I like that? Are you saying that you like that? Well, no, you're just applying that to the men that do say that.
I just say that I'm attracted to femininity because I think that's like the truth about like quote unquote straight people. Because like if
I just say I look at
push
you
the
and you're
logic-
hot or I don't. I don't know what I look at
like
you.
if
I
I,
like
if I
it.
push the logic far enough, like with like the transgender, like a trans woman, like straight men will be attracted to this trans like woman if I push the logic far enough. So what you're attracted to is like the aesthetic of femininity, not like women on the biological genetic level, because you don't have any like sensory organs or ability to like know their like DNA or some shit. So you're attracted to like the presentation is what you're attracted to. Like
Yeah.
I don't like masculine shit. I don't like that. I like feminine shit. Now, in what form does that feminine shit come in? That ranges. But I'm able to like acknowledge I like femininity. So yeah.
Which I think is like when you have like bisexual girls, that thing is kind of like, you can like masculine men and you can like feminine women, and then like, and then the scale kind of tilts a little bit where like you don't care if a dude's masculine, you don't care if like a woman is super feminine, like
Have you ever heard of a transgender man named Buck Angel, I think?
yeah.
So I did this thing on my channel where I was like, okay, so you're you're straight, right? Dude says yes. I'm like, okay. So you're attracted to women. He's like, yes. So I showed him a picture of Buck Angel. I'm like, are you attracted to this guy? He's like, no. I'm like, okay, well, on the biological level, this is female, right? But they present masculine. So
Yeah, Buck Angel's like 100% look like a man. Yeah.
yeah, like
I don't know what
100.
this
He looked
person
more
looks
man
like,
than
but
I
I
do.
will say though that if you show them an ugly woman, they might still say no too. So it's not just the fact that they're one. But I guess that's your point.
But that's
the
my point.
presentation.
Yeah. It's about the visual presentation. It's not about like their chromosomes, right? That's just some bullshit that they said. But then if I show them a drop dead gorgeous trans woman and don't tell them that it's a trans woman, then like, oh yeah, she's fine, she's hot.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
well,
Gigi Gorgeous or like Blair White. Like, yeah, they'd probably find them hot. So,
So it's not that you're like literally attracted to women on the biological level. You're just attracted to the. That's why like some straight like a lot of straight guys like femboys. It's like a porn category because like their feminine code, like the feminine aspect presents itself to their like standards to where like it works for them, shit like that. But
Yeah.
guys are like super scared to say that because of like social stigma or whatever. So it's pretty cuck to me, but yeah.
which is why it's just like sexuality is on a spectrum. Like, and you do have to kind of like figure out what you like and what you don't like, and and that takes time as you get older.
Yeah, like if you're a guy who finds another guy hot and attractive, like sexually, and like if you question, I won't say if you question it, it's cringe, but like if you go out of your way to like not pursue that or like stick with it, I think it's super cringe. Like if I see a guy that's hot, like I'm like, okay, well I guess this is where I'm going right now. So I don't even question it. Like why? Because like society says I shouldn't. Like fuck that. It's super cringe to me. But yeah.
Yeah,
There's
I
not a couple
don't I
times.
don't see it as a spectrum because we have so many different words that they're their own individual thing. Like I don't see gay and straight as opposites of one another. For me, the way to determine it is, well, does this turn you on or does it turn you off or does it just not do anything? Like for me, obviously like male parts just turns me off. Like I'm not gay. So like it's not like I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum.
I'm not gay.
It just doesn't apply to me because it just turns me off. But like unfortunately like
Do it.
Yeah.
This is an interesting question for you. Does your own male parts turn you off?
yes.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Might need to look into that.
I mean, I don't like it
that
either,
happens to a
but
lot of people, though.
That's fair. That's fair.
yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I would say like I have like I know a lot of people that happens to. So
Like, what about the straight guy that looks in the mirror and he's like ogling himself, like, oh man, I'm so goddamn hot. Like, holy
Kamui.
shit. Look at my abs. Look at my.
Kamui.
First of all,
Look at this bulge.
you're assuming things. Second of all, you can recognize that you're fucking hot without being like turned on by yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
Just
That's
like
what
you were
I'm
pointing-
getting at here. Is that it's a completely a sexual thing.
Like, there's a difference between knowing, for example, like, I know, like, some people, you can just be like, yeah, I know most people think that guy is hot. Doesn't mean I'm attracted to him. I'm just aware of the fact that people like this guy. You know what I mean? Like, that's
Yeah.
completely different.
What I think
So
this is
I'm aware
distinctive-
that I'm a good-looking guy. Doesn't mean I get, like, a hard-on looking at myself.
He's not
They're
American
completely
Psycho,
different.
you know.
So-
he
Yeah, I
doesn't.
think you can-
He doesn't
I
like
think you could be like.
watching himself, you know.
I think you'd be attractive and not be attracted to a person. I think those like two very different.
I
things.
completely
So, like,
agree.
We can all look at a
Yeah.
we can all look at a person and say, oh well, that's because like symmetry, like their facial bone structures, blah blah
Yeah.
blah. Like, oh, that's a symmetrical face right there. You know.
No, like cute is literally like an
My face is
objective
so
thing.
asymmetrical.
Like Vsauce made a video on what cute is, and as long as a hammer has qualities of cute, you think a hammer is cute. The hammer, like literally least cute thing imaginable. So like,
I mean, have you seen Squishmallows? They're just like egg shaped and they're squishy
Yeah.
and they have cute faces.
so Camcam, it's
I have
the
like 20 of them.
it's the same thing me and Camcam do in DMs all the time. Like we can say, "Oh, this is cute," or "That's adorable." Like physically, like flowers look nice. They're pretty to look at. In the same way that like Camcam shows me like dresses or whatever, different types of clothes, and like, "Oh yeah, that's cute," but like I'm not physically like sexually attracted to it. Is the problem? That's the difference.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I
So
agree.
in the
Like,
same way that
attractiveness and
yeah, so like a guy can look handsome in the same way a girl can look beautiful, but
so if you were a guy that Oodie, would you ever call a guy cute?
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little bit weird with a person because, like, if you say they're cute, you find them attractive. Like,
Not
you
necessarily.
think
cute
I
is
mean,
more of a
really, call a
feminine
lot of
thing.
attractive.
Cute.
Are you saying
But
like
it
cute is a
isn't
little?
attracted to them,
You're
but
saying
you
cute
do find them
applies something more
attractive.
than handsome?
Like I will say like, oh, Kamui, you're so cute, but like, do I actually think like what Kamui's doing is cute? Probably not.
Yeah, it
Well,
depends
no,
on
that-
what you're
that's
saying it's
a-
Kind of
about
a
them.
That's the
tone.
difference, though, is that we're talking specifically about physical looks right now, not about
Yeah.
personality or
Okay.
behavior or anything.
Okay.
So,
Well,
But-
Oodie,
but, like,
Can
what's
you
your answer?
call a guy cute? Yes, but that's a more
What-
rare occasion because
No,
men are more
not
masculine.
can. Not can. Like, are you willing to do
Yeah,
it?
I'm
Like,
willing
if
to
you
do
saw a
that.
guy who-
Absolutely. There's
Okay.
nothing wrong with that. It's just
So- so-
much less likely. It's more rare.
You
Because
draw a
they're usually
distinction
handsome.
between cute and handsome?
Yeah, so I think femboys would more likely be cute.
I don't know what that is.
So you
I
think
don't know what
cute
it
is a
is,
more
but basically
feminine
it's like that,
term
but I
and
don't know.
handsome is a
Do
more
we need to show you
masculine
the
term.
picture?
Exactly, yes.
No, I don't know if I want it.
So is handsome the masculine cute?
If we're assuming cute means physically attractive in terms of like clean and I guess beautiful, or I guess it's just attractive. I feel like there's other qualifiers here, but I'm not off the top of
I
my head.
don't,
I can't
okay,
think
so
of.
like this is just like just growing up
But
in
yeah.
life. Okay, if a girl calls me cute, I'm not offended, but like it would feel weird if a guy called me cute. It just seems odd. Like it's just weird. I
what I'm
just
trying to
never
get to.
happened. Like I just don't know. Like if a gay guy calls me hot, it's like I've had that happen, and it's like it feels more normal. But I don't know if like a straight guy calls me cute, it just feels weird. Like
Well,
I don't know. Like
the thing there, Kamui, is I think the straight guy calling you cute, you don't know if they're gay and trying to like lead you on. Like at least you know the gay guy calling you hot is you know his intentions. You don't know the intention of the guy calling you cute. So I think that's the problem there.
I
If
don't
you
know.
knew
Yeah,
the
like, I'm trying
intention,
to
then I think
imagine
you
this. Like, I
it'd
don't
be the
know,
same
it's
thing.
so
Yeah, I
weird.
feel like it'd be the same exact thing if you just knew. Beat
I
up.
think the only like weird thing about it to me would be how blunt it would be, because like I've gotten people like compliments from people, but they don't compliment me directly because they don't know me. Like, well, some people do. They're fucking bold, but most people are like, oh, I like your glasses, and the glasses are like shit, or like, oh, I like your boots, and the boots are scuffed. Like they'll do shit like that to have like an in to like
It's like an
a
indirect
conversation with you.
compliment. Yeah,
Exactly.
it's kind of
Yeah.
like a way of like I guess sussing out your vibe. I guess like
Yeah.
if I compliment this item, is it like will they be cool if I like compliment something else about them? You know?
And the
Like a
thing
way
with
in.
cute, you don't know if they're trying to work around to something in some indirect way. You don't know what their intentions are. It feels like using the word cute is trying to get around getting to their intention, regardless of what their intention is.
Using the word cute is trying.
Yeah.
Because there is a word for, regardless of what their intention is, there's a better word they could use. But they're using the word cute on purpose.
I don't know. I
I-
feel like I use cute like in a gay way. I don't know.
I think I don't think a straight guy would ever use cute, but I think
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's-
saying. Like, I just like, I mean, granted, a straight guy saying I'm hot, it also is just like not gonna happen often. But cute specifically, I don't know. I just think it's not something they're gonna do to a guy. It's like they'll say it to a girl, but yeah, I think it'd be very rare to find a straight guy calling another guy cute. It's just not gonna
Yeah,
happen
like-
very often.
if that happens, I'm more likely to think that they're like bisexual or pansexual or like gay
Yeah,
or
I
something of the
guess.
sort. But that's not like inherently true. I just think it's like social conditioning, because like you could look at a guy like this, like what is it? Androgynous? I can't say the word.
Androgynous.
Androgynous.
don't-
Yes. You
Freaking
can look at a guy.
Pangea?
that- Bro, stop this. You can look at a guy that's like he does not identify as like trans or like whatever. Like he's like, I'm a guy. I'm pretty as fuck. So if you see a guy like that who's like, you're like, damn, like dude's looking cute today. Like you could say it and have it be 100% true, but then also like because of social stigma, like it feels weird. It's the social stigma, like the social conditioning part that like I kind of rebel against. It's like super cringy.
Yeah, for me, I'm confident. If I was a girl, I just wouldn't try and look cute on the day to day. Like I wouldn't wear makeup or anything.
I don't know about that, bro. Like the society.
Well,
kind
it
of pushes
depends.
you
Like
in
if
that
you just have
direction.
your own, I mean, you just have your current personality, but all of a sudden you have boobs and your lady parts down there. Then yeah, I
Lady
guess you would
parts.
just still be Oodie. You would be debating me on this podcast the same way. But
Nonsense.
that's
No,
just a
I
very
disagree.
unique
Because like, if
situation.
I'm not gonna sweat or go out, I just don't put on deodorant. It's like the same thing. It's just what you lounge around the house with.
Bro, you pretty
you
much
don't
just
put on deodorant when
confirmed.
you lounge when you're just like chilling.
When I'm not sweating, no, I don't
Bro, you're
need
always
the
sweating,
sweat
bro.
perspirant reflector.
Always sweating.
You
Like,
nasty.
Like
white
you're not sweating
boy.
profusely, but yeah, you are
But
always
you
like.
sweat a little bit. You get a little musty. You get a little
Okay,
wet.
the point is that my armpits don't stink if I don't wear deodorant.
They do. You just haven't noticed. bro.
Mine do.
Girl.
I have to wear like deodorant or
When
something
you're
all the time.
in the
Bro,
AC,
everybody notices, but you. Trust me.
this is
do
nonsense.
you put on deodorant after you shower?
Yeah.
I do.
Me? No, there's no point. Do it the next day. Well, I shower at night.
I like to put my clothes on first,
I
and
just
then
my
yeah,
heart just
but
kind of crumbled a little bit. You
I
know.
don't put it on
I
like
mean,
immediately
be
after
mad.
the
I
shower.
don't care, Camcam. Like,
No,
the point of
Moody's
showering is to
saving
be
money on
clean.
deodorant though. So
No, like I
I mean, I
think
have
like
scented soap and I put on deodorant. I smell
But don't you
great
go
all
in
the
and out of
time.
the house? Like when you're just chilling in the house,
No.
you still go in and out.
I understand what Oodie's saying. Like if you're just like bumming it for like a day, like it shouldn't be like a
you know,
consistent
I get
thing.
it.
But like if you like because that shit like it'll get your clothes. Like if like, you have like a shirt on
Yeah.
and you don't put a deodorant on, like even if you wash that shirt, that stank is gonna like persist, bro. Like it's just a better practice to just slap on some deodorant.
Oh, I disagree. If you wash your shirt, it shouldn't stink at all. No.
I don't know what kind of must
mean-
that you got going on, but if I sit here like without deodorant on and just wear a shirt, that
well,
shirt
to
is
be
going to
fair,
soak.
Oodie-
that
Well, no,
smell
yeah.
in.
If you
Oodie has a very clean diet, so his BO probably doesn't smell as rank as other people.
No, like
Has
the
rank.
bacteria like it's bacteria shit. That's what it is. Like
Yeah, that's true.
yeah, that's what your must is. It's like bacteria taking a shit and then it just like accumulates,
But-
and that's where the must comes
But
from.
definitely what you eat, like, will make you smell worse
Yeah.
or better.
No, it does. It absolutely
it does.
I don't.
that
And
a
it
true
does
thing?
make other
As-
bodily
I will
fluids.
say this is gonna
No
sound
idea.
super like kind of racist, but it's not my intent. Okay, just to be clear.
I know what
no,
you're gonna
I'm not
say.
even gonna say
I
it.
know what
I'm
you're
not
gonna
even
say,
gonna say
you
it.
know.
I
I know what
mean,
you're
I'll
saying,
say
I
what
get
you
it, I
might
get
be
it.
thinking is that genetics can make you smell worse, but that just is
No,
the
that's-
fact.
That's
Oh,
absolutely
okay.
not what I was
Well,
gonna say.
No.
never mind.
I know
But I
what-
do think that could be
Trippy,
true.
do you
Like
know what he's trying to
some
get at?
people could have like a disability or something, or like some kind of like gland problem that would like result in some kind of musk smell or something. Maybe, but
See?
I mean, the point of putting
Like,
on deodorant is to
Very,
stop from sweating.
hypohidrosis? Is that what you're talking about?
I have no clue.
What is hyperhidrosis?
But when, but
Hyperhidrosis is when you like overly profusely sweat, but like that's very rare.
Hmm.
that's kind of gross.
Well,
But,
anyways,
no,
yeah.
no, what I was saying was like some people, like certain cultures, eat certain types of food that I think smell bad, and like I don't know if it's in their clothes or is it like their person. Because I've
Probably
never
like
been
that.
like oh you had sex and we were all like stripped naked and like their sweat smelled like fucking like that's ugh. But yeah,
Yeah, I've been there, and I know what you mean.
I'm not
Trauma.
gonna name any particular people, but
Trauma.
yeah.
Trauma. Yeah.
Anyways, let's keep in
I can name
mind.
those particular people, but I'm not gonna say it.
Okay, well, let's keep in mind, Camcam, that like I live in Georgia, whereas you live in Texas, so like it's literally like below freezing for me most mornings right now. Whereas you go outside, you
Okay.
just instantly
Bro,
sweat.
stop lying. I went out this
Below
morning.
Huh?
freezing than my ass, bro. I live in Maine and I'm not waking up below freezing right now.
Bro.
It was
fine.
it was 73 today. It was
Friday,
gorgeous.
I drove an hour to work with ice on my windshield the whole way.
It's not ice. It's like slush. There's like a little bit of slush.
The whole
You live in
way
Georgia,
for an
bro.
hour.
Bro, we live in the same state.
Bro,
You trying to tell me there's snow
I'm
in
telling you,
Georgia right now?
Friday at like 8 a.m. Yes, it was like 30 degrees. Is that hard to believe? You could probably just check the weather. Why are you just not believing me? Go check yourself if you don't believe me.
30
30 degrees,
is
I
not
believe,
below
but-
freezing. What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Do you not know what freezing is? It's 32 degrees.
No, I'm saying you said below freezing, but what I'm
So
saying
that's
is
30
it's
below
cold.
32.
Okay, let me
Last
look it
week
up.
it was
No,
it
but
was,
when you say that, it's
30
to
degrees.
imply
What morning,
like
Oodie?
it's colder than 30 degrees. Come on.
No, it doesn't.
Last
It's
week it was
implied
either
it's
30 or
colder than
32.
32 degrees. That's
Well,
what
the weather in
below
Georgia right
freezing
now is
always
52
has
degrees.
Yeah, it's like 50. Like I'm burning up in my room right now. It's so hot, but it's like 50 degrees outside. It's
Well,
not that
yeah,
cold,
because
bro.
inside your house is different from outside your house.
What?
Oodie,
honestly,
what
It's always
um
warmer in my house.
day was it? What day was it?
Friday, 8
30 degrees in
a.m.
Georgia.
Friday at
Are you
8
actually
a.m.
looking this up? That's
Friday at 8
Friday?
a.m.
Of course,
Yes.
Kamui is.
I've said it 5 times, unless I'm cutting out for a
If it's against-
minute straight,
November
like I did
3rd,
previously.
November 3rd.
If
The
it's against
low on
Oodie.
November 3rd was wait, hold on. Which day am I on? Let's see.
How do you go back in time?
It says low 30.
Okay, well there you
Oh,
go.
so Oodie was right.
But it says the high was hold on,
Wow,
it says the high
almost.
was 34.
Oh my god, freaking
Hold on.
guilty until proven innocent on this
no,
podcast
what I'm saying
all
is
the
it's
time.
not like 30 degrees is not like hella cold. It's just not. Like,
No,
if you had
that
30
is
degrees,
super cold. I was dying last
You
week.
live
I
in
didn't
Texas.
say
Yeah,
it was
you-
quote unquote hella cold. I said it's below freezing. What did we not get here? I'm so confused.
I'm not saying you're technically not correct, but I'm saying like when someone says below
Technically.
freezing, like it implies like there's like ice on like the ground, ice on the car,
Yeah.
and like everyone's like fucking about
He's
to
just
die
being
over.
No, it doesn't.
It's
We
like-
live
it's
in the
like
same
hyper
state,
exaggerated.
Mello, so it's
Georgia
not like
and
this is
Maine
some
on that same Friday.
It
localized
was just like 30 degrees, but-
terminology.
Oh my god, Trippy, it was so
Huh.
cold in Texas last week. I was-
Oodie, how
I
the
was, like,
hell
wrapped
was
up in
Maine
a-
and Georgia the same weather on the same day? Like what?
Why are you asking me?
That's so weird.
Been pretty
Just
nice
fed
in
up.
California, I will say.
Like, why is Georgia weather
Like
that cold?
65
That doesn't
all
even
week.
make sense.
Bro, I couldn't live in
65,
Cali,
wow.
bro. The second Uzahiko hit, y'all gone, bro. The whole earth just shake.
Rip.
It's GG.
Mello, did you ever watch my Uzahiko Explained stream?
Hell no. I'm
I didn't
so
know
sick
you
of
did that.
Uzahiko.
Something like that.
Oh, wait, no. I did actually. You sent me something, right? That's what
Confidently
You
said.
watched that? Did you watch it on stream? I didn't know that.
Oh, you mean the
No, I watched it by
okay,
myself.
the
Oh.
superposition one?
Yeah.
1.5 speed.
Quantum
That
entanglement.
was a lot, bro.
How far
That
in did
was
you
a
get
lot.
before you
didn't
just
even
clicked off?
that. Apparently, we were wrong at. Sour was so mad. He was talking to me about it later. He
Yeah, I
was
was
like,
like,
wrong. Wrong.
Why are you using superpositions and quantum and like?
I told you why at the
understand
beginning
how
of
you
the
got to that.
stream.
And
the first like 10 minutes
then you're trying
explains
to
why.
debate a man with like a physics degree and like engineering degree.
He doesn't know what he's talking about. Doesn't mean he knows what he's talking about.
That is true. Sometimes.
I think-
Yeah, but to be fair, Oodie, just because you're a screenwriter doesn't mean you know what you're talking about either. So
Ooh,
I didn't get a college
damn,
degree for screenwriting. It absolutely doesn't mean it knows what I mean.
Yeah.
What?
That
it
was
doesn't mean
English.
no, it doesn't matter either way.
Because I actually know it. Whereas he just got a
Okay.
degree. Like, would you trust me doing your taxes, Kamui? I have a bachelor's in finance. Do you trust me with your finance, Kamui?
He can't even do his own fucking
Not
taxes.
after what happened
Yeah,
Exactly.
last time.
No,
Exactly.
You have a
reason to doubt your
bachelor's in
taxes
this thing.
abilities.
What the?
Okay, well, I have a reason to doubt Sour's freaking degree then.
Well, what was it? The reason to doubt?
The
it?
reason being degrees can be doubted, like mine.
I guess that's fair.
Yeah,
fair
they
enough.
can be, but I don't have any reason to doubt it until I get reason.
That
to doubt
is
it.
a reason to doubt it.
So guilty and
Okay, then I have reason to doubt. Yeah, but like whether you have a degree or not in screenwriting doesn't mean like I have a reason to doubt it. There's probably someone online who calls himself a screenwriter
And
who doesn't know
no,
what they're talking
Camcam,
about.
doubting
That could be
something
you.
isn't guilty until proven
That's like- that
innocent.
sounds
It's
like
just not
Oodie.
blind
I was
faith.
gonna say it too.
Nagato should have doubted Naruto. That doesn't mean he doesn't have to not agree with Naruto. It doesn't mean he has to change what he does. He can still doubt Naruto
Oh my God,
instead of
talking about Nagato's
blindly
giving me
believing him.
The point is like
Trippy, you don't know
Like,
how
the
often we've had to
degree
talk about
is a-
Nagato and Pain and Madara and
the-
Plato's Cave.
the
You don't
point is that
understand.
I'm
the
so sick of
degree,
Plato.
like the
I
point
have
of the
suffered,
degree is
Trippy.
it's a reason to have some level of faith in their knowledge.
Yeah, it's a
It's
reason
not
to,
a reason
but
to
that's
doubt.
not a reason to forego all skepticism.
And
I
Kamui and
agree,
Oodie
but
are
the
mad at
same
me
goes
for
for you
the
being a screenwriter. That doesn't mean your word is gospel just because you're a screenwriter.
What does that mean?
Gospel? That was a dope way of saying gospel.
Like the fancy way of
Kamui,
saying
that's
it.
not the same
Yeah.
thing.
Gospel.
If I'm being a
Oh, that's
screenwriter,
what he was
It's like-
trying to
it's
say.
like
then
the French
yes,
way of
I'm.
saying
If
it.
I'm being a good screenwriter,
Sounds
then
cute.
yes, I'm good as a screenwriter.
Gospel.
Him getting a degree is not him being that. Or
Yeah, but
doing
like,
it.
the point is you can be a screenwriter, but just be wrong, like be a bad screenwriter.
Okay,
Usually
that's what I'm saying.
Beyblades
If
are
I'm a good
likely.
screenwriter, I'm a good screen. If I'm a good screenwriter, then
But I
no,
don't know
Kamui,
that.
I'm not a bad screenwriter.
But I don't know that.
Well, you could go find out.
Well, no, you want me to wait
And
until
plus,
your thing's done.
and plus, no, you can know that because I've talked to you about screenwriting, and
just
you've
saying.
looked it up several
even then-
times.
But even then, Oodie, for example, LeBron James is a great basketball player. It doesn't mean he can't miss a basketball shot. Like, you can
Okay,
be a great
so
screenwriter.
you look at the
doesn't mean everything you
consistency.
say will be right.
You can look at the consistency. I've told you more than one thing, more than one times.
Yeah,
You look at
LeBron
LeBron.
James has made a hell of a lot of basketball shots. It doesn't mean he's going to make every single one. He's gonna miss it.
He's also missed in the past. That doesn't negate the fact that he's still a good basketball player. How are you arriving to the fact that he is a good basketball player based on his consistency? Based on my consistency, which has been proven, I am a good
Well, it
screenwriter.
has-
Based on
well, it has been
Sour's
proven to me.
consistency, what has been proven? Oh wait, there is no consistency.
Yeah, I don't trust Sour either.
There,
For all I
okay
know, he
then, there you
failed.
go.
I didn't say I trust him. All I'm saying is
I
I have reason to
trust
doubt you
Sour.
sometimes too.
Oh, so you don't trust him, but there's no reason not to doubt him.
Well, I don't have any reason to trust nor doubt him,
What's
really.
happening right now? What's going on?
I don't fucking know, bro.
They're just getting into it, you know.
Sour, what?
You know,
Mello, what do you think of my theory? On a scale of 1 to 10, how likely is it that it's the quantum mechanics superpositions?
0. Just
On a
say
scale of 1 to 10,
Yeah,
I guess I
quantum
have to say
entanglement.
1.
Hey, that's more than 0. There you go. All right.
I mean, you
Moving
said a
on. Yeah,
scale
yeah,
1
yeah,
to
yeah.
10.
Okay, are you
Literally,
gonna
I
ignore the
can't
fact that
do
0 exists? It is not a concept that you understand?
I mean, it's
What
scale
the fuck,
1 to
bro?
10. I can't say 0. You said scale to 0 to 10, then I say 0, yeah. But gotta operate under, the framework.
To be fair,
On a
there
scale
is...
of 5 to 10.
Well, fuck, now I'm giving
Yeah,
it a
Oodie's like
5.
on a
Oh, wait,
scale.
wait.
Oodie's
Scale
like
of
on a scale of
10
9 to 10.
10.
I'm
Yeah,
like,
scale of 10
On
to
a
10.
scale of 10 to
What do you
10.
think? Well, fuck, I guess it's 10.
Oh,
Shit.
yeah, I got a 10.
That's what
Scale
you
of
should have said.
9.9 to 10.
No comment. I would refuse to answer that.
Wait. Can there even be a scale from 10 to 10? Like, it's not even a scale at that point. It's just 10.
I mean, there's the in-between stuff. I don't
Well, yeah, just like the sexuality stuff.
the infinite numbers, in-between numbers.
Jesus
God.
Christ.
I have a whole concept for a series about infinity, just different infinities, and that's how they attack. They use infinities in their attack. That's their power system.
Yeah, like these new
So
new
cool.
Beyblades are ugly, Kage. I don't like them. Sorry, I'm talking to chat.
Yeah. How far into the video did you get?
I don't remember. I had it like on 2.5 speed, and I was like
2.5?
no, 1.5, 1.5.
God, you
And I was
freaking
Wow,
editing,
damn, I didn't know they did that.
Bro,
Yeah, I was
downloaded a
editing at the
hack
same-
just for my
I was-
video.
Shut up. I was editing at the same time, so. But I did hear the head assery. I was like, what? Then I kind of like. I mean, I like the whole superposition. Like, you see a particle, and then from observation, it changes its properties and how it's linked. Superposition from like depending on where it is in the universe, it's still blah 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 instantaneously. Like, I think it's interesting. It has shit all to do with Uzuhiko though.
No, because Boruto is science or whatever, so quantum entanglement, it has to be. There's just no other
That
solution.
was a hell of a sentence.
Camcam, what was that sentence I said to you? Like, excuses are butts or whatever?
I have no idea.
Jeez.
I don't even know.
Excuses
I
are
refuse
butts.
to remember your gibberish.
or whatever. I'm gonna go look
I
for
feel
it.
like if anything, butts or excuses would be like the more natural way to say it, not excuses or butts.
That's what's his front rate. You see how ugly that Beyblade is? It's just all metal at the top.
There's new Beyblades.
You better not be.
No, I
oh my
put
God,
it. No,
you better not be showing anything
look.
where
I
I'm, like,
didn't.
yelling
I
at
didn't.
you.
Look, I
They had
didn't.
the show called Beyblade
Did it on
X, like
purpose.
this came out.
There you go.
So yeah, it's new Beyblade.
Okay, thanks.
Hey, what's
to
up,
love
Dude, don't
random?
be posting our arguments on screen, please.
I'm not. To be fair, I'm sharing it on Discord screen, but that doesn't count.
I'm hungry.
Because
Holy shit.
we got into it.
They deliver at 3 a.m.
But to be fair, you were the only one that was angry. I wasn't angry. I was chilling.
Bro, where is it? You quoted it.
Because I was texting you so much, my hair was so wet. I didn't even get to finish blow drying my hair, and I didn't get to finish putting on eyeshadow. So upset.
I think this happens a lot.
Blow drying your hair is bad.
I've heard
for
the
your
same story so many
I
times.
just go back to
I
the
should put, like,
I
the
have
last page.
curly hair.
spray.
I have to blow dry. We have to diffuse. Okay, we have to blow dry the hair.
You should
I
put
have
there's like this spray you put on to prevent burn damage.
Yeah, that's what I use. It's a heat
Yeah.
protectant spray. Yeah.
Yeah,
Literally can't find it.
I just put some Cantu leave-in conditioner and just like whip my hair back and forth, and then it dries and sets. It should be hella curly. It's like, yeah.
I have like medium. I have like wavy hair. So and like
I mean, you're
the
like,
front piece is kind of coil, but then the rest is just wavy. So like I kind of gotta work with it.
what,
There
what,
we go.
what do I say like lot? Because somebody said say Latin X. Is that like what I'm supposed to say? Like, it's so much stuff.
Yeah,
in there.
Latinx. You don't have to.
Where's the X
I
come
don't-
from? Like X-Men? Like what is that?
This is fucking stupid.
Okay, I don't think I'm.
Nobody in the what?
Yes, X-Men. That's where it came.
No,
There we
Latinx
go.
is for like
X-Men?
non-binary
Is that,
people.
like, it's like Latin. What is that?
Latinx is for like the non-binary community, but like you don't have to use it. A lot of Latinos don't.
The Negatin from Ben 10 finale?
So I'm supposed to say Latinos. Because I'm talking about like I don't even want to say Hispanic. Am I
Oh, are you
supposed to
talking
say
about like
Spanish?
Afro Latino?
No, I'm not talking about gender at all. But I'm not talking
Oh,
about
yeah.
I'm just trying to say if I'm referring to somebody who's like Puerto Rican, I should just ask my friend. He's fucking Puerto Rican.
Are you talking about if you're Puerto Rican and Hispanic?
Or like, because I know like Puerto Rican people don't want to be called Mexican.
Yeah.
There's some,
They're called Puerto
They're not
Rican.
from Mexico.
Well, we say
like,
Most of the
like
time
if I
they-
want to
you
talk
call-
about
So
like
you're asking like what the
Spanish,
broad term is?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm
Yeah.
trying to get to. It's the broad term,
usually-
the umbrella term.
Usually they're Afro-Latino, or mostly
Afro?
Afro-Latino.
Beats me.
That's the term.
I always thought that was for like black people who are mixed with.
But Puerto Ricans are black. To be fair.
I'm so confused.
Well,
Most Puerto Ricans are black.
we say Latinas for females and O's are masculine, so why don't we say Lotinos? Why is it Latinos?
That's not how that
Latino,
works in
the O
Spanish.
is
It's
also
the
for
ending.
both genders.
If anything,
But,
it should be like
but no,
Lotonos.
But a lot of
Postmates,
people in
man.
the Caribbeans, like a lot of people in the Caribbeans, just like to be called Caribbeans, like as well. So like it depends on what community you're talking to. So yeah, it's
But what's the
kinda
broad
weird.
term? Is it just Latin or Spanish people? Wait, am I supposed to say Spanish people?
How did we get
Or
onto
Latin
this?
people?
Spanish is from Spain.
I don't fucking know.
Spanish is people from Spain. Hispanic is people of Spanish descent.
No, like what's the
Mexican-
broad? Like, is there a broad term? Okay, I'm getting the
Yeah,
idea that there's
human.
actually
And
not-
then
Yeah,
you
I was
have
thinking the same thing. I was thinking people.
And then you have Latinos who are from Latin America. And then
I'm just
you
gonna
have,
say them over there. Call it a day.
yeah, and then you have Central Americans.
That's what I do
And
with
you have
Kyra. I call her from the
Mexicans
over there
in
land.
Mexico. And then Afro Latinos are black and Hispanic people. It's so confusing because the Spanish people had to go and conquer every freaking country. So
Wait,
like
are
we're all
Native
from-
This is
Americans
Too
Mexicans?
much for my brain.
no, Native Americans are native to America.
Somebody- I
But South
think somebody said,
America
like,
is Mexico.
Yeah,
they
but,
were-
yeah,
they
South
became the
America. I don't
Mexicans.
know.
So some Native
Native
Americans are
Americans
Mexicans.
are native to the Americas.
Some Native Americans are American.
Yeah,
Hmm?
like
What?
Mexico is in America.
No, Mexicans are there are native Mexicans, which would be
God,
like
this is too confusing, bro.
which are called something else.
What is
What
happening?
I'm saying, dude, I don't understand.
I forget. Is North America
Mexico
Canada
is
as
in
well?
North America. They are literally native to America.
Is
No,
Canada
but
North
they're
America?
completely different. They're because they speak they're not involved in the traditional like Native American culture that we know, like as Americans. Their culture is completely separate.
But I'm saying at some point were they ever the same, or they always have been distinct
No,
and different?
they were always distinct.
Does that mean we can
That's what-
consider?
Because the Spanish only colonized like Mexico, so like it's just different. But
So is England like East America and Japan is like West America? Since we have like a North and South America, and a Central America.
yeah, South America's its own thing. And then,
I mean,
like,
to be fair, they're like separate continents, so that
Yeah.
can play a role.
and their communities.
Like they're
are
not
different.
connected. to
What
each
about
other.
the Caribbeans then? Well, I
Spanish
mean, to
took
be
them
fair,
over.
Alaska's disconnected. Well, I guess it's on the same continent.
I
And,
guess
well,
that's
and the Spanish took over the Caribbeans as well.
Hawaii.
There you go.
And those are called Afro Latinos
Hawaii.
too because they took black people to the Caribbeans, and so
Why
Yeah.
are they Afro? Like, why can't they just be like Latino? Why you have to draw a distinction?
because you have black and Latinos mixed together. So
Bigotry.
Afro-Latinos.
That's the answer. Sorry.
Is there officially an apostrophe between the two I's in Hawaii? Or am I just like fever dreaming that? Like Berenstein
No,
Bear
there's
thing?
not.
I don't think there's ever
Together.
been.
Yeah, there's
Why,
never.
why would
Nah,
you
hang
ever
on,
ask
hang
a
on.
question in 2023 when you have the internet? Why?
Hawaii.
He's dyslexic.
Don't ever ask a question ever again.
Oh, no, I guess not. Huh.
He doesn't know how to spell.
I could have sworn
Wait, I
there
thought
was.
Hawaii
Or
got
almost
the-
moved to Hawaii.
Maybe-
Didn't Hawaii get like a really bad like volcanic thing recently or something?
Oh my
Yeah,
god, I should
I think
and
so.
Mello,
then-
I know what video to send you now to separate all these different people.
yes, and then everyone was
No,
like,
I'm not trying
"Oh,
to-
we can't go there, so they can deal with
You know,
it." But
you
then
know,
70% of their revenue was from tourists, and they were begging tourists to come. But then
Well,
everyone
but
was
I'm
saying
not
not
trying
to.
to separate them though, Camcam. I'm trying to like find an umbrella term to describe everyone
Oh.
in general. Yeah. I mean, I'm guessing that term just doesn't exist. So
no.
Here, look at this. I'm not crazy.
fair enough.
You
Told
just have
you.
to ask.
Well, you are.
Most of the time, you just gotta ask. Like there are even some Mexican Americans who don't want to be called Mexican Americans. They want to be called Chicanos, which, that culture's kind of
Oh,
dying
yeah.
out. But
Yeah. Like I don't think I don't know. Some black people don't like African Americans. It's like, bitch, I'm just from America. I've never been to Africa.
Oh.
Mhm.
I don't know. It's weird.
Which is like my dad. My dad's like, don't call me Mexican American. I'm an
Okay.
American. I'm like, dude, you are brown. You are brown. I don't know what you're talking about. Like, them white people don't like you, sir.
I see. So Hawaiians put the apostrophe in between the I's, but no one else does.
Oh, so
So
you
the
didn't.
Hawaiians are the
Mm.
crazy ones. Huh?
Mr.
So-
Mayhem, I'm so
Or everyone
sorry
else
for
isn't.
confusing you.
The
okay?
people
I
from
tried.
Hawaii use the apostrophe, but no one else does. How does that
Is
make
it just because
sense?
of the native language?
Yeah, it's an official consonant in the Hawaiian language. The okina is what it's
Oh.
called. It's not even an apostrophe.
Bro.
And then shouldn't everyone just respect it and spell it that way?
People respect?
Yeah, you're right.
Of
Never
course
mind.
not, because
I'm back
because
up.
Hawaii was over here minding its business, and America was like, you know what? You belong to us
America
now.
did America
Congratulations.
things.
Speaking of that, Kamui, how
Yeah,
much
does
do
that
you
sound
want
familiar,
to...
Oodie? Isn't that what you wanted Konoha to do to the Rain Village?
Oh my god, you're freaking crazy. So Kamui, how much do you want to bet there's people on Twitter that would say calling someone a person is dehumanizing to them? Since we said, like, the
I mean,
all-encompassing
there's probably
term would be
someone.
people.
On Twitter,
Isn't
yeah, I'm
someone
sure.
a human dehumanizing?
What is dehumanizing?
Ask Twitter.
Uh-huh.
It
Like,
means
taking away
nothing anymore.
people's personhood.
Cause like when like
I don't go
think
on Twitter enough to understand most of this.
I spoke about this before, but like the whole like, oh, that's inhumane. Like when somebody like murders someone in a grisly way.
It's like you're taking way up the human qualities away when you're dehumanizing somebody.
Well, no,
Yeah,
but it's
but,
human
I
qualities
mean,
that
it's like saying,
humans
like-
human
gave
murdering
themselves.
would be humane. It was a human who did it.
That's what I'm saying. Like humans always try to like separate ourselves from ourselves. It's
Yeah.
so weird. It's like no, humans are like really like kind of destructive things. Like
Oh yeah, for sure.
So Camcam, what
Like
you're talking
a
on?
rock is inhumane, but like anything a human does is, I guess, humane. Like
Yeah, so what you're
Yeah.
talking on is human
Mhm,
rights,
technically.
which were made by other people years ago, hundreds of years ago, but by other people. And like before that,
Yeah.
humans' rights just didn't exist. So, like there was no inhumane before then.
our rights. I'm actually gonna look up the definition of rights. Okay.
Of human rights.
Rights.
I mean,
Okay, so I was
human
trying to
rights
draw the-
do change over time.
what about human wrongs?
Humans
Kamui's
wrong each
asking the
other all
real
time.
question.
Like,
Wait, can human rights
Yeah,
exist
what
under
you did earlier to
a
Oodie, so.
religious
Like
framework?
instead of like what you have the right to do, what do you like have the like? You're just
The
not allowed
wrong
to
to
do it.
You're
Or
not
you have
allowed
the
to make
wrong.
it to make everybody
The wrong.
biased in the room at Kamui.
I'm not making anyone biased. If
Thank
I'm
you,
just right,
Camcam.
this is how it is.
Wait, can human rights exist under a religious framework only?
No, they exist in any form of government,
But-
in any society.
But
'Cause
Camcam,
it says
government is
rights are
too
legal,
big. It's
social,
corrupt.
or I guess social would be.
yeah, any type of society, pretty much.
But
ethical
Camcam, government
principles, social
bad,
entitlement, that are
right? Camcam.
I never said the government is bad.
Well, are you saying it now?
Am I saying the government is bad now?
How are you defining bad?
I'm confused.
It's
I don't know the
however.
context.
It doesn't matter
Governments
how
do
I
bad
define
things
it because
nowadays.
Camcam's the one answering it.
I mean, I think it
The
could be like
government
multiple
is-
things at once.
Both good and bad. just
Well, I'm
like
not
everything
asking
else
if it
in the world.
is. I'm asking if she thinks it is.
The government is both
told
good and
you.
bad. Just like everything in life.
Okay.
Everything is both good and bad.
There you go. What, you're not gonna preemptively attack me like you did with the Avatar question? Crazy.
Dude, the Avatar
You were
question,
acting
you're
sus
capping.
as fuck,
You
bro.
you were
Pissing me
100%
off.
trying to tie into your Obito discussion.
Such
You
nonsense.
really were.
Such
Oh my god, and then you got
nonsense.
so butthurt that was another thing we argued about in that 6-hour long all day argument.
Wait,
That was
what's the
another thing we
origin
argued
of
about.
butthurt? Let me look that up.
I mean, I think like heart hurt
And
would
anything
make
we
more
could
sense.
throw
or
into the
something.
fire, we did. Honestly.
The phrase "butthurt" means to be overly offended or sensitive about something. The phrase has different possible origins.
Like I really hurt his feelings,
Comment
and I
on
did
inside.
apologize, apparently. So.
Oh, it's a military slang.
Oh,
for
you
soldiers
apparently
who could not
apologize
handle the
now.
hardships.
That's hilarious.
Why is that
Not
military
really
slang?
apologize. You apparently
Yeah,
apologize.
why is that a military term?
Oh, it
Butthurt?
comes from the act of spanking a child, which causes pain and humiliation to the buttocks.
I don't think it causes
you call senior-
humiliation to the buttocks. It
Yeah,
causes
how do you-
humiliation to the kid if it's
How do
in
you
front of someone
humiliate
else.
someone's buttocks? Your ass is like, bro, listen.
Like
this
it's
ain't a
not
good
even
look for us."
humiliating every time. Like if it's in private, you're not humiliated. You're just
It
in
comes from a
pain.
euphemism, pain in the butt, which means a nuisance or annoyance.
Did y'all's parents spank y'all?
I feel like that doesn't mean. Yeah,
comes
they did.
from the idiom to have one's butt
wait,
is
Did
sling.
your parents spank you?
What?
I've had a spank before when I was very little, and then that was like it. I'm pretty sure.
I was pretty bad as a child. I got hit a lot.
Oh
I
my
got my ass
god.
beat. I got the extension cord, the switch from
Yeah,
outside,
exactly.
and then they'll
I
have
was a
you go
bad kid, though.
outside and then pick your own switch. So you got like get a really, and then you come back with like a
Yeah.
light one. They're like, go back outside and pick one with some thorns in it or some shit. So,
Yeah.
I got.
I was mostly a
had-
good kid. I was just
I
loud.
got beat with the chancla, and then I had to like kneel on the vents in my room.
Not the chancla.
The chancla. Ooh, my mom was good. And then like my
The
mom
flip
had some
flops
like,
are elite.
and then like my
Yes,
mom had some
crazy.
thick like gold rings that she would like she had on her hand because I was like bad
Jesus
all the time, and so
Christ.
she would spank me with those, and like I would not cry, and she hated it because like I wouldn't cry. I'm like, I ain't crying in front of you, bitch. Like,
Yeah, my sister did that one time. We were getting our ass whooped, and she like just stood there and just took it and grabbed the belt and threw it behind the dresser. And then my aunt couldn't get it because it was
Oh.
like
my
she was-
sister, she
she was
hid.
so pissed.
We used to get spanked with a wooden spoon, and my sister hid it, and my mom couldn't find it for months.
A wooden spoon.
Yep.
I thought I had it.
I was
bad.
like, you had it worse than
Child
me.
Protective Services.
Do you still use that spoon to like stir pot like soup or something?
I
That's
think
crazy.
we did for a long time.
Beat you with it and then
Yo,
made soup right
Got
after.
I hope they
buttock soup.
clean
You
it
never wanted
first.
to, yeah, you never wanted to
Don't worry,
eat
we
that.
cleaned it in
Like
between
that soup.
spankings. No big deal.
Like that's the
We
spanking
did.
soup.
I hope you clean it better than Mello apparently cleans his shirts.
What? You're the one that sits around in your musty freaking room all day. What are you talking about?
God.
Yeah, you talking about you girls, bro? If you a girl, you definitely not doing that, bro. That's crazy.
Oodie, how often? Okay, since you be sitting around without deodorant, how often do you wash your bed sheets every day? Or every
What do
week?
you mean?
Every
How often
day?
do I wash them
Wash
every
like
day?
twice a day.
I hope you wash them every day. I hope you do. Since you sit
No,
around your
Camcam, nobody washes their bed sheets every day.
I mean,
butt. Okay, every week. Do you wash
No,
them
no.
once
Twice
a
a
week,
but
twice
not
a
every day.
week,
No, I don't wash them twice a week either.
once
you don't
a
wash them
week?
twice a week.
Some
You
people
wash
do.
them at least once a week, right?
I wash them whenever I
try
do
to wash them,
laundry.
like once a week.
Yeah, about
That's
every once a week.
crazy, bro. That's
Maybe
crazy.
less. Yeah, not every time I do laundry. Just whenever I think they get dirty.
You gotta do it once a week, bro. At least
Once
once.
a week.
Because it'd be like dead skin and sweat and shit, and it's
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
not
I
good.
mean, like Oodie said, when I do my clothes, I just throw the bed sheets in there too. So
Yeah. Like,
Wait, in with the clothes?
no, like a separate. Like
Oh, I
I,
was gonna say,
yeah, like dark whites.
like
and
I
then
just
that-
do all my laundry,
Yeah.
including the bed sheets.
You can even do the bed sheets with the whites, I guess, but whatever. Depends how many whites.
the whites and the darks.
God.
That's crazy.
I heard one time someone separated the colors into each individual color, like they did only the reds and then only the blues.
I mean, you should do only
It's
red.
so inconvenient.
Like, I understand that. If anything, that makes
Mm.
more sense to me, but it's just funny to think
It
about.
just
You have
sounds
to
like an
buy your-
asshole.
You had
That
to
is
buy your
kinda
clothes
OCD a little
specifically for how you were going to wash them. That's crazy.
Well, like the point is that the whites would get the color on them, so of course you would think the blues would get the reds on them if you mix them. Like it just makes sense.
I don't have anything white though. Like my socks are black. White socks are tacky to me. Like I don't have like white underwear. They're like blue,
Okay.
like dark blue or black. I don't have like
A lot of
white
white clothes
t-shirts.
either.
Well, I'm sorry
Like, I
that
don't even
you're
wear
the
white.
only
Like
one in the
black and
world
gray.
that apparently has no whites whatsoever.
Honestly, like
But I
after
don't
a
like
few
white, like, it looks-
washes, it doesn't really matter. Like I literally just throw darks and lights together with my laundry now, and nothing changes. Like
Savage.
they've been washed enough, it doesn't matter.
You savage.
I mean,
Probably
you're
just
kind of
cotton clothes,
right.
though, so like doesn't matter.
swear.
I throw them all together, and nothing has changed. I've done this like 100 times by now.
it's changed.
Yeah, like anytime I've ever mixed anything, it just makes no difference. I just do it because other people say it.
I really don't got no white shit. That's
It
crazy.
matters at first. Like, don't wash new jeans with a white shirt or something. But
So,
once
so
you
you
wash
wash your
that a bunch
jeans
of
in
times,
with like your t-shirts?
not throw it literally
I
all of
wear
it together.
buttocks during military school.
I wash my jeans like separately with like, yeah.
I
don't
don't
got
dry
time
my
for that,
jeans.
dude.
You gotta let them air dry because they'll shrink up and shit.
Okay, well, if you don't
Forgot to make them
sweat,
shrink.
your shirt or whatever, your shirt, clothes, underwear is still gonna stink after one day, not because of the sweat, because you didn't sweat, but because of like your dead skin that molted off during the day. So that's why it would
Because
stink.
you're must.
Yeah, but
My
like
dead
you have
skin
like
smells
That's
great.
not musk though.
Must.
Musk would be sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah,
white shirt under a dark.
and not all of
jacket
us
is
live in Texas.
a combo. I don't like white shirts because like you always get shit on them.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't like white shirts. Like if I'm going on like a date or whatever, like I'm definitely not wearing a white shirt because like I've seen dudes with like fucking musk stains underneath their
Whoa,
armpits
man,
from
so
white
have I.
shirts.
Yeah, I
I'm
can't
like, where that
imagine. Not
goddamn
even
shit out?
close.
You gotta do the dark, bro. The dark just covers everything. Like a dark blue, a dark red, a dark black. Well, dark black.
Well, Mello, I think that actually goes back to like what Camcam was saying, but the diet can like change your sweat, the amount you sweat. Because even like in football, when I'm sweating profusely, my sweat I guess would be cleaner than other
Or
people's
you mean
sweat.
soccer, right?
Both. I did both.
I can't see you playing football, bro.
Oh, well, neither could I, but I still did it.
Fair enough, fair enough. No, I feel you, but like this is America, so like everybody's burgers and KFC, okay?
Well, not everyone, no.
Not literally everyone, but
Okay.
I mean,
then.
there's an obesity problem for a reason.
Well, yeah, but that applies
but
to
Oodie's not
obese
obese.
people.
Have you seen
Exactly. Like,
No,
if
I
I'm not
know, but
obese,
that's
then the
just like-
obesity problem doesn't
Eat a
apply to
burger.
me.
Well,
Please,
I'm not
somebody feed him a
specifically talking
burger.
about like our ninja warrior here, okay? But like, yeah.
You're talking about Kamui, I know.
Our Ninja Warrior.
No,
Oh, what are you talking about, bro?
Kamui-
I bet
Kamui
you
be
I have
too-
better apps than you.
Kamui would be too
Nonsense.
busy flexing in the mirror all day, okay? I'm not talking
Kamui,
about
whenever
him.
we meet up, we're doing athletic tests. See who's better.
Sure.
Oh, we should.
I
Sure.
mean,
You
if he's
guys
doing
should
Ninja
do like
Warrior shit, bro,
Patricia and
my money's on
Ethan.
Oodie.
That
No,
kind
we're
of
gonna do
test.
every single type of possible physical activity. Like I'm
Oh,
talking
Agreed.
distance running, sprinting, soccer,
And the other one
basketball,
has to buy
baseball,
the-
ninja warrior,
if
it's-
lifting, bodybuilding, every
cardio-
single thing we can think of that's a sport. We're gonna compare all of them.
If it's
Kamui, for the
cardio,
lifting,
Mark.
we're not just comparing maxes. We're comparing like, what's the word? Durability, stamina.
Everything,
Yeah.
every single rep range.
Exactly. Yeah, agreed. Because I will admit, like first of all, I already know you can bench more than me or whatever. You can squat more than me. You can deadlift more than me. But in terms of reps, I probably will have you there. Like unironically,
Depends on how much weight.
I agree. But still,
Because for
Yeah,
a
you can
lot
do,
of
like,
weight, I'm gonna have you
500
be.
pounds
But
or
like when it
something.
comes to like, a body weight squat or something, or a body weight push up. Okay, then that's where we start saying, okay, you might have me beat because you're so much lighter. But even with like 100 pounds, like squatting, I don't know, I still might have me beat just because it's just so late.
I
But
don't
we'll figure
know.
it
I
out.
still disagree. Like if we did 10 reps of 135 of the bench, I might beat you in terms of like how many sets we could do.
I
I'm
can do
obsessed
that.
with this fucking thing.
We're gonna be there for a long workout if we're just doing sets of 10 with that.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Doesn't matter.
long.
Anyways,
Yeah, we'll figure it out when we get there.
The point is, Mello, use more soap when you do your laundry.
No.
No, do
No.
not use too much soap because it'll
don't-
ruin your clothes.
Yeah,
Use
Well,
as much
okay,
as
well,
you can.
showering every day ruins your skin
Bro.
and your hair.
I was at military school for almost a year. I had one thing of soap, and I had so much soap when I left that like it busted. I'm a dumbass. I put it in like the bag, but it busted all over the place. So no, I don't use a lot of soap. I'm very conservative with the soap. I think they try to pretend like you need a lot of soap so you can keep buying more soap.
Yeah, they do.
Like the cap that people like pour like in the cap. I don't think you need that much.
No, you don't. You really don't need that much. And
Oh, I
especially with
use bar
jeans,
soap.
You need even less.
Bro, bar soap on your clothes, bro.
Oh, I meant on my skin. No, not on my clothes.
I thought, bro,
Just
bar
throw a
soap.
bar of soap into the washing
I'm like,
machine.
bro, what is this like the 1800s? Like you have a clothesline. and
I'm
you're
like,
just-
I-
They
I
dries
even
off
use,
out of the bar and throws it in.
I
Like,
even
he-
use laundry detergent on my hand washed items. So
He
just-
takes the clean shirt and just blows it, try to dry like.
God, I don't even use dish soap on my hands. Like, I feel like that's gonna ruin my hands.
yeah, that dries out.
Really?
Ruined your hand for who?
I've
Are
used
you
dish
trying
For
to-
a
No, whenever I
ninja
use dish
warrior
soap,
who can't have dried out hands.
Bro, I would
I've
imagine
used
you
dish
have
soap on my
calluses your
hands, like if I
when you're
just
doing
run out
ninja
of
warrior
hand
stuff.
soap, and I don't feel like my hands are dry. I just feel like the soap is still there. Like it just feels like my hands are still soapy, almost like.
All right,
That would
so
explain
it.
so Kamui doesn't
know
wash
what you
his
mean,
hands
actually.
correctly. Remind me never to wash shake
Well,
Kamui's
if
hand.
anything, he has soap on his hand still, so.
No, it's like almost oil. Like I can wash it for like freaking 10 years. It feels like there's just it just soap just feels different. I don't know what to tell you.
Well,
But
I don't
if you
know.
work-
I mean, the
I
soap
worked in,
the soap is to trap the dirt. So if he still has soap on his hands are, if anything, extra dirty.
I worked in
No,
the fast food
there's
industry,
literally
and
soap on the
they
hands.
teach
It just
how to
feels
wash your
it's
hands.
like I'm saying.
Oh no, I know
Like,
exactly
you
what
should
you're
give
talking
up
about.
having soap on your hands after you're done. Like, that's crazy. But I feel you though, cause like maybe I don't know, you got like different sweat glands or some shit. I don't fucking know, but maybe your
Maybe-
body has a different interaction with the gel soap. I don't know.
Dish soap just feels different than hand soap. That's all I know.
Seek help.
Maybe that's the real reason Kamui's heavier than me. He's just weighed down by all the soap left on his body.
Oh, you could be. Your skin could just be more oily.
I don't use dish soap, but for the shower.
Wait, maybe
You
you're
have,
putting
like,
too
oily
much dish
skin,
soap. You don't need
Kamui?
that much.
Nah,
Do I have
I
a
could
what?
just.
Now I'm curious. Do you have oily skin?
No, I have like normal skin.
Okay, well then I was gonna say maybe you have oily skin and maybe that's why the dish soap.
No, don't you? Oily skin people tend to have like acne and stuff.
Or a bastard.
Yeah, I only get like
I have oily
one
skin,
pimple a
okay?
year,
Give me
maybe.
break.
I've never had acne. Never really get pimples like ever.
Bro, I haven't
I
suffered a
fucking-
pimple since years, bro.
I hate you. You,
I mean,
you
not a
can
bad
go watch a
one,
sunset, both
but
of you, okay?
whatever.
Even when I was younger, I didn't get that much pimples.
I
I think I got
literally
a
hate
fair
all
amount,
three of you.
but
I hate all of you guys.
I
remember
mean,
people was like using proactive and shit. I was just laughing at them.
yeah, I was.
Yeah.
I mean, there's
I
people way
literally-
worse that it didn't matter. Like, you just need that one kid that's just face full, and then you're in the clear. It doesn't matter anymore.
Yeah, my brother had like acne. Like he had
Acne
to
is
like
so
do stuff for it,
gross.
but I never had it.
You know what's gross
is
too? Like
So
dudes with.
rude.
I mean, it is
I'm
objectively gross.
offended.
It's like pus in your face. That's
I mean,
trying
there's
to
a reason
escape.
you want to get rid of it.
Oh,
Yeah,
Mello,
it's
if we're
like
doing
pus trying to
that,
escape in the form of a bump. It's
well,
weird.
then I think like things that are sexualized are also objectively gross. Like butts, they're objectively gross. Like that's
No, I
poop.
think-
Kinda gross.
Well, but I think I don't know. Like, I think people who are like really prudish, is that the word I'm looking for? Like those, like I think that's so cringe. I think people who are like degenerately, like sexual like deviants, I think they're like fucking based. Me personally, because like it's like a
What does base mean, dude? Some people use it positively, some people use it negatively. I
Dude.
don't get it. Does someone
Kamui,
explain it?
it's better
I'm-
just to
I'm
not
always
get
in,
it.
like-
Let's just be
I'm always in
ignorant.
like political. I hear it a lot in like political spaces.
Exactly.
Yeah,
my,
so-
my sister, she works in a restaurant, and so like all like the early 20-year-olds are always like based, and she's like, "What does that mean?" They keep saying based, and I don't know what it means. I'm like,
I mean,
"Just
you
don't
can kind of
Shit,
get
I
the
left my
context
potato in
in,
the oven.
like how it's used. But yeah,
You left something in the oven?
You can leave potatoes in the
Nah,
oven for
I
a
forgot
while.
to check that out. It's probably not been too long, but I don't
Sweet
know.
potato?
I didn't set a timer.
Sweet potato with bunnies. Jesus. Sweet potatoes with butter.
Jesus.
You couldn't say
Or-
rabbit. You had to say bunnies.
Sweet potatoes with no rabbits. I don't want to eat rabbits. Like rabbits are cute. I don't want to eat rabbits. But sweet
Bunny
potatoes with
wants
like
to eat bunnies.
I mean, what about on
No.
Easter? Don't
Wait, is there a
people do
difference
that?
between bunnies and rabbits?
Bunny
I'm
Are
rabbit.
pretty
rabbits like
sure.
are rabbits like
Ew.
cute rats?
I don't know.
Hmm.
Rabbits. When I think of rabbits, I think of like the wild rabbits that
I
you
think-
like, eat.
I think rabbits are just bigger now. I could just
Yeah,
be
and, like,
completely wrong. I have
like
no idea.
rats
A
with
bunny
bunny
might
ears.
just be like, I don't know.
There's clear
Like, don't have to
do
differences.
that.
Like rats don't jump on their hind legs. Like
Yes, they do. I mean,
What do
rats
you
jump
mean?
all the time.
they don't usually do that. That's not
I
their
didn't say usually.
primary
You said-
method of
well-
getting
Bro,
around.
you,
Rabbits that
like,
do
bro,
jack
you're like
rabbits.
Bara,
You know?
okay? Changing the goalposts. No, you said they
God.
don't. Not that they don't usually. That's a different sentence, okay?
You know what I
Oh, never
meant
mind.
though. The point of language is the constructive understanding, like you said, or the intention, whatever.
That's not what I said, but okay.
That's what you said. You were saying that over and over again.
Hey, speaking of
Bunny
things I've
versus
said, I'm
rat.
sharing my screen. With no context, Camcam I found when I said the things, and I have 5 messages here pulled up that we're gonna listen to without context.
Okay.
Wait, real quick. I looked
Okay.
up bunnies versus rabbit, and the first thing it says is no difference. So
Well, I mean,
Yeah, I did the same thing.
you
It
do
says
realize bunny
They
and
look-
rabbit
they
are
look
both
different.
short for bunny rabbit.
Is that
No,
like-
rabbits.
guess- I
think
guess that would
wild
make sense, yeah.
jackrabbits.
Yeah.
See
only people who would know that is like people who live in like
Bunny
the fucking
rabbit.
1930s.
What
who
actually
actually
is
called
bunny
it-
rabbit?
People
like, the
that would know
official
that aren't
word?
anyone.
I'm pretty sure
No,
it is
wait,
the,
no,
just the
hold on.
official term.
Nobody
It
calls
might
it
be.
bunny
I
rabbit.
always thought it was
Yes,
just
they
like the
do.
combination. It'd be like human in person and calling it like a human person.
No!
Like, that's weird.
No.
That's how I thought it was.
Not even close.
Wait,
No,
Really? I didn't know that.
Like nobody calls a cat a pussy cat anymore. Okay, that's a whole different connotation.
You're
Say,
just
oh,
wrong.
I like petting your pussy cat. It's like, bro, what are you? What? What?
Okay,
No, it's, like,
in that
different.
case, people don't shorten it to the first one when they're referring to cats.
Some,
No,
people, do.
call it a pussy.
Some people.
Actually, now that you
No,
say
they're
that,
trying-
It's weird,
I think
but-
they're being
no,
tongue
now
in
that you say
cheek,
that,
but
yeah, you're right. People do say that.
Do people
I was
say
just
that?
wrong. Yes, people say
It's
that.
like-
I've never
like,
heard
I
anyone
mean,
do that
not
before.
anyone that I know, but
People used to be named Dick. Okay, like Richard, like Dick.
yeah.
And then
Yeah.
I remember
I,
my aunt was
I will
reading
never
me-
understand that nickname.
When my
Why would
aunt
you
was
ever
reading me
name-
a book, she kept calling this dude Dick, and me and her were both like laughing the whole time. It was so childish, but I was like fucking.
Okay,
5.
no, actually, no, literally. So at Texas Roadhouse, when I bartend, you're supposed to like ask the guest names, and oh my god, dude, like when I've had like someone say like their name is Dick, and I just had to like hold it in. I was like, oh, I'm not gonna call you that.
Child
Why would you ever own that? Like, I'm like, no,
I
I'm
was like-
Richard. I'm Richard.
I would just
I,
say
I,
Richard.
was,
Yeah,
I know. I
just
was
go
like,
by
he's
Richard.
he's like Dick and Jane. I'm like, I'm gonna refer to Jane instead. I'm not gonna call you Dick.
I'd be like,
Um,
Dick, like,
"Eh."
Hey,
guess
how are you
props to him for
doing,
owning it,
Jane
though.
and Jane's husband?
Literally.
guys.
I just
What's up,
don't
man? Hey, man,
just
what's
pretend
up?
he doesn't have a name.
Hey, it's Jane and the other one. Hey.
He's like
They're not
the dude
regulars.
from
Guy.
the dude from the comics, Dick Grayson. Like, just call him Richard Grayson. Like, I don't know. It's weird, but yeah.
That was weird. I wouldn't. No.
Yeah,
Nobody
like
says
go by a
Bunny
new
Rabbit.
nickname, man. Like unless your mom straight up named you Dick, just go by Rich
Yeah.
or Richard. Like
I would
Right.
change
Oh
it.
yeah,
would change
I
my
love
name.
Nightwing. Oh, I didn't know you like Dick. Oh wait, fuck. Now you like talking about something completely different. So that's weird. Bunny Rabbit. I forgot they called that shit
Bunny
Bunny Rabbit.
When you want it.
All right, so
So
let's
redundant.
let's
Dude,
Oodie, I'm gonna
listen.
call you a human person now.
Stupid.
It's
The
He's
human
the
person race.
Yeah, that's dehumanizing me, Conway. So you can't do that.
Oh yeah, you can't use the word person anymore.
Wait, what do they call people who get like get pregnant birthing people? Is that a thing?
No.
Can't remember.
No, I'm telling you, it's a thing. I'm pretty sure.
You're asking me, is you literally quote unquote said, is that a thing? That's not telling me
Well,
that's a
I'm-
thing.
Well, I'm trying to like confirm it, but like I'm pretty sure I heard somebody.
Yeah,
call
it's a
somebody
thing, but
birthing
do I
person.
remember what it's called? Like, no.
It's
like
what they- I
birthing
think- hold on.
person.
Yo, rabbits are so cute, bro. What the fuck?
I love rabbits. They're so cute.
Every time I see a rabbit, I think of jelly beans.
Yeah,
Why?
honestly,
That's so
Because of Easter.
weird.
I just think of jelly beans.
I feel you.
Well, why?
Easter.
I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I said
When I was a kid,
earlier.
we would
It's
go to church,
definitely
They would have like
Easter.
these
Yeah.
You
plastic
guys eat
eggs.
jelly beans on Easter?
Yes.
Yeah.
Dude, I
Yeah,
swear
there's, like,
Texas
plastic
isn't
eggs
in
with jelly
America.
beans in them.
I swear to God, Texas is not American.
Texas is like in
Texas is
another
not
like
American.
I
world.
swear to
It was
God.
super fun. I remember that as a kid. Easter was like you go to your church and then they'll like hide like eggs, like plastic eggs for like treats and shit around the.
I
Yeah.
love
yard.
Easter egg hunts.
Here, like we didn't get. Well, to be fair, we couldn't give the kids jelly beans because that's a choking hazard. So never mind.
Oh my
Well,
God.
you gotta be like
Really?
old
They
enough.
did it when I was younger.
I mean, any food
No, I'm
is a
talking about when
choking
like
hazard.
Might not have
when I
been
worked in
daycare, though.
daycare. When I worked
I don't
in
remember.
daycare.
Yeah.
People
I
can
mean, like,
choke
when
on their
I was
own
a kid, I mean,
freaking
like-
spit.
I mean, like 8 years old, like, yeah,
Oh,
not
yeah.
like 2 or something.
Yeah.
Easter egg hunts were the shit, dude. I had so much fun finding all the crazy places my parents hid their
Yes.
Easter eggs.
Hell
Like,
yeah.
it's so good at it.
Yep. I remember. I think they give like the little eggs, like the little eggs, little babies, like the 2-year-olds, like boiled eggs or some shit. I don't know, but it was pretty fun.
That's cute. Boiled eggs. Aw.
So that they can like do tie dye. That's my favorite thing. Freaking
You have to
preschool.
paint. You
Yeah.
paint the shells,
Yes.
and then like
Yeah.
you unravel the shell and then eat the egg. I remember doing that.
Unironically,
Mhm.
probably my
Yeah,
best
the more I
first
think about
memory.
it, the Easter thing is just so silly. How like so, just think about all the things about Easter and how they don't make sense. First of all, you eat ham, nothing to do with bunnies. It's the Easter rabbit, the Easter bunny, and eggs are somehow coloring eggs are involved. Bunnies don't lay eggs. Like, none of these three things add up.
Wait, that's true, but like, should we eat rabbits on Easter then, if not him?
I don't
it would make
know.
more sense.
Well, I mean, in that
So
case,
dark.
How did ham?
So
How did
serious,
ham
no.
get to the rabbit, and how did eggs come from the rabbit? Like, how do these connect?
Because of like Easter.
Google. Let's find
Yeah.
out.
Okay, you got
let's go
you
back
got
to
That's
Easter,
religion.
just
which
the
is
way
technically
things
a
are.
pagan holiday, and it's
them
supposed
damn
to
pagans.
represent like the god of fertility, which is Esther. Esther is the god of fertility, and
This is
Okay.
demonic
that
shit,
was
huh?
also you had eggs and rabbits, which are a sign of fertility. So those were also things that were worshipped at the time. So
Oh,
that's why
Okay.
you got rabbits and eggs.
okay.
Well, then
Yeah.
where does the ham come in?
You just need
Fuck, I
something to
don't know.
eat, man. You just need some meat.
Oh God, we found out holidays don't make sense. Now we're gonna be here all night.
Wait, dude, is Easter ham like is ham linked to Easter like turkey's linked to Thanksgiving? Is that like a thing?
Yeah, probably not as
That's what I
much.
was
think
saying.
so.
I think Easter just not as celebrated in the first place.
Yeah,
Well, I'm
that's
an
also
adult
true.
now, so I, like Easter shit to me no more. But when I was a kid, it was fucking fun.
Well, plus Easter
In
is more of
Texas,
a
in
religious
like our
holiday.
town, like where I live, Easter is like still a huge thing. But yeah,
Halloween is just peak. Like I love
Yeah.
Halloween.
Yeah, once
Yeah,
I stopped
Halloween's-
getting presents on Easter, it didn't really matter as much.
You got presents
Just
on
the ham.
ham. You lucky
I
kid,
used to
bro.
get presents on Easter, dude.
You
I
never
mean-
got that. I mean, we got candy. That was
Yeah,
cool.
exactly.
No,
you can
look, when
still
I
get
was really
candy.
little, I got presents on Easter, and then it was just like
Really?
candy and the Easter egg
what a
hunt, and then it was
spoiled
nothing.
brat.
I don't think I ever got.
Spoiled
Well,
brat.
maybe I got like a
Yeah,
Over
Easter.
here,
Dude, I
you
remember, dude,
with
I loved
items, and he's
Easter.
I just
getting
got
It was
boiled
next to
eggs and
Christmas
jelly
for me.
beans.
I mean, yeah, jelly beans, boiled
Easter-
eggs.
Easter dinner.
Now, the
that was about
presents
it.
weren't as good as Christmas presents, but still, it was like the
Oh,
next
God.
best thing.
I mean, I remember
Bro,
getting
before-
an
before
Easter
my-
basket, but it just had like eggs. So
I always feel like my parents got the basket. I just like the shit in it. Like they
Yeah.
used to always have like this like foil, not foil, but
the
like, this, like,
green
colorful.
thing.
Yeah, like these stringy,
Yes.
like, almost
Oh,
like
yeah.
grass or some shit. I remember
Yes.
playing with that shit when I was a kid.
Bro, that was hype. Oh my God. Freaking
nostalgia
green
hits.
string, yes.
Oh, and then like all the Catholics with like
Uh.
their ash on their foreheads. God, those are so freaky.
I
Ash
thought they said
on
with their
their
ass on their forehead.
If
Butt
only.
heads.
If only.
That's where butt hurt comes from.
They're probably butthurt.
Same brain cell. You two share the same fucking brain cell.
That's crazy.
Brain dead.
Now
Alright.
I'm looking
No.
up jelly beans. Holy shit.
Uh,
Have you ever had like this is like a really niche thing. There's like these Starburst jelly beans, like literally the best jelly beans on the
Those
planet.
are so good. Those are my
They're
favorite.
So fucking
Nah.
good, bro.
I
Those are the
don't think I've
best.
had jelly beans since I was a kid.
I love
I can't
jelly
eat it because they make my candy makes my teeth hurt and shit now. But like when I was eating them, like they were so fucking. I get like a big ass bag from Walmart. So good.
I love anything. I love that kind of candy. Like jelly candy is my favorite kind of candy. So yeah. I love.
I just
jelly.
like sweet things in general. Like if it's
Yeah.
sweet, I
Me
like
too.
it probably.
I like cakes now, like a sweet
Yeah, I'm-
potato pie or like apple plum pie.
Hmm.
Yeah, I
Sounds
gotta go to
good.
the dentist on Wednesday, so yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm
And make
gonna
sure
like-
to eat as many jelly beans as possible right before the visit.
No, I got a tooth. I didn't know I was gonna. Oh, I'm so scared.
I hate dentists. I got
I
a
hate
root
the
canal once. I literally cried like the whole way back. I couldn't
Oh,
even.
yeah.
It was.
Okay,
oof.
my root canal was so traumatizing because it's infected, so I had to be on antibiotics. Okay, and then the antibiotics gave me a colon infection because I have a compromised immune system. Then that colon
Jesus.
infection gave me sepsis, and then I was in the hospital for
Oh
2
my
weeks. So
god.
I know I need another root canal, so I'm very scared.
I need a root canal too. Like I'm so terrified to do that shit. Like that first experience was like that's probably the worst pain I ever felt in my life.
Oh,
like
yeah.
I just don't ever want to do it again.
Every
don't
time
wanna
I
do
heard the
one.
word root canal, I think of this stupid Rudolph movie where this guy was
That's
becoming
the
a
worst
dentist.
Rudolph movie.
And he told the lion that he needs a root canal, and he's like, "I told you not to tell me that." That's all I think about.
What?
Wait. No. I think I remember this.
Bro.
I think I know what you're talking about for some reason.
It's some Rudolph. Yeah, I remember like the
Yeah.
whole plot of the movie. I forgot the name of the
As soon-
Rudolph
as soon
movie.
as you
But the
said it,
toy
I-
taker is the bad guy. It's like a freaking doll that was like mad that his owner, threw him away, and he starts taking all the toy. I remember the whole plot of the
Call
movie.
me, can you
Watched
say
this
it
movie
again?
too
Oh
many
my
times. as a
God.
kid.
Adorable.
Wasn't that
Well,
the villain
Cam,
of
I
Toy
don't
Story?
think the problem is that because I watched this movie literally yesterday and I have no idea what he's talking about. His mind is just an enigma. We'll never understand.
What are you
Wait, say it
talking
again,
about?
though,
The
it's
way
You
not
don't
he
know who the
associates
lied.
things.
Say it again,
Toy
say it again.
Taker Rudolph movie. You try to tell me this
Say it
shit doesn't make sense, and it literally pops up as a suggestion. This was all right.
What do you
may not
mean?
recognize this guy, but I recognize this guy, and I'll even tell you who the dentist. You want me to find
No,
the frickin'
Kamui,
scene?
I'm
No.
not trying to tell you it doesn't make sense. Nothing
That
like that
escalated.
even came close to out of my mouth. It did.
Escalated
Yeah, because
so
Kamui
quickly.
escalated it. No, Kamui, I'm
Kamui,
not
say it
trying to
again.
tell you
I'm
it
like
doesn't
in
make
another
sense.
land
Do
or
the voice
whatever.
again.
That's
Do
it.
the
Hold
voice
on.
again.
I tried to
Kamui.
say you're in
You
another
need
land.
a root.
When?
Oh,
Canal. Oh, it's literally
What?
a suggestion. Hold on.
Can we
When?
stop
Rudolph the
talking about
Red-Nosed
root
Root
canals?
Canal. All right, root
Wow,
canal.
what do
Here
you
we
know?
go.
When you look up something, it's suggested. Thanks for
teeth are starting to
explaining
hurt, okay.
search engines.
I found the thing I was talking
face is
about of the
hurting
guy
from
being the
smiling.
dentist.
Yeah, after looking it up.
Yeah, it's exactly what I was talking about.
Yeah, you looked up exactly what you were talking about. What do you not get here?
Oh my god.
You made it sound like it wasn't real.
No, I
Ernie
didn't.
the elf.
You said you watched this movie the other day and had no idea what I was talking about. What the hell do you think I'm supposed to get from that?
What do you mean?
It's
How are you
literally what
supposed to
you
get
said.
that? So from that you get, man, I'm calling Kamui into another land. He's in another
You
land
literally
right
said it.
now.
Oh my god. Hold on. That's it. Pull up the
Um,
freaking stream. Let me freaking find this.
Is
Kamui,
Iron
I
Man
want
coming?
you to
freaking
say
is
it
I-
again.
No, you're done,
Is-
Oodie.
is-
I'm gonna go to my freaking find
Is
this
Iron Man coming
stream.
back to the MCU? Does anyone know?
I have no idea.
Is it Iron Man?
No. Okay.
I wanted
I don't
Kamui to
think
say
so.
it again. Why did you ruin it, Oodie?
Because he ruined it for me, so I'm ruining it for him.
No, you ruined it for me.
Well, he
sounded
ruined it for me
adorable.
earlier.
In that stupid little voice, it sounded so cute.
Trippy, remind me to ask you about Kimimaro later, and Kamui's not allowed to say anything.
Scooby Doo
Alright.
versus Courage the Cowardly Dog death battle. Holy shit.
Sounds
no,
like
Ooh.
recommended.
Oodie was actually triggered.
Courage,
It triggered
probably.
me a little
That's what
bit,
I'd say.
Because then he.
I just
then he
found.
yelled
Oh
at
yeah,
me.
hold on.
It says something.
Yeah, I think
Oh.
Courage like breaks reality more than
I wanted to
Scooby.
cry
I
a
think
little
he
bit.
does.
I'm like, I'm supposed to yell at you. You're not supposed to yell at me.
You could probably go through Courage the Cowardly Dog and find some crazy feats. I'm not gonna lie.
Like 100%. Yeah, like doesn't he like pull shit out of like what is it called, a cartoon
How
space
that
or whatever?
works.
Yeah, like just out of thin air.
Yeah. Yeah, Courage is cooking Scooby. Holy shit.
Yeah, Courage probably has way more feats, but then again, I think Scooby-Doo just is more consistent power-wise.
I can't believe they did a death battle about this. Is this
I
like
do.
them or some random person?
Good
No,
for
it's
them,
death
you
battle.
know?
Well, at the very least, I
Was it like
found
an
it, but I
actual
can't
video?
timestamp it because of how the stream works. I don't know how to.
Be mad. What do you want me to do about it?
Can you screen record it?
Sucks to suck, bro.
Well, it's gonna have
That is true.
all your voice. How do I do this?
Yeah.
Who is the
You,
observer?
the YouTuber, let's figure it out all together.
You know, stop being a freaking dumbass dickhead and just own up to it.
I never said that,
Wait.
Kamui. What do you? What did you even find?
Can dickheads have IP?
When you said
Can
the
have,
thing
like,
I
a
was
dumb
talking about, but
dickhead?
how do I freaking record this for you?
I mean, look at South
So
Park. There you go.
Can a dickhead be a dumbass? Is that you're at?
Yeah, like
Yeah,
can you have a
he
smart
is.
dickhead?
A smart ass dickhead.
Yeah.
Crazy. Imagine
Um,
having a dickhead. That's insane.
Yeah, y'all are fucking.
how do I do? I don't know how to. Because it
Kamui,
says
you can't
okay,
do it because it doesn't exist.
It's around -3 minutes from where we are now. I think.
You
Try going
think?
to
You don't even
minus-
know where it is.
Well, because I'm on the pause on the thing, but it's weird. I just go to -3 minutes on the stream.
Yeah, I did.
And we'll see if it's
Kamui
beyond.
escalated it. No, Kamui, I'm
Kamui,
not
you
trying to
said
tell
that
you.
No,
I
you gotta go further back. Okay, try -4 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I forget why we're even doing this.
Because he's crazy.
Just hold
What
on.
happened?
I'm not
I
crazy.
think the
Just
problem
try
is that
-4.
because I watched this movie literally yesterday and I have no idea what he's talking about. His mind is just an enigma. Well, so when did I say that you're in a different land?
Keep going. Keep going.
Never understand.
Kamui,
This is like some
We'll never
Inception shit.
understand. I'm talking to Camcam saying that we'll never understand how his mind works because it's like an enigma.
Just keep going. Keep going.
The way
Keep
he
going with the
associates
video.
things.
Toy Taker Rudolph movie. You try to tell me this shit doesn't make sense, and it literally pops up as a suggestion. This was alright.
What do you
may not
mean?
recognize this guy, but I recognize this guy, and I'll even tell you who the dentist. You want me to find
No,
the frickin'
Kamui,
scene?
I'm not trying to tell you it doesn't make sense. Nothing
That
like that
escalated.
even came close to out of my mouth. It did. Yeah, cause So is that what you wanted to listen to?
Hold on.
What do you mean?
So my mind is an enigma. It's a mysterious, puzzling, difficult thing to understand. Okay, I misheard you on the another land thing, but you straight up said you didn't know what I was talking about, like I said. So what do you expect me to take from that?
I expect you to take that I don't know what you're talking about. What else would I want you to take from that?
What is life right now?
You make it like I said, like okay. If I
I'm
explain
making
the
it
plot
out
of the
how it
movie,
is crazy.
you don't-
Are we just here
Look,
to
I
suffer?
explain the plot of the movie, and you say I watched it the other day, and I have no idea what he's talking about.
Bro, you didn't explain the
Like-
plot of the freaking movie. You explained the plot of a nonsense nothing scene
Pumpkin
in
pie
the
versus
movie.
sweet potato
No,
pie.
I
Which
didn't.
one's
I
better?
literally
Oh, I don't
started
like either
talking.
of
You said it
those.
after I started talking about the toy taker,
I mean,
who's
if I
the
had
main
to
villain of the movie.
choose,
Screenwriter my ass, bro. You ain't no
Sweet
screenwriter. You
potato,
know who
just
the
because
fucking main
it's
villain of the movie is.
sweeter, and then I
Get
just don't
outta
like
here.
pumpkin.
You're
I don't think
bullshit.
pumpkin would be sweet, but I like sweet things.
You're-
But I don't like sweet potato.
Oodie,
but I
you're
still
not
use
from
sweet.
you're not from the South. You don't like sweet potato pie, bro?
I know, I'm crazy, right?
I
I like baked
pumpkin
beans. Does that
pie.
count?
Bushes?
Yeah,
it
exactly.
bushes
The
back then?
bushes, yeah. What I do is I put like
Ew.
hot sauce or
like
cheese
the
or like
Bush's
the
baked
what is it,
beans.
brown sugar or
Like,
cinnamon
what,
in
what,
it.
what other brand of baked beans are there?
That's probably
Let me see.
plenty.
You
I mean,
get-
it's just, you know, a lot of
I
them.
cook beans in a slow cooker.
Bro, you
I'm
cook
a
beans
Mexican.
like the normal way. I
Yeah.
buy a can of already pre-cooked beans.
Yeah, oh hell no. I ain't eating that shit. Okay.
And like my mom does that shit. She'll make like for like New Year's Eve, she'll get like black eyed peas and like cook them normally, like
Oh,
some
yeah.
ham chunks in it or whatever, and
Yeah.
rice.
Oh.
That should be
yeah.
so good.
But I do this like every couple weeks. So yeah.
How do you make baked beans though? I don't know.
I just make like I just cook them in a. Mine are like a kind of like the refried beans, kind of
God.
use them for like refried beans. Like I make refried beans and eggs for breakfast. Make
Refried
tacos with
beans.
them.
How do you make refried beans?
Well, it's just like the regular beans, and then you just cook those beans, and then you smash them in a pan.
Just mush them.
Yeah, you just mush them with a little cooking oil.
I would just buy them. I just buy the can that says refried beans.
That looks like fucking dog food. What do
Yeah,
you
it does come
mean?
out like dog food. Like
Yeah. No.
I just put it in the
Cylinder
pot.
of beans.
I am a Mexican. That is against my people. Like I can't do
Listen,
that. No.
look, I cook some good Mexican food. I'm not gonna hold you. I get some turkey, some ground
I don't
chuck.
trust you.
I get some ground turkey, just like ground it up, and then I put that like taco seasoning, like the yellow packet. I forgot what it's called. I get some picante, okay? I get some like Velveeta cheese. That should be good.
Mm-hmm.
Do you make your own cheese?
No, I do not make my own cheese.
That's crazy. Wait, can you make cheese out of breast milk? Why did I think of that just now? Never mind.
Probably. I mean, you could probably make cheese out of any type of milk.
What? Why are
Would
you
that-
asking me? Because I have boobs? Like, I've never
No.
had a kid.
Yeah, we tried it.
I don't
Yeah,
think he was
yeah,
asking
yeah.
you.
Yeah, I wasn't
Yeah.
aiming it at you
Well,
specifically.
because we were like talking about Mexican food, and then you asked me about cheese, and then you just said breast milk, and I'm like, what?
Okay, well, we're here too. Like,
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, but
Wait,
we
guys can
can't
make.
try it.
Oh,
I
only
think I learned
Camcam
on
can
this
try it.
podcast that dudes can make breast milk. Okay. I don't know.
Actually,
all right, well, maybe let's not put that
I
on
think
this
you
podcast.
can, because a lot of
Fucking
women
disgusting.
make soap out of their breast milk for their
Oh my
babies.
god.
Bro, wow.
What do you mean you think
Okay,
if it
no,
is
no,
happening?
Let me explain. Shut up. Okay, a lot of women do this because their babies have eczema, or
Rip.
sometimes, yeah, their babies will get eczema, and so breast milk is found to have a lot of good antibodies,
Bro.
and so they make it into soap, and it actually will heal their baby's eczema. So, yeah.
Yes, it's
Interesting.
possible to make cheese with breast milk, but it's not a widely accepted or popular opinion. Or I'm sorry,
I
option.
mean,
I was
Yeah,
gonna say
I mean,
I don't
cheese
know.
It
with
makes
any
sense
type
to
of
like
milk.
goat cheese or
like
something.
the
It doesn't have to be
Yeah.
cow's milk.
Or
Deliciously
like some
creamy, the
women make-
world of breast milk cheese.
Like
What the
some
fuck?
women make breast milk popsicles, which is like I can understand because when your baby is teething,
Oh well, for the baby, yeah, that makes sense. My mind
yes,
was somewhere.
for the baby, because when your baby's teething, you know, like I had moms bring that in when I took care of babies. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, if chocolate milk comes from a brown cow, does breast
stop it.
milk come from a boob cow?
I thought you was taking this somewhere else. Okay, never mind.
Strawberry milk comes from a pink cow.
Boob
Yeah.
cow.
We all know this. The boob cow.
I thought you were gonna do the buttermilk shit.
I don't know. I don't even know now what you're talking about. You know what? I don't want to know.
Buttermilk?
Never-
No, I have to explain these kind of things to Oodie. Okay?
Don't
make me
explain the
this
buttermilk.
one.
Don't-
You know
Just
what?
leave them
I
here.
just want to know who's like
Leave them
at that
innocent.
factory milking almonds.
A machine, okay.
Almond milk is mostly
Scientific
water,
ninja tech. Okay, we've advanced.
yeah, but the sad thing is almond milk is mostly water, so and it's not sustainable for the environment. So.
What is lactose milk? 'Cause
Well,
that's
sucks
my
for the
shit.
environment.
Lactose-free milk.
Lactose.
Yeah,
That's
lactose
probably what you're
free.
thinking.
Yeah,
If
lactose.
it's,
is like,
if it's not that, I don't want it because that other shit fucks my stomach up. Like ice
yeah,
cream,
same.
it's like nah. Bro.
What is lactose? If I ate pure lactose, what would it taste like?
Death.
It's just
okay.
a
It's a
hormone
it's a
that's
milk
produced
sugar.
in-
Oh, yeah, it's a hormone, but it's a
tastes like
physical
lactose.
thing. Like it's in milk. Like if you remove the
What?
milk from milk and you left just the lactose, what how much even would
It's
be
sugar.
left?
It's
in
a
the
sugar.
bottle?
It's like the sugar in milk.
So it's a powder.
I don't know if that's true. I'll
Hmm.
take his word for it, but I will say lactose like milk tastes differently for sure. But,
But,
like it's better. For
A
me.
lot of people can't even.
I
drink
like
lactose.
lactose free. I get like ultra filter milk. It's also high protein. I literally like it better and stuff. But
It's way better.
Way more
I
expensive.
don't know
too.
why. I just
Yeah,
do.
it is
It tastes
sugar.
better.
Oh yeah, of course a gym bro would know.
Like who drinks milk by itself? Like
I don't drink it
Oh.
by itself, but like in
Not
cereal
anymore.
or in
Yeah.
Alfredo sauce or in oatmeal or whatever the hell.
It's a
Like,
sugar
it's just
that is
better.
naturally.
Oh, you
found
can
in
like
milk.
you can buy like pure lactose powder.
why is it make your stomach hurt then if it's just sugar?
It's digestive symptoms
Oh, same
are caused by lactose malabsorption. Lactose malabsorption is a condition in which your small intestine cannot digest or break down all of the lactose you eat or drink.
Yeah, kind of what I thought.
So there's like a different type of sugar, I guess.
Well, it's the
Yeah,
same
It's
thing
kind of like how
with
gluten
dogs.
is just a protein, but some people can't digest it properly. Like if you
Yeah,
have
like-
celiac,
yeah.
you can't.
Like my mom has a gluten
Yeah.
intolerance and she's lactose intolerant.
Or
too,
like
so,
how dogs can't eat chocolate or grapes.
That's weird.
Wait, dogs
I
can't
think
eat
it's
grapes?
More like poison.
Right? Yeah, isn't that weird? No, like
But they
in
didn't
fact,
know that.
chocolate
I know that.
actually kind of is fine for dogs. It's just like lactose intolerant, basically. But grapes, that like is an instant death for the dogs. Like it's way worse than
serious?
chocolate. No,
What?
I'm completely
Yeah,
serious.
I
Yeah.
never
I
knew
did
that.
not know that.
I'm pretty sure
Yeah.
Scooby Doo ate some grapes, bro. Like,
Oh,
I
you don't have to
know.
take it up with
Dude,
the
like,
fictional series.
I'm
Yes,
scared
it
I fed a
did.
grape to my
Wait,
dog
wait,
now.
could you?
But
That's what I'm
did
saying,
courage
like,
did
could
courage
you
eat a
imagine-
grape and live? Maybe.
Courage
Probably.
could
That
Like,
might be
live.
a.
Okay,
Yeah, that might be.
If
A,
you're- if you're like a
Scooby Doo and
child-
Courage also talk and like run
but-
in midair.
Wait, but there's a point I'm making here. If you're a kid with like a pet and you're watching Scooby Doo and he's eating grapes, I'm gonna give my dog grapes because I saw it on TV. If I'm like a dumb
Okay,
kid,
I'm not.
All right,
okay,
well that
my
TV show killed your
parents were
dog.
like- my parents were always
Yeah.
like, "Do not
Fuck.
feed the dog anything unless you ask us." Okay, like don't do it. So
yeah,
like,
but kids
we
don't
didn't
really
do it.
be. And then like
Did I
sometimes a
want to
dog.
get beat? And did I want to get? Did I want to cause my dog death? No. It's because my dad was like, if you feed the dog something bad, he's gonna die. Do you want the dog to die? No.
Dude,
Okay, then,
my
don't
dog
feed
Dude.
didn't
it.
I
die.
swear,
It's probably-
Camcam just wasn't a
that's
kid.
Unfortunately, even consuming one grape or a raisin can be
That's
fatal
wild.
to a dog.
raisin?
holy.
I like raisins.
Ingesting the fruit could potentially lead to acute sudden kidney failure in
Yeah,
dogs.
kidney.
Wow, what do you know?
But
Udi
like,
wasn't
the
just
thing
making
is-
it up or lying once again.
That's
Like,
Almost like
crazy, bro.
consistent.
Like I'm
You don't-
scared. Like I feel like I totally like could have fed my dog a grape or a raisin at some point in my
Yeah,
life. I don't know
that's
how
what I'm
they would have
saying.
survived. Like how do they survive? I swear, like I had to have at some
I've
point.
had
There's just no
dogs,
way.
like-
What you're saying, Kamui, is
I
I
remember
saved your
one
dog's
time-
life?
No, like not his past dog. You have a future dog or like a present dog?
Dude,
Do you have a future
All my
dog?
dogs
Past
have
dog's
died,
life.
but like they didn't die
Oh.
instantly after eating a grape. Like we would have noticed that.
Bro,
Like
I've had dogs like we woke up, they were like foaming from the mouth, like the whole litter of puppies in like the dog, like they were just gone. So I don't know, like we had like fruit trees and shit back, like apples that the squirrels always fucking ate, so we could never like harvest them. Fucking squirrels.
fucking hate
But
squirrels. They
yeah,
piss me
yeah.
off.
Squirrels are weird.
what foods can kill dogs? What foods are toxic to dogs?
Well, like, and you're not supposed to feed
Avocado.
dogs, like, cooked bones,
Cherries.
because,
I don't know.
Avocados
like,
are
the
gross.
little
They taste like
organs.
grass.
Whoa, hey, Mello, what? But like they're salty though. What do you think about that?
What avocado?
The avocados, yeah, they're really salty. What do you think about that?
I don't like avocados, salty or otherwise.
No,
Peppery,
but like just
fucking
in general,
spicy.
like why do you not like them? Like for me, it's salty, but like why do you not like them?
You
You literally like
'cause
them,
the only
Oodie.
the only time I've ever had like an avocado is like when we were at a Mexican restaurant and my mom and sister order like guacamole, like, oh, it's really good for you, it's a superfood, you should try it. And I tried it, it tastes like leaves.
Okay.
Yeah, but how salty was
Mello,
it?
Do you think? Yeah. Do you think it tastes salty?
I'm not. I feel like I'm being set up for something, so I'm gonna just like bail
That's
out.
what it sounds
gracefully.
like.
Bro, this isn't Avatar.
I mean-
There's no setup.
Trippy, what do you think?
No.
No.
It's
'cause,
really
like,
there.
'cause
There
we're
is a correct no. No.
Yeah,
there's
there is a correct
answer.
answer. I agree.
It's not the one Oodie thinks. It's just.
I
But
don't
we,
know.
we,
So what
we're
do you
trying
think,
not to
Trippy?
influence it. Just answer. Do you think avocados are salty or not? We'll let you see. Well,
Um,
who is right?
I've never had plain avocado. I've only had guacamole, which has salt and stuff in it. So
Okay.
Boom!
think
And a
I'm-
freaking salt and stuff in it.
I
Get
don't, think, I
wrecked.
don't think I can give you an accurate representation of an
That
avocado.
doesn't-
He's
yeah.
leaning
Well, the
answer
on
is
my
avocados are
side.
not-
Leaning
Avocados are
on
not
my
salty.
side.
Oodie is just crazy and thinks they are.
I've had an avocado since then, and it's still salty. You're just
No,
wrong.
you're
If I
just
had an
crazy.
avocado
It's not
in my
salty.
fridge, I could try this.
Tastes like mushy.
Oh,
Yes,
Trippy's
Trippy.
gonna go take a taste of
Go
an
open your avocado
There we
and
go.
eat some
In
avocado.
real time.
Open
He's gonna
their
do it in real time.
eyes.
Meanwhile, though, avocado, cherries, grapes and raisins, tomatoes, mushrooms, onions, garlic, wild berries, rhubarb, sugar-free candy, and gum, because of the xylitol.
I hate
Some
gum.
peanut butters and other nut butters if they have xylitol. Flavored waters if they have xylitol. Oh my god. Ice cream
Where are we going with this?
because of lactose. Chocolate. Pudding snacks because
I hate
chocolate.
chocolate. I hate
Caffeine in coffee. Oh my god. Tea.
What are you
Oh, 'cause
talking about
caffeine.
right now? Who are you
Soda
talking
because
about?
all the things that
Oh,
can
things
kill a
dogs
dog.
can't eat.
Baked
Oh,
goods if they have alcohol,
What?
macadamia nuts.
He can't hear us right
raw
now. He's
or
talking.
undercooked meat, uncooked doughs
Is
containing
that how that
yeast,
works, Oodie?
bones.
I mean, it's being proven right
What?
now.
Bones are okay. These are just like unsafe. These aren't gonna like kill them. I want like the
You're not
ones that are
supposed to
gonna
give your
kill
dog bones, but like cartoons make you think you're supposed to give your dog bones.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
dogs can have raw bones. They can't have cooked bones.
Well, I think it's fine because it helps with their teeth, right? It's teething.
Raw bones.
Yeah,
If-
I'm pretty. I thought
cooked
like the
bones-
jagged edges can get stuck in their throat. or
Yeah,
something.
the thing
Dude,
with
apparently
cooked
corn of
bones
the
is they
cob is
splinter.
fatal to dogs.
Cooked
Dogs
bones
suck.
splinter. So,
Because of the
they
cob.
can puncture their organs.
Cats are
and it's-
better.
Yeah, it's very expensive.
Thank
That's a
you,
better.
finally. Freaking Camcam over
Giving
here.
your dog a
Ugh.
raw bone is great, but cooked bones are bad.
Yeah, you know how much
Interesting.
my dad spent at the vets for my
Still
dog?
can't believe you hate chocolate.
I
I
want you to
like
guess how much
chocolate,
he
but if I
spent
eat
today.
too much, I get like a crazy stomachache.
I mean,
And
that's
like one time, my
everyone.
mom brought some chocolate from like this church. It's like full of like these off-brand Reese's, and I ate them all, and like I got so dog sick. It was insane.
I mean, if you
Dogs?
drink water, you get a stomach ache. Like, you do too much of anything.
Bro, that's a mid stomach. That's crazy. You drink water, you get a stomach.
If you
ache.
drink too much of it, yeah.
Yeah, if I drink
That's
too much water too quickly, like, I guess.
Yeah, I drank so much water I threw up before.
Apparently,
like-
Mello's
you
just
can
lived his
die
whole
from
life
drinking too much
dehydrated.
water.
No, like in military school, they literally make you empty your canteen. Like you have to put, like you have to like lift it over your head and make sure it's all out. And like we drink so much fucking water, so I'm used to it.
All right, there you go.
But yeah, you got to be
I
hydrated.
mean, I drink a shitload of water now, but that one basketball practice, dude, I was going ham with that water. I drank so much.
Big dogs just fine.
It was
man.
funny.
I've
This
heard
is
some people
crazy,
feed their
though.
dogs
I
raw
never knew
meat.
all these things were bad for dogs.
God.
What, Mello?
I heard some people feed their dogs raw meat. I was watching this guy on YouTube.
Yeah,
that's
you
fine.
can, but like,
What, the Liver King?
it's not the best to feed your
No.
dog a raw diet because of like heart disease and stuff. You
Yeah.
can give your dog heart disease. They're finding
Raw
out.
meat actually looks really
Right?
tasty.
Bad for cats too. It's not just dogs.
Oh,
Chocolate.
same with
dogs,
humans.
Dog food is poisonous to cats.
There was this,
Even
like,
normal
girl on
meat.
There's this girl on this show that she was eating raw meat. Like her diet was raw meat since she was like a little girl.
Yeah.
She seems fine, I guess, but Jesus.
Citrus fruits are
Oh,
toxic
seems
to cats.
fine, isn't necessary.
Coconut.
Yeah, and of course it's like a fad to feed your dog raw meat, but like a lot of people don't know that. So.
No, but heart disease is like one of the #1 killers in America of like death, obviously, for people in general. And that's because of meat. And so the more meat you eat, the more likely you are. So like the estimated amount of meat you should eat per day, and we talked about this before on the podcast, is 1 spoonful per day. A spoonful of meat.
1 tablespoon.
1 tablespoon is
Can
the
you imagine
recommended
if you
amount of
don't want
meat
to die?
if you don't want to
Like,
die
what,
of
you
heart
trying to live
disease.
forever? Like, what's going on? Like, who cares? Like, die.
Okay, well
Like,
then
it's
freaking
okay.
get heart disease and
cares?
at your
Die.
30s.
Yes,
Jeez.
Mello.
Listen,
Yeah.
listen. You're gonna die regardless, okay? Well, not me, cause like mind over matter. Like if I think I won't, I won't. But like other than me, like, am I supposed to not eat a juicy baconator every now and again? Cause
I'm
heart
not telling
disease?
you not to. I'm just telling you
'Cause
you'll
heart
get
disease or
heart
whatever.
disease.
See, I'm kind of with Mello, like you know.
What do you mean with him? He's not against me. Cause I'm not on his side.
No, I'm not saying. Oh my god, I'm just saying I'm.
No, we're
I'm,
always
like,
against you,
siding with
Oodie. It
Mello a
doesn't
little bit.
matter.
I'm not saying I'm against you, so shut the fuck up.
Oh
Stop
my
getting so
God.
offended. Like,
If you go to
Yeah, I'm
Longhorn,
the
you mean
heated
to tell
one
me you're
here.
not gonna order a steak, bro? Come on.
Bro, I
Like-
didn't say that.
Yes, you did. You explicitly said that.
You
didn't
freaking sound like
Listen,
Kamui right
oh
now.
my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Listen,
yeah. Did I also
Or-
say you're in a
Oodie.
different land, Mello?
Oodie, when
Yes,
you
actually.
when we go to Texas Roadhouse, I need to order a spoonful of meat, please.
Can I get a
I can get 1
spoonful?
tablespoon.
Is that tablespoon or like teaspoon? What spoon?
Oh my god, you know the chefs are gonna be like, fuck this bitch.
And then like he wants it like well done. They're gonna be super pissed. I think chefs
Yeah.
get pissed off when you get your steak well done.
And they're gonna bring out that wooden spoon that Camcam used.
Jeez.
Yeah.
With 1 tablespoon of meat on it.
The exact spoon too. Like they found it.
They found it.
He found it behind the
It's like the
toilet.
Totsuka blade. He found it.
You're fucking summoning no jutsu that spoon to the location. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Had to bring it back to Naruto.
Wait, so are you like a vegan, Oodie?
Bro, this doesn't apply to me. I eat more than a tablespoon of meat.
He's just
What?
asking, bro.
I
Take a
literally just
chill.
asked, bro.
Oh my god. Yeah, why are you
said
asking,
eating-
Mello? What brought that up?
He
How
said
many
I eat more than
tablespoons
a
of meat do you usually eat a day, Oodie?
What implication did you get to ask this question of specifically me instead of anyone else?
Wait, is a chicken nugget counts as a tablespoon of meat? Can you eat like one chicken nugget a day?
Probably.
Probably, yeah.
That's about a tablespoon.
About a tablespoon,
Is
yeah.
that even meat?
One
It's like
chicken
mystery
nugget
meat.
every day and you won't die. You probably.
kinda- I can kind of get down with that, but I
There
don't
you
know.
go. Yeah.
It's like buying a bag of chips and eating one chip. It's like that doesn't happen, bro. Like there's no way.
But
Like,
bro,
I
that's
think you're supposed to like a pack of Skittles is supposed to last you like a week, but people eat them in a day.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
like
again,
my
that's
dad-
the average. Like, it's the soda is 3 days worth of sugar in one can. That doesn't mean you don't eat sugar for 3 days. That just means
That's
if you
true.
have like a hamburger once a week, you're probably fine.
Yeah, well, like my dad, my dad has high cholesterol. He's like what, 63? He has high cholesterol because it's hereditary, and he has 2 leaky valves in his heart, which is also hereditary. And yeah, and so like, the doctor was like, my mom was like, okay, so like, what is he supposed to be eating? And then his heart doctor was like, yeah, I think it's supposed to be like a teaspoon of salt a day. And then she said, if it tastes good, spit it out.
Yeah, I've heard
So-
that before.
So-
That's
but
crazy.
yeah, but he works outside every day and like walks over 10,000 steps, burns lots of calories. So when he gets home, he eats dessert. So like, it's fine.
Yeah,
His
my mom's
cholesterol's
like that.
down, so.
She eats like she's drinking cokes and like eating. I'm like, you gotta stop at some point. You can't, like you eat like a teenager. Like this has to stop at some point. Like it's insane.
Yeah, I mean, to be
What-
fair,
what the doctor has said about my dad is like the only thing that's like has helped your heart is like you have a good, strong, healthy heart because you've like worked hard all your life, and that's how like you're still alive basically. And then my dad's like, oh yay, so I'll get a treat, pretty much. So yeah,
yeah, I
I'll get a
mean,
treat for staying alive.
it's not a thing of, oh, well, that's fine. Like, he's doing good and then he's doing bad, but his good doesn't excuse the bad.
Yeah.
It just
I think
evens it
anyone
out.
said that it did.
Well, no, but Camcam said that's fine.
Well,
Well, I
To
mean,
be
like to
fair,
him,
though,
it's fine.
eating more meat doesn't guarantee heart failure. It just increases your risk of heart failure. It doesn't
Yeah,
mean you're going
exactly.
to get it.
Well, it's the same with,
Like, I could eat a pound of meat a day, every day, and not get heart failure. I just might be at greater risk of it.
yeah, it's the same with transferring blood because men don't bleed as often as women. We have like a 90% more risk at like, I forget what, but like maybe cardiovascular disease because we have like unhealthy blood technically because we just keep that same blood within our body compared to women.
What?
I was telling you this just the other day, Camcam.
I mean, I do like plasma donations every now and again, so my blood gets cycled back into me. So
Yeah, I forget how often, but that's like the recommendation is like once every like 1 to 3 years, I think, to get
I
like
didn't
blood
know that.
donated.
Maybe I should do some blood
I
donations.
feel like
or some
that's
shit.
just a
Yeah.
lie from like, just so you can donate your plasma.
Mm.
Because like, from what
I
I've
mean-
heard from gynecologists is that like you can get on
That's the
birth
pussy
control.
doctor, gynecology.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just
Or a
making sure.
female reproductive health doctor.
Right.
Wanna put it
that
nice.
too.
Okay. So like is what they've said is like you can be on birth control, and there's some birth controls that completely stop your period, and which
Yeah,
is
my niece
totally
was doing
normal.
that for a while. Well, never mind, that's her business.
Which is
My-
like completely normal,
My bad.
and like not a health risk at all. So like that's weird.
Yeah.
For like if you don't cycle your blood out, so you're like at a higher risk for cardiovascular disease.
Yeah, like, I donate plasma every now and again, and like they'll take it out, like the liquid out of your blood. Like they'll take the blood out and then separate it in this
Yeah.
thing, and then they like put it back in, like your whole body like fucking cold. You start
Mhm.
shivering and
Yeah.
shit. I hate it, but
Well, Camcam also being 90% more likely doesn't mean you're 90% likely. Like if you're 1% likely,
Yeah.
then 90% of that means you're 1.9% likely. So like
yeah, why people put caviar and shit? It's fucking ruined the meal.
caviar,
Sorry.
gross. Oh,
I'm watching this YouTube
Oh
short.
yeah, my sister loves caviar. She said it. It's
Never had it.
same.
I'm gonna order a pizza tomorrow, so I'm gonna get fucking heart disease or some shit. I don't know, but
Yeah.
I'm gonna tear that fucking pepperoni pizza.
You should ask for like a tablespoon of chicken on it or something.
A tablespoon of pepperoni.
Fuck
That's
that.
one
Pepperoni
pepperoni, right?
does
It's
everything
like
gives me
one, maybe
heartburn,
two.
bro. If I don't eat clean, I get heartburn on everything. Like, it's insane.
Yeah. Like I just had some hot Cheetos and like, you
Oh,
know,
my
like
stomach
it just
would
gave me
kill me if I ate
heartburn.
hot Cheetos.
from what I
But
understand,
they were good.
pepperoni.
You know, like, it's gonna kill my gut, but like I wanted hot Cheetos, so I ate them. You know.
So pepperoni is the by far least healthy condiment to the topping to the point that it's one of like the least healthy foods of all time, specifically the pepperoni on pizza. Not pepperoni by
How does
itself.
it compare to like bacon? How does it compare to bacon?
I don't know. It's
one
probably
down.
worse.
Like health wise.
From what I understand, pepperoni is by far the worst. So it's not like pepperoni, like the normal pepperoni that you can cut up. It's like the specific like pizza pepperoni that people make, like fast food places.
I wonder what's different about it.
Just let me eat my meat and say.
I'm asking
Well,
my sister.
what's different is that it's not pepperoni. They just call it pepperoni.
What's
Now, pepperoni
the worst meat for
kills
you?
me. Bologna has to be the worst fucking meat. That shit smells and looks disgusting.
Mystery meat.
I've never eaten bologna.
It tastes like
Oh,
shit.
worst
I remember I was in
meat
like
for
elementary
cancer.
school. They used to always give us bologna sandwiches. I'm like, you bitch. Fucking give me something. Give me turkey. Give me fucking ham. Give me something other than bologna, bro. Yo, I want to make a homemade pizza. That's so like peak. I need to like install like a pizza oven or some shit.
Those things are expensive.
Oh.
I don't know if you want to go that route. They're.
I
My
need to
dad
buy a
built.
microwave or something.
Literal
My dad
blast
built
furnace.
pizza ovens for like super rich people, and they're fucking expensive.
Get up to freaking 800 degrees, gonna burn your house down.
Well, I mean, they're for like outside, you know.
Burn your outside house down.
Okay.
I'm gonna make a pizza one day. I'm gonna make like actual shit from scratch instead of buying beans pre-made from the store. That's my goal. That's my life.
Yeah,
purpose.
you should make some beans in a crock pot. They, you know, they're really good.
Beans in a crock pot? That's what you do?
Yeah.
So like what? Like pinto beans?
Yeah.
Do you cause when I was working at Wendy's, we had to like run the beans through water to get like the gooey stuff out for like the chili. Is that what you do?
I run them through water. Because like they get kind of like dirty. And then like I'll let them soak for a little bit. And then I'll like cook them in the morning. But of course they take all day, so.
Okay. I'll try it. I definitely will. Cause I like cooking. I just don't like cleaning. Cleaning is mid, but cooking is fun.
That's
Yeah.
that's one thing I hate doing.
I
And
feel
like I
ya.
have a big family, so that I cook for, and I just fucking hate cleaning. I hate washing the dishes. Like there's a kitchen full of dishes, and I'm no.
Yeah, I hate that shit.
Somebody else is gonna do it because I'm not doing it. I refuse.
You're like how my family used to do it when we were all together and shit. Like it was like if I cook, like you motherfuckers gotta clean. Like it's just how it goes.
No, it's like we wait it out. Like whoever wants to.
Hell no. That's
like-
not
like-
good, bro.
Who
Whoever
can handle
wants
looking
to,
at the dirty
nobody
kitchen?
wants to.
I know, like 1 week later, like still dishes probably.
Like it's a standoff. Like whoever cooks next has to clean the kitchen, so clean it now or.
Wait, whoever
clean
cooks
when you get
has
off
to
work.
clean it. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, like if you cook and everybody eats, like at least you.
Yeah,
can do
they
it
should have to
clean.
clean for you. I'm down for
Yeah.
that. I'm like,
Like, bitch, you ate clean.
I said that for like my college roommates. I was like, yo, I have a deal for you. I'll cook everything. If you guys clean it. I don't want to do that shit.
No, like sometimes when somebody like cleans like right after they eat, I'm like, who are you? I don't know you, but thanks, I appreciate it. Who are you and what have you done with my nephew? Because this never happens. But I'm not questioning it.
This kind of reminds me of like when I'm at like camp, like family gatherings, and like it always makes me laugh when like my mom and the aunts they're like having like a war over who's gonna clean the dishes. It's just like a brawl. It's just like, no, I'm cleaning them. No, I'm cleaning them. I'm like, yeah, go for it, guys. I ain't cleaning it.
Somebody, because I ain't, you know.
Yo, this lady tried to steal this dude's dogs. What a bitch. That's insane.
Oh my
You better
god,
not
like
feed him grapes.
I'm so glad I have like a 110-pound dog because ain't nobody trying to steal him. Okay, he's too fat.
People
So
are
Oodie,
such
what did you
assholes.
talk to with J-Man earlier before I joined? Besides the Rain Village.
Bro, you've asked that like 12 times.
Yeah,
It
we
was
haven't. I haven't really been getting my answers.
You say that as if I haven't given you like 4 different answers as well.
You've given me 2: the
I
Rain
feel like
Village
you
and
haven't given
Scientific
many
Ninja Tools.
answers, and I
Want
have
some
given none.
Taco
I also asked Camcam to give you a recap the moment you joined because I went to the bathroom.
I know. I'm.
Little bit of
We
recap.
started talking with the pain thing.
Good.
She started with that. We just never got past it by the time you came back. I've asked you like 12 times because, well, the past 10 times I haven't gotten more answers.
The pain thing. We didn't talk on a pain thing.
Sorry,
Talk on the
not
Rain
pain.
Village.
Rain Village. Rain Village pain. Okay, you see the connection?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
but if I said that, you would have made the biggest deal out of that in the whole freaking world.
Does anyone
No,
eat
I wouldn't
Taco
cancel
Bell?
that. Whatever.
Whatever.
I haven't eaten Taco
You would
Bell
have stuck on that
in,
forever.
like, a year, so no.
I want to try the
I
bread.
can't
Use
eat
that
Taco
against me to
Bell.
my
It makes my
dying
stomach
breath.
hurt so bad.
I just
I've
don't.
Yeah,
never
it does
had
make
Taco
your
Bell,
stomach
and I
I
probably never
mean,
will.
from what I understand, it's
No,
not even
Taco
that
Bell's
bad.
kind of. It's kind of. You know, it's actually really good if it's good, but it do make your stomach hurt for sure.
Like,
I
I
like
don't
their chicken
understand what's unhealthy in it. Because, like, if I ever get it, it's just like tortilla with salad and a little bit of, like, meat and, like, cheese. Like, it's the same thing I would make at home.
Their chicken quesadilla is the bomb. I don't know why it's so good, but it's good.
Their quesadillas are fucking amazing.
Like, what are you guys
They're
getting
really
that
good. I like
hurts your
Taco
stomach?
Bell.
No, I think it's the
I don't know.
quality of the product. I think the quality's cheap.
No,
It's, like,
no, the
cheap
chicken
food.
quesadillas don't hurt my stomach, and I think because it's like chicken, it's not like beef.
Like, do you think it's just not cooked right?
I think it's like
I have
like
no
beans make
idea.
your stomach hurt anyways, and then it's like maybe like
I don't know. Like a lot of people, like
cheese
I
on it.
remember when I did sales over the summer, we went to Buffalo Wild Wings a lot. Everyone kept saying how like oh, it's gonna mess up your stomach, you have diarrhea. I was always fine. I think some people just don't do well with certain sauces, probably, or like seasoning.
Oh,
or
that
yeah,
probably
sauces.
is it. People overload on
The
that stuff all the
sauces.
time. I
The
think that's the
spices and the
big
sauces.
problem with the obesity problem.
Their sauce is really good though. Like,
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the
exactly.
sauce is
Probably
probably
exactly
what's
what
making
hurts
your
your
stomach
stomach,
feel
though.
weird after.
that's
But not
good.
everyone is affected by it.
Yeah,
'Cause
probably they get a
I went-
soft drink too.
Yeah, maybe that's it too. Like, cause I went to Popeyes a few days ago. They got these new like sweet and spicy chicken wings, and they're so fucking peak. But I haven't had a stomach ache that bad in like years. That shit hurt. Like
You know what? It
bitch.
probably is the grease because I imagine that's it with Popeyes, obviously. But then with
Yeah,
Taco
'cause
Bell,
if I
it
have,
could
like,
be
a
that.
shitload of grease, that will
Then-
fuck me up too.
Yeah,
A
and
lot
the
of
Those
fast
meat.
food
wings are
places like
fucking good.
don't. I mean, you know you can smell like when the grease hasn't been changed in restaurants in a while. Like
Yeah.
that could be
Yeah,
another.
if you work in like a fast food restaurant, like the grease, it smells so awful. Like it's like
Oh, yeah.
lard. Like
Oh,
in the
yeah.
morning, this shit's like that's why I never go like get fries like fresh out the grease in the morning. Like the first batch, they always taste like lard. It's fucking
Yeah, I
awful.
don't either. Ugh.
I need that shit to like darken up a bit. But yeah, I remember those days. But yeah, I'm gonna try some Taco Bell breakfast maybe this morning. But I don't. It's looking a little mid. I ain't gonna hold.
What time does the
Yeah,
sun
well,
rise? No, it should be like up at like 5 something or 6.
Breakfast starts at 6:30.
Yeah.
I haven't even had dinner, so I'm fucking hungry.
Chicken
I
wings in
got
the air
spaghetti
fryer.
in the fridge.
So anyway, Oodie, what did you guys talk about besides the two?
Dude, we haven't even got to
We
these
talked about,
5
like,
voice
work
messages pulled up.
ethic, like how people build their
Oh yeah,
YouTube
the 5
channels.
voice messages. Say that again,
Yeah.
Cam.
Kamui, as you're getting your answer, you interrupt with the 5 voice messages. What do you want to
Yeah,
do,
I know.
Kamui?
I doesn't
Say
know. I
that
don't know
again.
what he
I
wants.
got distracted by something. Say that again, Cam.
You know what? I'm
Emotionally
just not gonna
distraught.
say it. I'm just not
Yeah,
gonna say it.
distracted after like 2 sentences later. God,
Look,
it's like the most delayed
Better.
it's
distraction
been a
of all
long
time.
day of rewinding Attack on Titan scenes every 3 seconds. Okay, it took a lot out of me.
You take a lot out of me, you know?
Can you
When
say
you
it again?
interrupted
Cam?
No, well, I'm not saying it again.
Yes,
You're
please.
just gonna have to rewind the stream and find out for
Yeah, like you
yourself,
should have done in the
everybody
first
else.
What?
freaking place.
Wait, what do you
I
think
mean, that's
humans
hours.
taste like?
That's hours to
chicken?
rewatch during the stream. I
Think
can't
what
do
tastes
that.
like? Just skip
What does
around.
human meat taste like?
Human meat.
I heard
People
it
made
doesn't taste
videos on
very
this.
good.
You
Yeah.
could probably look it up, and someone
Oh,
probably
isn't
answered that.
there
Exactly.
that
I feel like
killer
I don't
from
want to know
Japan?
actually.
I mean,
There's
you
a
might
killer
as
in
well.
Japan who has written a book about all the
No.
people he has eaten and what they taste like.
Like
There-
outside of ethics, it's not like that big of a deal.
It's one of those taboo things. I think I don't know. This is one of them lines you probably don't want to
Well,
cross.
yeah, but again, like
Right.
outside of morals, it doesn't mean anything.
I'm
I
not
mean,
eating
I don't even think I necessarily have morals where you shouldn't eat humans.
Oh, but
people.
that's
There is
maybe-
one.
maybe if I
There's
think
one.
about it.
yeah, because it's just
animal
separating
story
humans from
that will-
animals.
Oh, I can't
It's just a
hear
different
when you guys
species.
talk at the same time. How can I mute this? Hold on.
Oh my god.
Keep talking.
How cause like this is show like Hannibal Lecter is like a peak TV show.
Hmm.
But yeah.
Did you ever see the
put me in
movie?
the mindset.
Silence of the
I've
Lambs.
seen clips. I've seen clips on YouTube.
Okay.
Silence of the Lambs is a bomb movie. That was my favorite movie growing up.
Oh.
I think
a good movie.
I saw a scene where this woman was walking through like a prison. This dude jerked off on her and threw it at her.
Oh yeah.
I was like, what the fuck? So I kinda
Camcam,
bailed
why are
out
you
after that.
saying that in such a positive, uppity, oh yeah kind of way?
I mean, who doesn't like
Because,
getting
it's
jerked
just-
off on?
It's
Like,
Let's
so
see.
wild to think
I
about.
ranked
I
it
don't think
a
that
f-
even happens in the book.
I
That's
ranked it
in
a
the movie.
5.65 out of 10. I wish I
what
rated
kind
it
of
lower.
pizza? Dudes with beards are
Do you not
fucking
like it?
gross. No offense.
It's a great screenwriters movie.
Look at
Should have
this
stayed
nasty
as a
motherfucker.
script.
You see that chat? He got all that beard. Like he got pizza cheese in his beard. It's fucking nasty.
It's old and dated.
I'm glad I don't have
Gross.
a beard.
Mm.
Boring.
The books are really good. The Hannibal series is really good. I recommend it.
Hannibal parts
I
are
would
cool.
read it.
How old are the books?
Like the 90s, maybe 80s.
Okay.
Main character is cool too. They should have just had Hannibal be the primary villain instead of that other
He's
weird
not- I
guy.
mean,
But who's the villain? Not Hannibal?
Exactly. That's the
No.
problem.
No, he's not.
I think he is the primary villain in the other.
What's the
Yeah.
name of the book? Is it not Hannibal?
No,
the
it's
name
Silence of the
book
Lambs.
Series is Hannibal, so
Oh,
he is
well,
like.
whatever.
If you have a beard and you're eating food, aren't you just eating beard hair? too?
No.
Like I'm telling you, this dude
I did
looks like
hear.
a fucking
Okay, look, there are some cases where I have heard where women
so nasty.
have gotten infections from their
God, Camcam.
boyfriends because their beards are
Oh.
so nasty. They don't be cleaning their beards that when they give them kisses, they get infections. They get like staph infections on their faces.
That is so
How
fucking
do you just
nasty.
walk around with staph infection in your beard, though? That's so weird.
I
Maybe
don't
their
fucking know,
beard
man.
like adds like like a level of immunity to it.
It's
like,
just
I don't-
because it's like the perfect like staph and like MRSA, the virus, like lives in like warm, dark places, and like the beard, warm, dark place, like
I
perfect
think
environment.
I think facial hair is fucking nasty, but like especially if it's like super long and like unkept, that shit just gross to me.
I
Some-
don't. I've
Why is
never
it more
dated a guy with
gross
facial hair.
than scalp hair?
No, I've never
It's
dated
like-
a guy with facial hair.
Because it's like around your mouth area. The mouth is just kind of nasty in general.
Yeah, I don't like facial hair.
What about what is it? Sideburns, like on your cheek or whatever, like cheekbone,
I-
collarbone, not collarbone, like
I
Oh,
have
it's just
sideburns.
like
I don't
goofy to
need
me.
date a man
like
with
around
sideburns,
your
okay?
ear.
I've never had sideburns like that.
But would you
Like,
consider it
fucking-
disgusting?
I think it looks goofy as shit, but I wouldn't
That's
say
why I
it's
said
disgusting.
goofy, dude. Like it reminds me of this dude freaking in JJK, where I'm at right now. Like he's got those sideburns. He's freaking goofy. Like it's perfect for him.
Oh, Mello, I got the ultimatum, and you're gonna hate me for it. Eyebrows are facial hair. Take that.
Mm, but
Yeah,
I
but
did
you're
put the,
not
I did
kissing
do the caveat of the
eyebrows.
mouth.
Yeah, you did.
I
All
did
right,
the
fair
caveat
enough.
of the mouth.
All right.
You're not kissing eyebrows. I'm not kissing eyebrows.
You're
Why don't
not.
eyebrows like
But I'm kissing the mouth, and I don't want to kiss hair when I'm kissing your mouth.
Okay, well then
I don't
kiss
Why
the
don't-
mouth. Don't kiss the freaking chin. Weird.
why don't eyebrows grow like facial hair does?
They do?
Yeah, why don't they
Eyebrows
just
do
keep
grow.
growing?
Yeah.
Well, no,
like,
they kind of just do.
I mean, they have like kung fu movies where like the grandmaster has like long ass beard and eyebrows, but like,
Okay. The thing is with men, that when you get to a certain age, for some reason, men start growing. Their eyebrow hair starts growing super long. Like ear hair start growing super long. Nose hair start
ear
growing super
hair?
long.
That is,
Yeah.
you're saying my eyebrows will one day just be really long?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
I mean,
like,
I'm just not gonna
like
cut
have you
them.
not seen like old
shave-
men at barbers? Like they'll ask, like, "Do you want me to take a little bit off your eyebrows?"
Yeah,
they
I
go,
don't know.
I never knew that.
Yeah, I mean,
not
they're
a hairy
growing
guy, so I
right
don't-
now. Like, they didn't just stop. Like, if you shave them off right now, they'll be back in like 3 months.
No, but I mean, like they
Oh,
don't keep
yeah.
growing though. Like,
I mean, drag queens.
I mean, they do
Drag
keep
queens are
growing
things.
But like,
Keep
though.
your
it's
eyebrows
really
off, is what I
handy if
mean.
like my facial
grow back.
hair
They just don't
would
grow
just like
fast.
be like my eyebrows and like, but just be like short, but like
But, like,
just
my
stop
dad, for
growing when I
instance-
cut it. Like, or it take 3 months to grow.
watching this
Geez,
dude
like,
eat is fucking
my
gross.
God, that'd be so much nicer.
My
I have
God.
to shave every freaking 2 days.
They just grow short. They just grow slower, is the point.
Yeah, they grow.
That's fine.
slowly.
If I have to shave once every 3 months, that's a hell of a lot more convenient than 3 times a week.
No, but what I'm saying is like they
Oh my
don't grow
God.
like facial hair around your mouth. Like it just keeps growing. Like you have to keep it in check. Where your eyebrows, I've never once had to shave my eyebrows in life.
Yeah, same. For
Well,
24
like
years,
my
I haven't
dad-
been shaving my eyebrows.
Your eyebrows
Like my
Right.
dad, for
go
instance,
slow.
like I don't know. Once he hit his 50s, like his eyebrow hair started growing like super long.
That's
So
crazy.
like my mom has to take a little comb and scissors and like trim them.
Like, when you say super long, how long? Are you talking like they're spreading out 6 inches beyond his head, they're curling
Okay,
down
not
to his
that
chin?
long.
Like
No,
what are we
but-
talking
gonna-
here?
My mom's
But,
not
like-
gonna let me get that long, but like you can get a comb and comb
aren't you,
through
like-
them, and
Aren't
she
you
can,
like Hispanic?
Yeah.
Like I'm not trying to like say this like weird way, but like Hispanic people are like typically hairier, right?
Yeah, but my dad's never been a hairy guy. Like
Okay,
he's
fair enough.
he's
fair
like the women in the family are more hairy than he is. Like must be nice. Okay. But yeah, like you can put a comb, like a regular comb through it, and like you can the hairs are like
Jesus.
poking out.
Christ, a
Yeah.
comb. That's
You
crazy.
got
Well, I mean,
little-
you could put a
little-
comb through a freaking buzz cut if you want. It doesn't say anything.
I could not comb my eyebrows. Like, but my friend had super thick ass eyebrows. Though, like you could probably comb his fucking eyebrows.
There you go. His
Some moose in
eyebrows
there.
just grew faster.
You know what? Next time, it's time for my dad to get his little eyebrows trimmed. I will send you a picture of Kamui, okay?
Yeah, we gotta see how long we're talking here.
Yes.
What is this?
We just looked up longest eyebrows ever.
That's
Be like,
not gonna
"Dad,
be
just-
relevant to
Dad,
this.
just don't question it. Just let me take a picture, okay?
Wait, what fast food restaurant has the best chicken sandwich? Do you think?
Chick-fil-A.
I was thinking that too.
Oh, these
Not
are some
fast
longest ear hairs. Jesus.
There's probably a
Yeah,
better
my-
answer.
Disgusting.
Yeah, my mom, she gets like a little
Ear.
trimmer, a little electric
Chick-fil-A?
trimmer, and goes and like trims the ear hairs.
Chick-fil-A got good like those pickles are pretty.
And
good
and she'll
themselves.
get in his nose too, his nose hairs.
Oh no,
Well, the
I think
thing
I like
with-
Popeye's chicken sandwich more than Chick-fil-A.
That's a pretty good
Oh,
point. Yeah.
interesting.
I was thinking
haven't
Chick-fil-A
had
for that.
Popeye chicken sandwich in a while. Like,
Yeah, I haven't had a chicken sandwich in general in a while, but
I don't have a Popeyes near me, so I haven't had Popeyes chicken sandwich in a long time.
Popeyes is so peak.
The thing with
Except my
the
stomach was hurting last. But,
oh yeah, the thing with the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich, you can get it for really cheap if you go a roundabout way by ordering just the chicken patty, which you can do for like $1 compared to the sandwich, which is like $3. And then you can just ask for toasted buns for free, and like anything else that comes on the sandwich.
You
really.
cannot.
Yeah,
Wait,
you
what?
can,
Look at
you
crazy.
can. It is a
Wait, wait, wait.
loophole.
Wait, you can ask. but
Wait,
they can
wait,
say
wait,
no.
what?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
No, I'm looking this up, bro.
I,
So,
I
like,
mean,
you
that's
just
I
ask
found it
them,
in the
can I
first
just have a
place.
chicken patty? And they say, yeah, but can I have like some toasted buns with that? And they're just like, sure.
I don't
Well,
believe
you
it.
would just order because it's like on the menu technically. You can just order the chicken patty by itself. So you just
And then you just
And then
ask
you can
for
just ask
like,
for
the bun
buns?
and lettuce,
Yeah.
tomato, whatever you like.
well, I don't know about like lettuce and tomato, but probably.
Well,
Definitely
generally-
buns.
I don't really get lettuce and tomato on the Chick-fil-A one, but
I don't know what you get. I've never And the Chick-fil-A.
Yeah.
It's
No,
literally-
he
it's-
lives in Maine. He's in
Oh yeah. Well, it's literally just a chicken patty on
They don't-
bread.
What
with-
does him being in Maine have to do with that? Why
Yeah, I
would
was
we
like, do they
know?
not
There's
have
no
fast food
Chick-fil-A
in-
where I
Yeah.
live, like anywhere here
There's no
that I've
fast food
ever
in
heard of.
Maine.
Oh, you're like
There's
in
no
Dayton,
Chick-fil-A
Maine.
there.
Yeah,
They
no.
got they got killer clowns and shit over there, okay, but not a Chick-fil-A. That's insane. What the fuck?
We have
Man,
8
someone
minutes,
says
by
something.
the way, to listen to these voice messages that we've
Well,
been trying to listen to for 2.5
Well,
hours.
go for it.
Well, we
We're
could also
waiting
just
for
start a new
Christmas.
stream. We were gonna talk Attack on Titan, right? It's the whole reason I came late.
Are we going to do that though at 4:30 a.m.?
Well, we should at least justify me coming 3 hours late, shouldn't we?
Oh, that was some
Should
Panda
we?
Express.
That's the whole reason I watched it before the stream, because Camcam was like, well, it just came out, so we should talk about it. So I was like, okay, I better watch it before
Yeah,
the stream.
that's the reason I watched it too, but I don't need to do that. Like,
To be fair, you two were arguing about petty shit, so come on.
Eyebrows definitely stopping growing.
I mean, I
out.
feel bad for Jay the Great. You know, I didn't get to listen to his stuff all because of the Attack on Titan thing. So I think
Are
we
you
should.
gonna try to
talk
blame it on me?
That
'Cause I
is
don't think so.
not. No,
think
that is
so.
absolutely your fault. Considering you took 3 hours to watch an hour-long episode.
Actually, I
Colin.
took longer than that. If you want to be technical. Because that's not counting how long it took me to watch the first 35 minutes.
Oh my god.
Trippy, can we just kick him in the face?
I
You
got a
can't.
headache.
Do you not know how
I
Kamui
don't
works?
Oh god.
Yeah, I physically can't touch them. So.
It's gonna go right through me. It ain't gonna affect me.
So somebody needs to hurry up and sneak into his.
I was
portal so
looking
we can
at
just come in there.
Kakashi's explanation, like when he still had the mask on and he's like figuring out Kamui, he explains that he just doesn't exist in this reality anymore. I thought that was a crazy explanation. Like he just doesn't exist in the reality anymore.
Wait, what?
That's
I don't
nihilistic
explain
ass
that.
shit,
That's
yeah.
what Kakashi says
When?
in the
Exactly,
Japanese
what
sub.
chapter?
I
If
don't know
he
about
doesn't-
That's why we
in
can't
the
use
anime.
AOT.
I don't
Oh,
read,
the
Kamui.
Japanese sub.
Why do you always default to manga? I don't read.
I don't know. Just because
That's
it's
not
easier to
something to
find.
brag about, Oodie.
I'm not bragging about it.
Because ooh, it's the default assumption. Okay, you should, of course, you should go. See
It's the default assumption.
Of course, you should manga first. Okay.
Anime
I
elite.
mean, in fairness, I haven't actually read the manga. I just use the manga to find these things because it's faster.
Then you have
and-
obviously read the manga like as many times you've had to use it in reference in your
Yeah, but I haven't
videos,
like
in
actually
games,
read the
in
manga.
talking
You know what I mean?
to me.
I've
Like,
never
you
read
have
the
read
Naruto
multiple
manga either.
pages of the manga, but
I'll
I've
just
never
watch
just
the
read
anime.
the manga continuously in a fluid fashion.
No, you have
Okay,
read the whole fucking thing.
we're getting
That's
lost
why,
in the
like, at a
sauce.
certain point, I was like, why am I arguing from the position of a manga reader? Like, let me just argue from an anime reader because I mean, watcher because I
Yeah.
watch anime. Like,
And I read the anime.
I
Okay.
read the anime. Yeah.
Okay, how did we get
If you watch it
off
in
topic
sub.
again? We have 5 minutes now, by the way.
You started it.
Oh,
You're like,
just
oh,
do it.
well,
Just play the first
Okay,
one.
well, hang on. Before that, let me get off topic one more time. Okay, so you can watch the manga because I watched the Madara fan manga just the other night. I was telling Sarin about this. Someone made a Madara fan manga, but it's only in Russia. There isn't an
Oh,
English
wow, off
translation.
topic.
So some
is my
YouTuber
fault.
translated it. So I had to watch the video to understand the Madara fan manga.
You can watch a manga. You can like stare at it.
No, I completely agree. I was using this argument the last time we talked about this. You absolutely can watch
the
a
way
manga.
you said that.
You just look at it and just
Oh, in the same way that
You
you
don't have to
read.
read the words on the page.
yeah, something.
Yeah.
Hope something happens. I guess.
Well, in the same way you can read a Japanese anime, just have the subtitles on. You're still reading that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're reading the anime.
I mean, you're reading the subtitles, but not the anime itself. But I get what you're saying.
Well, yeah,
Hmm.
semantics, but that's the whole point. All right.
My fault.
All
That's
right.
my fault that we're on this topic. Okay. Your
All right, I never said it was your fault, and we're not getting off topic by determining whose fault it was, Cam. I never even derived a fault of a person.
Oh, so we're just gonna ignore where I'm part of the problem. Okay.
Wait, what's the difference between Italian food and Mexican food?
So unfair.
I'm confused, Oodie. I'm reading through it right now, and he hasn't said
Bro.
that
He's in
he's
Europe,
just
bro.
not. He
Please.
doesn't exist in
Bro,
Bro,
reality.
Mello,
making
you're
green.
When he
doing
first
this on
figured this out.
purpose
So
at this
when are you
point.
referring to?
Mello, you're doing this on purpose. I'm playing this audio, whether you want me to or not.
I'm about to get some spaghetti, bro. You can play all you want.
Don't do it, Camcam. It's $70.
Hell no.
Okay, so that was the first one.
What is this about?
It's better without
It's
context.
viewing out
You
of
can
context.
guess
Okay.
what it's about. What do you think it's about?
I was gonna
Something
say,
that cost about
Something
$70.
$70.
Yeah.
But what is
Maybe
that
it's
item?
Camcam giving Oodie a gift. That's
Somebody
worth
soliciting
$70.
some sexual. I don't know,
Okay,
bro.
well, that's where Mello's thought goes to. All right, Trippy, your thought?
70. I don't know what's worth $70.
You tell
like,
me.
our relationship.
I think Camcam was talking about getting Oodie a gift, and maybe it was worth $70. Oh wait, no, she already got him the gift. Never mind.
Oh, it's Oodie's birthday.
I mean, we have some context here. One of us said, "Oh God!" Okay, one of us said today. ... And then another one of us replied to, okay, well then Camcam replied to me when I said, "It never stopped you before, XD." She said the lizard was different. So that's
the
the context for
$70
this part.
lizard.
Now, how does that not
Maybe.
sound sexual? Come on, it sounds like you took like a rapport. You have like code words for certain things. Okay,
Oh.
that's what it sounds
That
like.
sounds
Okay,
very
to be
odd.
fair-
The
The lizard was
lizard,
different.
the lizard, really? Okay. Yeah.
To be fair, I have told Camcam we need a safe word, but that's a different conversation. All right, next text is voice.
Why you gotta say it like that?
You don't need
Like I
to
said, that's how-
spend it.
So there's the second one.
Why
And
are
we're
you
running out of
saying it like
time.
that?
So third one.
Think of all the regrets you'll have, unlike Obito.
My stand
I
still
love
me.
stands.
I know
Okay.
I love me so
Sexual stuff.
much.
Okay, there you go.
All right, she says, but it has a matching wallet. Does a lizard have a matching wallet and makeup pouch?
Is it like a lizard
Oh, maybe
skin?
Yeah,
there's
so
Camcam wants
1
to
minute,
buy
20
something
seconds,
for
by the way.
herself that's $70, maybe. And Oodie's saying you'll regret it.
Like Obito. All right, unlike Obito. All right, next one.
No buts. Butts are for excuses or whatever.
And there's the quote. Butts are for excuses or whatever. 1 minute, by the way, so last one.
And I don't think I need to tell you that everyone has a butt.
All right, that's all of them. So there you go.
But you gotta show them the picture of the backpack. Oh,
Fine. You know you ruined it. There you
here's the
go.
one in the backpack. Look how cute.
Yeah, her $70 backpack that she didn't buy because I
JJK.
convinced her. You're welcome, by the way, again,
But it's JJK.
even though you already said
Yeah,
that.
What
Oodie,
context
just as
was
a
the
side
lizard?
note, I literally
It's
went through every
Sanrio,
single
JJK.
chapter. He did not say that in the manga at the very least. But I'll have
Okay.
to look at this up later on.
It's Hello Kitty JJK.
Bro, why
I
is this
need it.
cartoon so thick? Like, what's happening?
And thanks for
need it.
watching the Walky Talky podcast. It's been 6 hours of
Y'all been streaming for
hours,
6 hours? Holy shit.
and
It
we're
only
not
feels like 3
streaming
hours
after
for me.
this,
Guess I've
right,
been streaming for
Kamui?
4.